Love the drum roll.
I like it.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon to our friends across the pond. I am Mark Sebastian. I am your only option. Welcome to the Ticker Highlight Show. Reminder, every Monday, Andrew, Hans, I've got his picks. He's a little under the weather, but Andrew, Hans, Leisha, and myself, we get together. We each share a stock that we love, a stock that we maybe don't love as much, run through the charts, and then pick a trade and execute it. Last week we did Amazon to much success. Was a nice trade. Excellent chart as well. So congrats to all who participated. We have a special day here at Option Pit, of an extremely special day. We are doing a full open house today, starting right now and running all the way through the end of the day. So if you hang out here, you're going to get to see just about every product, every trading strategy we run. Immediately following this show, we're going to have our 0 DTE session. Then Andrew will run Rip Zone. Andrew and Frank will be on capital gains from 11:30 to 12. Then I'll be on live for Delta Strike from 12 to 12:30. Then Trade Zone with Leisha and myself from 12:30 to 1. We will then at 1 p.m. have our weekly game plan show with me and Vaz. From 1:30 to 2, you get to join Leisha's Option Chopper. From 2 to 2:30, a nice smattering of weekly profit cycles with Andrew. Hans will be doing Turbo Income at 2:30. And then starting at 3 o'clock, it's going to be Trade to Close, which has its Fuse Trader in the first couple of minutes. So you will not want to miss those first few minutes of Trade to Close to check out Fuse Trader. Vaz is out today, so that's going to be myself and Hannah and Amin and mostly me, but it's going to be a great time. So this is a full day open house. And with that, I am reopening just for today. And because we are doing this open house, access to any one of the products offered here at Option Pit minus Pro, Alpha I, and Small Account Challenge, plus Trade to Close for $1,000. We've got this really neat, we've got this really neat order form where you can actually kind of fit the product to you. So you'll want to take advantage of that offer. Give my team a call, 888-872-3301, or click the link that is going to be posted shortly. I'm opening up 25 seats. So we're looking for 25 traders that want to jump into one of these services. As soon as we have those 25 seats filled, the Cyber Monday sale is over. So you will want to jump on board. They are dropping in the link in chat right now. Or if you have questions about renewing or anything along your Option Pit account, give the team a call, 888-872-3301. So
obviously
with that,
25 seats per membership, correct?
I
right?
No.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw a wrench in it.
I think it's just a flat 25 seats.
I think it's just Alicia just threw them off.
Alicia just threw everyone a bone.
I'm looking for 1,000 people here.
Yeah. Hey, no, the more the merrier. But we had so many people take up this $1,000 trade or this $1,000 membership that we wanted to open up to 25 more. 25 and 25 alone. You can click the link or you can give us a team 888-872-3301. And again, we're going to be live right here all day. And again, we've got this really cool, if you want to share my screen, David, we've got this really cool kind of thing that you can put into where you can kind of say, I want to put in 1 hour a week. I want income and I want all levels. Hey, you should be in turbo income. Or I want income. I want swing trading, all levels. Hey, you've got all these ideas: capital gains, special situation, option shopper. So you have all kinds of access. Flash 7. So again, this open house is for you guys to check everything out, and we're looking forward to having this open house with you guys.
That's pretty cool how they created that.
Yes. All right. So again, Hans is feeling under the weather. I do have his picks that we're gonna look through. But for right now, I will get to Hans's in a second, but we will start with mine. And I want to start with Meta Platforms. Meta Platforms has had a really unproductive year over year. A year ago, it was, 577. It's trading 644. So it's up on the year, but it's barely up 10% with the market up huge. It's been a massive underperformer. Fundamentally, it is hands down the least expensive of the 8 stocks that make up the Magnificent 7. I think the chart is looking better. Maybe it found a little ceiling. Maybe it's heading to, I think at a minimum, we're going to hit the 200 before this thing completely rolls over. So we'd be talking 672, and options are inexpensive. So I'm looking at Meta as a potential long. And on the opposite side, I know it's already had a rough go of it. But what I found interesting is we've had a really nice bounce off the bottom. Bottom to top for the SPX. If you want to look at the 21st, the low of the day was 65.21. We topped out at 68.50 and closed 68.49 on Friday. That is a rally of 330 points. Good for about a 5% rally. And that's since the 21st. NVIDIA is not really participating. On the 21st, NVIDIA closed at 178.88. It's 178.88 right now. So while the entire market has gone up, NVIDIA has floundered. And people are starting to notice that there's competition developing. And I know it's TPUs and GPUs are different, and some of the other ones are different. But I really like I really like this as a potential, bear piece. All right, now, here's why there's a market. Hans is one to leave. Meta. He says expenses are outrunning revenue. CapEx is set to explode. In a jittery market, Meta's cost reset forces investors to reprice the entire model. He doesn't like that they're stuck in kind of spend at all costs. And he likes it as a short. And again, this is why there's a market.
Two sides.
Just remind Hans, who's not here to defend himself, that a good 6 months ago, I said it was time to buy Google. And Hans was like, Google's got some problems. I'm just kidding. He's been right on so much. It's nice to actually get to be right for once. And then his one to love, and I do kind of like it, is Hood. Hood definitely got a little overheated in October. 155, had a nice haircut, actually briefly dipping below 100. It's a good 33% drop. It's rallied, back to 120. Kind of stuck between a couple of moving averages here. I'll let Alicia kind of show her charts here in a little bit, but it doesn't look terrible. Maybe it's worth seeing if it can break over the 21 and make a run back to the 50 before jumping in. But I don't despise the idea. And again, to Hans's point, this red line represents the cost of options. And options are not, at least for Hood, very expensive. And he likes it because he's seeing new high margin growth engine with prediction markets. Very true. Membership economics are inflecting as gold subscribers have doubled. And Hood is well positioned for the predictive. I like how they say it's not betting, it's predictive markets. So, Andrew, if you and I flip a coin and I yell heads, and we're not betting when we do that. All right. We're executing a predictive market. So just remember that. All right. It's not gambling. We're in a predictive market when you and I flip coins, or let's say we go head to head in poker. So there's my idea and Hans's. Again, we got a little market meta. I'm going to pass it to our own Viking of Volatility. He is our director of education, option pit trader numero uno, Andrew Giovinazzi. Andrew, what are we looking at here today?
For my choices, I do like your meta. I like your meta choice. Okay. My choices.
Yes.
The first one to avoid for me, again, and I believe this is kind of wrapped up with the NVIDIA thing, is my stock to avoid right now actually is Oracle and all of the open AI hype stocks that we saw kind of do all that explosive, right? Mark made a good point. Market is making new highs without NVIDIA, or getting back to new highs without NVIDIA participating. That's healthy. Like you want investors to start looking at other stuff. That's how markets make new highs. NVIDIA dragged us up with the AI boom, and it's still booming. But now let's go find some other stocks. And I think Oracle is already from 300 down to 200. And I think it's going to basically be kind of dead money for a little bit until some of this debt stuff becomes more clear. There's too much that's opaque now with Oracle. So I don't like that one. Also, what I did notice as well on my blog, on my report, volatility still looks a little bit high in a stock that should be very that should be a lot more stable. And I'll let Leisha do the charts, but maybe it's bottomed. I wrote this up like before Thanksgiving, and it's down a little bit from that high point, but it's not looking great, and option prices are very high, which is generally, think of it this way. When VIX is sky high, is the market usually going up? No. So higher option prices generally, in my view, are not bullish for a particular stock. Now we're going to contrast that with the stock I've wanted to buy all year. And I've, again, selling puts to try to acquire shares has been a total failure in this stock, but make some money selling the puts. That's okay. But TJ Maxx. Now, didn't we have like a huge surprising, well, option pit, right? We're here today again, right? Great Black Friday sales, but Black Friday sales were pretty good. And sales overall, we talked retail sales last week. TJ Maxx, great numbers, super numbers. So, ultimately there's the mainstream media, whatever, there's always gloom and doom around, but are consumers buying, and TJ Maxx so far, yes. Also, again, except for a little weekend effect here, we have volatility very close to, let's see, a 2-year low. Not exactly a 2-year low, but pretty darn low. So again, I'm seeing I like this stock to be maybe another $5-6 higher by the end of the year. Just riding the holiday sentiment higher. And again, I like low volatility as confirming rallies on what I would call like retail stocks. Is not exactly an AI stock, right? So it's going to act differently. It's going to trade differently. And that is my long pick for the week. I had a resting order at I don't know, from I believe the beginning of the year, 100, it never tripped. And now it's 150. So, and here's another thing about this market. Okay. It might not be, it doesn't have to be just AI for a stock to go from 110 to 150. It can happen. Any stock can do that, but TJ Maxx has been continually making highs. So anyway, and like I said in my story, it's one of the few places my wife likes to actually go and shop. So if she likes it, then we've been a long time Walmart holder too. So just because she uses it, Walmart, Walmart, whatever, Walmart Express or Prime or whatever it's called, free mall, the Walmart subscription. So anyway, those are my picks. Oracle, scary, avoid. TJ Maxx, I think all the signs actually look for a decent holiday season.
Yeah, there you have it. All right. So got a couple more. And now let's kick it to our own Queen of the Candles, your queen and mine. She is Leisha J. Leslie. And she is our firm chart expert, along with being a spectacular option trader. Leisha, what do you got for us, and what do you think of our picks?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Look at my long or to buy is PLTR. I love how well it's followed my pitchfork. Beautiful dragonfly doji down at the bottom of the pitchfork, confirmation. Now it's kind of just consolidating here to pop up into the next channel. I think it'll trade back up to the top of the channel, coincides nicely with the 50-day, 179.70-ish, almost 180. So I like PLTR. We do need to break over these recent highs. I always like to clear the most recent highs before buying calls. So PLTR I like higher, and Google was my getting a little toppy stock. Google traded nicely almost to the top of the pitchfork, not quite. And it's pulled back a little bit. This morning it's testing that median line. I think Google could possibly trade to the top of its gap there. 309, 310. It's an over $7 move, especially if it closes below my median line here today. I think it's a nice, healthy little pullback in Google. I don't think it's anything drastic that it will stop its rally. So those are mine. I have to side with you, Mark. I think Meta is bottoming, and look how well. All that support it honored. Honored the
Mhm.
bottom of my most current pitchfork. It honored the top of an older pitchfork going way back. Lots of support there, and sure enough, it bounced. Now we've cleared the median line and the 21-day. My meta target is up here, 675-ish. I think it wants to rally. And I like how my pitchfork here lines up perfectly with that bottom of that gap. And that will be resistance before it decides if it's going to roll over there or close the gap. So that's your target, the bottom of that gap. Meta, what Nvidia were you?
Yeah,
Mark?
I was looking at NVIDIA.
I have to agree. Nvidia, although I'm not ready to short it, it is honoring this downtrend line. Folks, if you trade Nvidia, put that downtrend line in, just as long as that holds. That could be your stop loss level. It could be your level to possibly go long. Let me remove that one. It's too redundant. Not ready to go short it. This could be a really nice hammer. Held my median line, closed. It's struggling to rally, but I wouldn't short it. I'm bullish overall market, the market overall.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew, Oracle, I agree, kind of struggling here to get off the mat. You do have a nice resistance there at the 200-day. Once again, though, I'm not something I want to short. I'm just bullish overall, but
Well, there's a difference between maybe like lightening the load a little bit or doing some or selling some stock and buying upside calls, something like that.
Yeah.
For investors, sometimes it's not time to short, but maybe it's time to leave a little bit.
Okay.
Take some money off the table.
Yeah.
NVIDIA is clearly showing that, a name like NVIDIA, a name like Oracle, still great companies, but maybe they're telling you like that crazy upside that was happening is starting to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Neither of them have rallied with, as you said, Mark, that 300-point rally overall in the market. So yeah, they are showing weakness in that regard. TJ Maxx, look at Andrew, completely honored the top of my pitchfork perfectly. I love when that happens. We have a shooting star or a doji, a gravestone doji. Now it's testing the median line. I'd like to see it close over the median line, I'll say over 151. Get some confirmation that it's going to hold here and rally. Below here, though, I see support like 149.5. But yeah, definitely on a trajectory higher. It's a matter of finding where you want to go long. But yes, I'd say overall, TJ Maxx will trade higher. Hans had Hood. He had Hood higher. It is sitting on support here. For the day, I would watch it close above or below 121. If it can hold that 121, you're going to get a little resistance just above here, but you want to see Hood hold that gap. So maybe wait to the end of the day. Maybe wait till tomorrow, some confirmation that it bounces. Not ready to enter, but definitely one to put on your watch list, possibly once it holds that gap and shows you that the price reveals itself, it's going to rally. Then you hop in my opinion. And like I said, I like Meta to the upside versus the downside.
Yeah. All right. So obviously Meta is a $650 stock. And, liking it higher is great, but trading $640 and the 650 call is $1,350. So you got to shell out over $1,300 to get an 18-day look at it. But here's the good news. There is a inexpensive levered product in Meta, METU.
There you go.
That one is only $31. Now, because it's levered, the implied volatility is higher, but that's kind of baked in to the, the fact that it's levered. It should pretty much tie to where meta implied volatility is. Implied volatility being another word for the cost of buying an option. And now it's not the most liquid, but I can tell it definitely trades enough that our traders should be able to get in and out of it without being stuck like a roach. In METU, the $31 call with the stock trading 30.90 is about $1.60. Little rich, but again, the options are actually relatively inexpensive, especially given how much markets are moving around on a daily basis. I think that this sets up as a pretty decent opportunity to buy some options. Now, with the market a little softer, little execution tip, you can relax a little bit and let it come to you. So I'm going to put in the METU December 19th, 31 calls, and these are going to be less than $1.60. It's a way of trading in Meta. So let me get this written up. And then again, I think you'll do better than us if you're patient and let the market come to you. And we'll target, somewhere around $3 if this thing takes off. And here is the trade. I hope you enjoy the trade. We will not be putting in a close, although I will try and warn you guys about when I'm taking my money. So there you have it, folks. So I would like to remind, so we have now 23 seats available for our Cyber Monday sale. Any service for $1,000 for a year. You can call us or click the link. And we are already out of 2 of our memberships. So I want to welcome our new members, and there you have it. So it is already 10:31. We are going to take a 1-minute pause, and then Leisha and I will be right back with you for 0 DTE. So, folks, stay tuned, stay on board. We're going to be right back. So, for Andrew Giovinazzi, our Director of Education, Leisha J. Leslie, our Queen of the Candles, I am Mark Sebastian, your only option. This was the Ticker Highlight Show, and have a great trading week.
Hi, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Zero DTE. I am Mark Sebastian. I am the founder of Option Pit. I'm joined by Alicia J. Leslie, Queen of the Candles, your queen and mine. And
Morning.
she is our head technical analyst and one heck of a trader. So welcome to Zero DTE. It's good to see so many of you stuck around. We were going to be, reminder, we're going to be live all day. So immediately following Zero DTE, Andrew will be on with Rip Zone and then Capital Gains and then so on. So we're going to be here all day. So again, welcome to Zero DTE. What is Zero DTE? Well, we were trading Zero DTE before options traded every single day. I started trading Zero DTE when we only had Monday, Wednesday, and Friday expirations. We found it lucrative. What we do is we look for a trade every single day. Doesn't mean we put out a trade every single day, but we're trying to put a trade out every single day based on trends in the market, what the market is doing that specific day, using a combination of levels produced by Alicia and then structuring what we call a cash zone trade to take advantage of the movements of Zero DTE, which can be quick but extremely profitable. What I love about this approach is on a daily basis, so we can put on a trade that costs us $100, $80, and that trade can turn into hundreds of dollars. If we land a bullseye, we can see a trade that we put on for less than $100 turn into $900, $950.
Did we just
In a
lose you
very
for-
short period of time.
Oh.
So that is what we do here at Zero DTE. And I would remind you, we are currently still running we have reopened our Black Friday for Cyber Monday, along with this open house. We've sold another 2 seats. We have 21 seats available for that $1,000 price tag, where you can get access to anything we do. Now, a normal week for you for Zero DTE members is Monday through Friday. Alicia is going to do a quick 10-minute charting session with you traders every day. Set levels, tell you where to look long, where to look short, and where to kind of ignore the market. Then on Thursdays, we have an extended session. Alicia does her charts, and then I pop in and I run a trade coaching 20-minute session with the group. We'll look at ways to execute. I'll teach you things like how to day trade without day trading, how to leg into trades, how to leg out of trades, how to use my Baldwin bands, among many other things. So that is kind of how Zero DTE works. And what we're using, and we kind of look at a couple of different indicators. I use volume weighted average price combined with standard deviations from volume weighted average price. That helps me with my my executing. I can show you what that looks like if we show my screen. And obviously I show everyone how to set up my charts in session. But you have volume weighted average price. And then if we want to show my screen, volume weighted average price. And then, here's one standard deviation above volume weighted average price. Here's standard deviation below 2, 2, 3, and 3. And you'll notice that these do act, and this is a 5-minute candle chart, as near-term support and resistance to help with executing when I'm trying to get long versus when I'm trying to get short a 0 DTE trade. Now, Alicia is going to use candlesticks, and she's going to show you what those candles look like, the combination of candles and her pitchforks look like. And then, Alicia, from there, if you want, I can, I can let you take the reins for a couple minutes and run through your charts.
Yes, I would love to. Look at how exciting. So, folks, I get on every morning.
Oh, hey, Hannah, 1 second. We've
Hey,
had a
guys.
surprise visitor. It's
Can
Hannah
you hear me?
Zellner.
Can you hear me okay?
We hear you great.
I just wanted to help us get a little organized. So before we start, hello, everyone. Say hi in the chat if you can hear us. Hello, hello. Alicia's going to show us her charts in just a second. But before we do that, how many of you know what 0 DTE is? If you know what that is, put a 1 in the chat. If you have no idea, put any number or your cat's name, doesn't matter. If you have no idea what 0 DTE is, it's a certain type of options trade that has become insanely more popular in the last few years. So it's the whole reason why the service exists. Mark came to me. What, Mark? This was probably like 3 years ago now.
Almost 3
When
years
the-
ago.
Right. So there's only certain stocks that have expiration every single day. That's what 0 DTE options means, which is an option I'm going to buy today that expires today. Now, for some people, I think that sounds scary because we all know that options have a lot of decay in them. So if I buy an option today that expires today, that sounds like a bad idea. But it can actually be a great idea because there's a lot of volume in the trades. So the most important thing that we have to determine before we make this trade is the direction of the market. And Alicia, that's what you help 0 DTE members do every single morning. So Alicia meets with the members and they look at the market and she says, here's the significant levels, here's what I'm seeing, and here's the direction we think we're going to go. So let's start with that. Alicia, walk us through what you normally look at and where you think the market's trending today.
Well, not only do we concentrate on the daily, so we have an overall market sentiment, but what's really important for 0 DTE is what is it doing for the day, right? We're
Right.
trading the options that are expiring this day. So we concentrate on the 5-minute chart. As you can see, we've had this pitchfork in here, and I will show you. Going back to September 18th, and look at it. It's the support this morning. What stopped the market? Now we can see
you
it.
zoom out a little so we can see the full pitchfork? I just want
Yes.
to look at that really quick. So if you guys know Alicia or trade with Alicia, she uses pitchforks in a lot of her trading. It helps her give her levels for where she thinks a stock is going to go. You can draw a pitchfork on any chart. And they're called pitchforks because they look kind of like a pitchfork laid on its side, basically. So there's a couple different channels in there. And Alicia, you redraw these as the pitchfork breaks, right? So you might, you probably don't redraw them every day, but just as a trend changes, you might draw a new one.
This pitchfork goes back to September 18th. Take a
Wow.
screenshot, folks. If you're a day trader intraday on SPX, XSP, SPY, add this to your 5-minute. Now it's New York time, UTC -5. And that's on your 5-minute chart. Going back to here. Now, in between September 18th and now, we have had other pitchforks. They were smaller, tighter ranges, but this we have because it's still valid. It is still valid. It held here this morning. It was our low. I love when this happens. It's phenomenal. Once again, it tested it again on our 5-minute. We have a bullish engulfing, which is a change in this downtrend.
Okay.
I also have levels. My yellow is our level trend lines. You can see that trend line held from last Friday, or I'm sorry, Wednesday were the highs. So that was our high today.
Okay, so these are 5-minute candles.
Yes.
This is a chart on TradingView. Any of you can use this.
Great.
And you look at this each morning in 0 DTE to determine what?
To determine where the market may honor a support level,
Okay.
meaning it will roll there, bounce,
Right.
honor a resistance level, as we see here, with meaning it will roll lower. And sure enough, you have bearish engulfing, little sell-off, honor the support, bullish engulfing. Now we're rallying. Now you know your next level of resistance is back at 69.30.
Okay. So is that our most significant level today there, that 69.30? Is that what that is? I think it's
I would say this
68.30.
is most significant. It's been tested twice.
Okay.
Now, then we also look at the daily, right? Overall, our daily showing bullishness. So we want to know what the overall market sentiment is. Possibly this is a double bottom for the day, and we
Sure.
rally. Now,
Okay.
we wait until it comes up here. Once it clears here, okay, maybe we're going to close the gap that was created this morning.
So is this something for 0DTE? Because I assume you're kind of doing this throughout the day to determine what we think the next direction is. Because part of 0DTE, Mark, and what you're looking to do by the end of the day is pick a zone that we think the market is going to settle within. That's
Yes.
the goal. So when we trade 0DTE, that's what we're looking to do. Now, I want you guys to think about it kind of like a target. So we have a target that we're going to set throughout the day. Now that target may be higher. Where are we at right now? What's our current level? What are we at? What does it say? 68.17, it looks like right there
Yep.
in the middle. Okay. So what we want to do by the end of the day is say either we're going to go higher, or we think we're going to go between these numbers, or we think we're going to go lower between these numbers. And once we have that zone, that's where Mark and Leisha are going to set up a trade. So what Leisha's showing you right now that she's doing, I'm sure happens a bunch of times throughout the day.
Yes. And in the chat, I will put new levels. When we're approaching levels, I will drop it in the chat. Watch this. If we honor it, if we blow through it. And if I add a new pitchfork, I will give you those in the chat. I just want to add, Hannah, Mark and I talk every day.
We do. I see the chit chat. Leisha will be sending, okay, 68.11. Okay, next one I think is 68.05. Like they chat all day about where they think the levels are. Is this something, Leisha? So if I join 0DTE and become a member, is this something that because we have some questions in the chat. People are like, what tool is this? How do I draw it? I assume this is something that you teach everyone so they can also be looking at the same thing you're looking at.
Yes. And since we've had so many new 0DTE members, yes, they'll get lessons on pitchforks and candles. Super easy to learn, literally like a 10-15 minute lesson every day. We'll talk about a new candle, practice our pitchforks, trend lines. Absolutely. Questions, you can email me anytime. We're here for the education for sure.
We have a couple minutes. Let's take the next 5. Can you show people, everyone who's here, how you drew the pitchfork that we're looking at right now? So if we take it just step by step, if you're watching this right now at home, draw this pitchfork on a chart. It's really going to help you. So the first thing you need to do is go to tradingview.com. Pull it up. It's a free service. Anybody can use it.
Yes, you get several options for free.
Yep.
So it's a very nice service.
Tradingview.com is where we are right now. And you can open this in a new tab. You should be able to hear us just fine. So you can hear how we're going to walk you through this. We're going to show you how to draw this pitchfork. Leisha's going to do it pretty slowly with you here. Actually, she'll do the process. I love it. She's at tradingview.com. This is what it looks like.
Super charts. That's all you need. You can use, this is our 5-minute.
Okay. So click up there.
Daily, weekly.
Take them through it just really slow, step by step. Pick what do you want to do? The 5-minute or the 1 day? What's most important you think that people can use, Leisha?
We look at all of them overall. Like I said, we always want to know what is the underlying sentiment of the market. In my opinion, as long as we hold this gap from Wednesday, we're still in a bullish uptrend.
Okay, let's pick one for everyone that we can draw together. So do you want to do the 5, the day, the hour? What you think?
Well, we concentrate on the 5-minute for
0 DTE.
0 DTE.
Great, then let's do the 5. So click at the top. She just showed you where it is. You want to make sure you select 5 minutes, 5M. So that'll change your candlestick to the 5-minute candles.
Let's draw a new candle, or let's draw a new, more recent pitchfork. How about that?
Let's do
We'll
it.
hide that. So your pitchforks, you're determining pivot points, high, lows, and highs, or lows, highs, and lows. So you come over here on the left on your menu, pitchforks right here. You grab it. Now we're kind of sideways, but I'd say we're sideways. But well, since we're sideways, we want to do like see, I'm getting into it too much. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
This is high, low, and high here. Doesn't do much for us, right? It was in here for a little bit. Doesn't do much for us really today. So there's a better pitchfork.
So when she's drawing these, there's kind of 3 clicks for the 3 pivot points that make the pitchfork.
Right.
So each time you're doing click, 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 and she's finding the one that fits the trend the best.
You can use your little magnet over here. That way, when you hover over the 5-minute session, it'll grab the high and the low.
And then she's kind of dragging them around. And then what you'll do, Leisha, for people who aren't 0 DTE members, is when she draws a new pitchfork and has new pivot points, she'll send out to you the exact points that they are, so you can program them into your chart. So you're not guessing, okay, I think this looks like Leisha's. You can get the exact same pitchfork that she has.
Exactly. And here's the one we just drew.
Okay, so can we just type out in the chat what the points are so someone could have the same one?
Yeah.
I don't know.
November 25th, 9:50. November 25th, 10 o'clock. And way over here, November 25th, 11:15. I want to point out, you saw that older pitchfork that goes back to SEP 18, but look at this. Newer, goes back to Wednesday, but look at how well it honored it here. Blew through it a little bit there, but that's okay. Nothing's always 100% perfect. Twice it honored this channel here. You know this is a good pitchfork when it honors these support and resistance levels of each channel. Now, today, definitely honored down below here, honored it up here, kind of ignoring the median line today. We're blowing through it now. So we do have a double bottom, bullish engulfing, little consolidation, and here we are, we're taking off. Our next target is that previous high for the day. And then above there, our pitchfork resistance, 68.35 half, and then these previous highs.
All right, so tell me what this means for today. Are we going higher or lower?
Well, the question is, we want to make a newer high than our high today.
Okay.
Then we want to see us close the gap. Usually in a gap close, almost always you'll continue in the same direction. Sometimes though, the market wants to close the gap to continue in the direction it started. So today was a down day.
Yep.
It will be very important to watch what happens when we close the gap. We continue higher, we get a rally. We close the gap and kind of wallow or roll lower. Maybe we get an inside day, less movement. Closing the gap is an important thing.
Mark, how do you use this information to put together a 0 DTE trade?
Yeah, well, one of the things that is interesting is we tend to hit Leisha's second extension. Now, there are some mechanical reasons why that's been
What's
happening.
that mean? What the heck is a second
So,
extension?
all right. So you see that yellow line Leisha's got there at 60, 65, 29, 52.
I think it's 68 something.
Yeah,
Definitely
I'm
not
sorry. Did I
65.
say 65? 68, 30-ish. Leisha, we're still looking at your screen.
Other
all
one.
right.
Other
So,
So
that
now
yellow
we're-
line we're just powering through right now.
Right.
That's
Yep.
kind of our first resistance level. we have a
Okay.
tendency to hit that second yellow line up above it. And then sometimes the third one. And so I'm using these to actually set up our cash zones. That was actually a switch that we've made in the last 3 months because there's been important trend changes in 0DTE. So one of the things that's
What do you
really
mean?
well, I'll tell you, Hannah. One of the things that is so unique about Option Pit is when we tell you about a trade, it's not like, hey, go do this trade. Good luck. I'm golfing. We're sitting here trading these ourselves.
Right.
So why is that so important? Because we notice trend changes. We notice when things are changing mechanically in the market or fundamentally in the market because we're heavily involved and we're trading every day. And one of the things that changed in 0DTE was the introduction of these ETFs, mutual funds and asset managers that are just unloading selling programs in 0DTE. And what that has caused is the market to move more than we would normally expect based on how those options price, because traders are actually, right? If I know that every day someone's going to walk into my store and sell me 100 Mickey Mantle baseball cards,
Right.
all right, even though I know they're worth $52,000, I'm only going to pay 40 because I want to make sure I get to sell them, and I know I'm going to have that supply. So all this mechanical supply is causing options that expire today and tomorrow to be too inexpensive. And so the moves are actually bigger than the market expected. And it's allowed us to really kind of ramp up our returns since we've kind of made this switch. Since we implemented the new strategy.
Quick, I'm gonna interrupt you, Mark, because you're runaway train. Leisha, click back to that other tab that you were just on. So what you guys are seeing there, this is Leisha updating people who are 0DTE members on what she's seeing. Now, this is something that happens every day. So what's beautiful about this is if you're a really active trader, because this is a really active service, 0DTE. I see a couple of you have joined since we started talking about this. 0DTE is really active. They're looking for a trade every single day. It's also a really high upside service. So once Leisha and Mark pick the range where they think the market is going to close in, which I think, Mark, is something you usually do like afternoon, right? Like you want to wait for as much information as possible to pick where you think the zone is. Would you say that's true? They're
going to come in the middle of the day, not in the first hour and a half and not in the last hour.
Right.
Sometime between 11 and 2, typically in between 12, typically 1 o'clock is about our normal time that we've got all the information we need to put it out.
Okay. Because you kind of want to hit that right balance between you have enough information on the day that you can see the ways we're trending. Leisha can say, okay, we're at this level. These are the next significant levels. And then you still want to be able to put the trade on early enough that you guys get a good price. So Mark and Leisha are doing that delicate dance for you guys where we can get the most upside, but have the most information. So, and throughout the day, Leisha updates the chat with what you were just saying, which is, here's what I'm thinking direction-wise. Now, if you're a really active trader, this is very helpful for you, not just for trading 0DTE, because you'll know trends all the time, right, Leisha?
Well, I was just going to say, we have such active day traders in 0DTE that they end up with several, in and out on their butterflies, their trades, where they're putting them on for credits or, trades that you would normally pay for. They're legging in and collecting money because they're using our, what we see on the 5-minute.
Yeah. Since we started talking about this, since you had the chart up, there's actually someone in the chat. Let me find him. Lou from Plano, Texas. He said he took a scalp on the SPY 681 calls and made 34% just while we were talking about this. Awesome. And that is extremely common with members, extremely common. Because Leisha's giving you these levels throughout the day, people will just sit in that 0DTE chat room and just pick up little scalpy trades all the way along. They also can teach you special things like legging in. There's a way to actually get into these trades kind of for free, the way you set them up. That's a more sophisticated, advanced tactic. But as you get more comfortable with zero DTE, that's something everyone can learn to do. Now, I know we're going to run over time here in just a second. It's 9. I don't want to get that music played on me. So anything else that you want to leave people with talking about zero DTE, Mark and Leisha, before we go? This is an
so,
extremely active
couple of things since we implemented this strategy change. There's one, if you toss out like a weekend hedge I put out because I was worried the whole market was going to crash. We've done 19 trades, 13 winners. And so you can do the math on the track record. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 triple-digit winners, including 252%. These are all in a day. The average return has been over this period of time. So all trades, the return has been the average return has been
we
about
should go back up
30%.
to the top on the track record. Yeah, so just leave it right here for a second. So you guys can see, if you collapse the menu to the left, Leisha, just hit that hamburger thing at the top next to the search bar. See where it says search at the very top?
Oh, here?
Right. No, yeah. Now see those 3 lines? Click those 3 lines. It'll make this a little bit bigger so everyone can see it.
I didn't know that was there.
Yeah. So if you guys look here, they're looking for higher upside. So triple digit winners is what we're shooting for. You will sometimes lose 100%. So leave it right here, Leisha. Don't scroll any further. You will sometimes lose 100% on the positions. And that's because you guys hold them through the close. So the way that this works is these are actually cash settled, which without getting too complicated, what that means is if I own this option and I keep it all the way through expiration at the end of the day, I'm not assigned shares of stock like I would be with Apple or Tesla or something else I own.
Or even SPY.
Or
right?
even
Which is
SPY,
why
right?
we
If I
don't
buy
use
SPY, exactly. That's why the ticker we're trading here is SPX. So you don't get actually assigned that. You either just get the profits you made directly deposited into your account, or you lose what you invested in the trade. And you guys, Mark and Leisha, are okay with losing 100% because when we win, the winners are big enough that it just doesn't matter. The maths out.
Yeah, the combo of winners being bigger on average and the kind of consistency of being able to trade these every day. We could, if I did 5 trades in a week, if I only won on 2 of them, I would be net up on the week.
Right.
We are going to win about 3.1, 3.2 of those trades though. And that's what works out so well in our favor.
Guys,
So the entry price to get in is usually very little.
Yeah, look at
Yes,
this.
it is.
Entry price, 80 cents. So that'd be $80 for a single contract. 150. There's an expensive one. 50 cents, $2, 35, $2, 475. So these are affordable trades. Oh, before I get booted, just pop the 3 pencils.
Yes.
Yeah.
To join Zero DTE, we'll post a link in the chat. Christian, if you can drop that in there, please. You can join using this order form. You can give us a phone call, 888-872-3301. Looks like we have 6 seats have been taken. So get in to Zero DTE if you'd like. Leisha's live every day. These are high upside trades. So thanks, Leisha and Mark.
Thank you. And let's welcome in our own Andrew T. Giovinazzi. He's our Director of Education. He's a going on 40-year trading veteran. He joined Option Pitch shortly after I started the company, and we've been married at the hip ever since. He's my brother. He's my work wife. He's just about everything you can ask for in a partner in crime. And so Andrew, I'm going to hand off Zero DTE. Again, click the link, give my team a call with questions. And now I'm going to pass it off to our own Andrew T. Giovinazzi for your open house Rip Zone session.
Andrew, do you mind?
Do I hand it to, or do you take her with you?
No, I'll hang out with you for a little bit, Andrew.
Okay.
Let's talk about Rip Zone. Thanks, Mark.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm Andrew Avanazzi. I'm director of education, optionpit.com. And depending on the day, president or whatever, chicken coop builder. I live in Maine. I don't really go anywhere pretty much, except to maybe visit Option Pit when we have events somewhere. I do travel maybe a little but anyway, but I like building things. I've been trading options since 1989. I guess Social Security is coming for me pretty soon. But I am a SIBO alum. Market maker down there for 6 years, and
One of the things
PCX, Pacific Stock Exchange member for a little over 11 when I was young. And then Citadel came in and ruined everything, and it all became electronic. So, not long after that, I basically retired. I spent a couple years with trying to start companies, and then I eventually found Mark. And
Andrew,
he
would you
was
say that the way
Wow.
you trade in Rip Zone, which is daily, would you say that, because I think that the goal when you first launched Rip Zone was to kind of simulate the environment that you guys had on the trading floor. So
Yep.
really active, live conversation about the markets is kind of the setup for this strategy. So we'll get into the specifics in just a second, but for you guys that are here, Rip Zone is something that happens every single day. This is the only place you can live trade with Andrew every day. It's usually like 45 minutes to an hour. You're just going to see 30 minutes of it today. So for those of you that are watching the services today and getting a feel for what they are, this is going to be a pretty active one, and it's the only place you can live trade with Andrew every day. So when you start Rip Zone, Andrew, like what are kind of your goals? What's the structure every day, and what type of trades do you get most excited about in Rip Zone?
So the structure is, this is a system I've used at Option Pit for about 10 years. Because I didn't trade vol products when I was a floor member.
What's a vol
They didn't
product?
exist back then.
What's a vol product?
A vol product is anything that uses the VIX futures. So
Okay.
you don't have standard like Apple can go up forever. Google, Nvidia, right? These are all stocks that go up, and then there are times and they don't really go anywhere. They're down for a while. But for the vol products, they have some unique characteristics. So
Okay.
one is that they really only trade in a cycle, meaning there is 4 quartiles or four zones that they trade in.
Okay.
So they spend all their time going up, like from zone 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
And then you get at zone 4, and then it goes zone 4, zone 3, zone 2, zone 1. Like they spend a lot of time just going up and going down. So
Andrew,
when you're trading options,
can you list off for me? So before we get this far, I'm going to stop you a couple times. Sorry, I know. Can you just list off a couple of vol products for me? What are some examples?
yeah, like the VIX options,
VIX. Okay.
VIX futures, VXX. If
Okay.
people aren't familiar with that, UVXY,
Okay.
UVIX, pretty much anything with an X in it.
Right.
SVIX, and SVXY. We only really trade probably 3 of them total.
Okay.
To keep it simpler.
Right.
But once you understand how volatility works in the vol products, which is what you learn here,
Right.
the thing that excites me most about this strategy, and it's a holdover from my floor trading days,
Yeah.
is if you're going to trade options, I always like having a trade in my back pocket that when the market decides to do things that is not working,
Yeah.
you have something to close that's paying. So
Okay.
a lot
So
of times
this is
when
kind
you're,
of like an overall hedge maybe for you that you
Yeah.
have on at all times.
Yep. So you have a hedge, and when you were a floor trader, like volatility would get really low and you would just buy a bunch of SPY puts, right? The prices of options would get super low. And as a habit, I would, okay, in the SPY, I'm going to go buy, whatever. I'm going to buy 100, 200, 300 SPY puts that are 10% out of the money 6 months out. And then the idea of rip zone came about, where in a bull market, puts don't do anything, right? You lose money.
Sure. Right.
I'm like, okay. And I put my thinking cap on many moons ago. Mark and I talked about, these ideas as a strategy, but what products just melt away when the market is doing well?
Yeah.
Meaning you could buy something and be short it, right? And the thing is you can buy puts in a volatility product like a VXX or a UVXY, and those names can go from $60 to $40. So all of a sudden I decided, wow, if you could put some of these things together, right? You have your index protection like a VIX call or a VXX call.
Right.
So if the market falls apart, this is going to pay you some money.
So most people don't trade the vol products. The average retail trader, which you guys here watching this today are not the average retail trader. We talk about this a lot. Just by being here, you guys are ahead of 99% of people. But most people don't even think about these or trade them. The only time they talk about these is, when volatility spikes, they'll say, the VIX is at 30 or whatever. That's the only time people really mention this. Not a lot of people use this. And the reason for that, just to tell you guys that are here today, if you don't trade the VIX or don't trade any of these vol products, it's mostly because a lot of people don't understand when to use them and which one to use. Now, Andrew obviously does. So part of what he's doing in Rip Zone is making sure that we're activating the right vol product at the right time based on what can pay us. So one of the ways that you do that, Andrew, is using these VIX zones. If you want to make that really big, let's just talk about that a little bit, because for everyone that's here, this is something that you guys can apply to your trading every single day. Which zone we're in, which VIX zone we're in, and how much that zone means the market is expected to move. This is something that is actually a formula. It's a real hard fact. And you don't get a lot of those in trading. So when you get those, your ears should perk up. You want to pay attention to that. So Andrew's is going to make this as big as possible. We'll walk through this slowly for you guys, but for the next few minutes, knowing which VIX zone we're in is really important. So there's 4 total zones. Andrew will show this to us, and I'd grab a screenshot of this. Christian, maybe we can get something of this and pop it in the chat for everyone. But here's the 4 zones. So the VIX is a ticker. If you go in and search the VIX, it'll pop up. It measures volatility. So what are our different zones here?
So, and this is an important distinction, right? Stocks can have volatility zones, but stocks can just keep going up forever. The volatility products, they don't go up forever and they don't go down forever. And this is historically after 25 years of trading them. And again, it's the nature of how volatility and option pricing works, which is all stuff you're going to learn in here. There's some jokes already in the chat. So historically, there are 4 zones, and the VIX itself, the index, is always trying to go from one zone to the next.
Right.
Meaning the more worried we are, we will bump up a zone. So if the market, if there's a Trump tweet or there is some kind of adverse trade war or anything of that nature, we will always go up zone, meaning from 1 to 2 to 2 to 3 to 3 to 4.
Okay. So
and then once we're in zone 4, and this is kind of the stuff you learn, you never know how long it's going to last.
Right.
But it never lasts forever.
So the guarantee for us is that we're going to go to a different zone. That's the guarantee.
Correct.
Right.
It has never not happened.
Right.
that we will not go to another zone. And it's also, you think about volatility, they call it the fear gauge, but I think what a better instead of the fear gauge, I would use more like, the RPM in your car or your heartbeat, right? How fast is it beating? And you could be at a resting pulse for a long time, zone 2 or zone 1. So half the time, and you notice their 18 is kind of in the middle. Basically, again, this is from Dr. Vicks, but this is also from observation for me. Half the time we're above 18 and half the time we're below 18. So what the zone idea is it gives you an idea like what can happen. Because once you're at an 18, right, you're like, wow, I have equal chances to go up or down. You can think of it like that. Once I'm in zone 1, the likelihood that I see the other 3 zones eventually is pretty high, right?
Right.
When you see zone 4, when volatility is really high, the likelihood you see a lower zone, because remember, you only spend 25% of the time in each zone.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there.
Yep.
Let me tell you guys what the zones are in case you can't see this, okay? Zone 1 is when the VIX is between 8 and 13. This would be very low volatility. So usually we see a zone 1 when we're in a bull market. It's smooth. Imagine it as smooth sailing, okay? Smooth sailing is when we're going to see a VIX zone 1. We have not been in zone 1 for a while.
All year.
All year we have not been in zone 1. Zone 2 is from 13 to 18. Right now we are in zone 2. So the VIX right now is at 17, which is zone 2, between 13 and 18. Zone 3 is 18 to 24, and zone 4 is anything 24 or above. Now, like Andrew said, what's the highest the VIX has ever been? It's not actually going to go to infinity. What's the highest the VIX has ever been historically?
Well, in the crash of 87, probably 120.
Okay, so
but
like
in recent
120,
memory, about 95.
Okay, so we'll see. Think about like the yen carry that happened back in August or something. Like we'll see periods where the VIX will spike up really high. But like Andrew's
60.
saying,
Yep.
right? Like Andrew's saying, we know it has to come down or go into another zone. And what Andrew's really doing in Rip Zone is trading the movement from zone to zone. So right now, if we're at 17, so we're in zone 2, where is the next zone that the VIX is most likely to move that you're going to be trading the move into that zone, Andrew?
Say that one more time, Hannah.
If we're at a VIX 17 right now, that's where we're at. So we're in zone 2. And if you trade the movement between the zones, where is your next trade going to be? And where do you think the VIX could go next?
So I follow what the curve does. That's the second part of the strategy. Did you have an idea to lead me into that?
Without getting into the curve too much, tell me what do you think right now?
So basically, I would look for VIX to go down the zone to the next one, because historically, mostly once you enter a zone, you break into a new one, you drop down close to the bottom of it just because of the math of all the numbers. So that's what I would expect. So I would expect we just broke into zone 2, and we should continue on down until, maybe, we get to somewhere close to the top of zone 1.
And you guys will see some Rip Zone members in the chat talking about something called contango. Basically, there's a VIX curve. We won't get too into it right now, but this is a big focus of what you'll learn if you join Rip Zone. It's kind of like a map. Like there's a very clear map to read at all times of where we think the VIX is going next. Part of that map is using something called the volatility curve, which basically tells us where we are most likely to go next. That curve can be in 3 different, we'll call it settings. It can be in something called contango, backwardation, or flat. Those are the 3 kind of curve options. And each of them tell us if we think the VIX is going to go up or down, and it can even tell us exactly what the best trade is that we can make. So that's something that Andrew teaches in Rip Zone. You would learn in Rip Zone. But a question I want to pose to you, Andrew, is I think when most people, and you guys, there's 350 people here. Tell me if this is true or not. You can put true or false. When I used to think of volatility before I started working at OptionBit, I just thought that sounds too hard. That was my overwhelming opinion, is that this sounds confusing. Do you guys think that that's true or false? Tell me in the chat. Is it true or false that trading volatility sounds too hard? Because when we used to talk about this, Andrew, I was like, I think that that seems too difficult, too complicated. There's a lot of different factors here. I don't know how to measure them. I don't know how to put them together. It was clear to me that there was an opportunity here, but I just wasn't sure what to do with it. You know?
Well,
and I think one of the things you've told me you love the most about trading volatility is it really is more predictable than a lot of other ways to trade, like way more predictable. You just have to know what you do and don't know and where to look. So as long as you understand that, it can be advantageous.
But it's also by nature. You've got there's only 4 places for the underlying to go. So again, from a trading option point of view or from an expectation point of view, it should be easier, right? And I've been using this strategy off and on. I've used it so much that a student actually wanted me to put it all into a spreadsheet, which you actually get with RipZone.
Can you show us an example of that? Can we see?
Yeah. So if you join RipZone and you're a Thinkorswim member, this automatically updates, and this actually helps with. You'll learn to use the sheet because we use it in class pretty much every day. What volatility is doing, what the volatility products are doing, how they're decaying, right? Because if you think about it, it's like, okay, I'm holding an ice cube and it's melting every day. How do I take advantage of that? And it's much different from selling options in general.
Okay.
So because we don't sell options in here, we buy options. So part of the thing here from a risk point of view is we're option buyers, but we buy options that do better when the option products decay. I know that sounds crazy, but that's what it is. And it changes all your risk reward parameters when you do trade. So you don't have those, selling calls or selling puts that could give you those larger losses, because let's say people like to sell iron condors or sometimes credit spreads and things like that. So you have a different risk reward setup with these trades. So
what's the biggest thing? So when you say that, a different risk reward setup with these trades, just translate that into everyday language for are they lower risk? Is it going to pay me more?
Well, yeah, if you risk $1, you're only going to lose $1. Okay.
Whereas on a lot of trades, you can what?
Risk $1 and lose 10.
Okay. So the risk reward profile is more advantageous.
And so basically that is and here's the thing about trading the volatility products in general. The farther we go down zone, meaning into zone 1, the better the strategy will do. The more we go above zone or deep into zone 3 and 4, the better the strategy does.
Why is that?
If it hangs around 18, we're kind of like
why is that? Why is that true?
Well, because we like the options to move a little bit. The strategy is designed to move between zones. So from 3 to 2 to 1. We want the switching.
We want the switching between zones.
You want the switching because also I want the switching because historically the switching of zones, the changing, right? Volatility going up and down.
Yeah.
That's historically how it works. And that's basically what I'm that's what I'm looking for in the strategy and when I set up trades. So this spreadsheet actually sets up trades, like all the trade ideas. They're all in here depending on, what happens. And what I like to have is to make a trade here really in this area. It's not a daily trade strategy.
Sure.
Because
we're not switching zones every day normally.
We are
right?
not switching zones every day.
Right.
But once we switch a zone, that's when we want to put on something new. Because once you change zones, the likelihood that you're going to keep going or change again are higher.
Got
So
it.
if you think about it like this way, if the market just kind of doing nothing, it sort of does nothing, right?
Yeah.
Until there's a news event.
Right.
Then you kind of spring into action. That is what the zone strategy
So if we're in zone 2 right now, let's try to give a couple takeaways for the people that are here. Again, guys, if you want to join Rip Zone, this is the only place you can live trade with Andrew every single day. It's
Right.
the only trading strategy. He's live every day. Let's post a link in the chat, Christian, please. I think we got it right up there. You can get the vol dashboard, the VIX curve. You'll get an understanding of the zones, all that trading. If you join Rip Zone, we'll post a link. I think we have, what are we at now? 17 seats left or something. So grab Rip Zone. With the VIX at 17 today, Andrew, what are some events over the next few weeks that you think could send us into either zone 3 or maybe down into zone 1 for the first time? Like, what would it take to get there?
Right.
What are some things I should be watching?
This is essentially how we'll trade it in the zone, probably, tomorrow as we get moving. But we have the Fed's coming out on the 10th. We're not going to do a lot of zone changing until after that date. That's how that has been this year, where since we always have to wait for a Fed announcement,
Right.
because they all seem to be very big. Everything kind of waits, and then we get some action afterwards. So that would be the setup going into that Fed meeting. If they cut, I would expect us to see zone 1 for the first time this year, because it would be fitting that zone 1 shows up at the end of the year between Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Yeah. Why is that fitting? Because usually
because we haven't seen it all year, and we've seen almost everything in this market,
right.
at least for 1 year. And the fact that we haven't seen zone 1, which is a very profitable part of the strategy, because put you buy for $1 can go to $5 or $6, right? Instead of a put you buy for $1 goes to $1.25. And I think ultimately people are just happy with that. They'll just take the $1.25. Me personally, I want the $1.50, $1.90, $2.50, $3, because I like, I'm used to seeing zone 1. So you could, if there's still money to be made. You just have to, when you have a market like this, you have to take those dollars. Waiting for zone 1, and that's a thing that you don't want to do. If it's not giving you a lower zone, take what you can in the zone you have, and then get ready to set up the next trade. So the whole point is you're always presented with opportunities, and you just rinse and repeat the opportunity depending on what zone you're in.
Right.
And then after a while, you'll get used to the repetition. And then you'll always have a long volatility trade in your book. So this is not, like I say, it's not a daily trade. It's more suited for people that, want to learn about a volatility products.
Right.
Want to do one trade a week and something that's a little, easier to follow, because we put out the opens and the closes and try to, essentially, as soon as you go from one zone to another, you want to close what you got.
Right.
And not wait around too long. You could get 2 zones, then you have home run city if you get 2 zones generally.
To join Rip Zone, it is included in our 1K for 1 year offer. By the way, since this is daily live trading with Andrew, this usually goes for $2,500, if not $3,000 a year. This is an expensive service that I did not want to include in this bonus, but we have. So you can get this 1K for 1 year. Give us a phone call. There's an order form below. We also, so if you're just joining us, people will come in and out all day. We are having a full open house all day here at Option Pit. So what you guys are seeing are paid services that we trade, and we're talking to you about each of them. And you can actually join for 1K for 1 year, any of the services that you see today. So we just went through Ripzone in, I think, maybe 1 minute or less. Frank is going to be joining, and I'll let you guys go through cap gains. Anything you want to leave people with here, Andrew, talking about Ripzone?
Yeah, generally every day we all, in Ripzone 2, we talk about strangles and equities. We talk about volatility and what makes a good trade. Right now, you have every day we have class notes that I write up, and is connected with the video of the day that we have. So there's a trade almost every day, although we don't put a trade on because it would be near impossible to basically alert a trade every single day that has a 2-week duration.
Sure.
People would get but people do enjoy having a trade to look at every day.
Definitely.
Because you never know, like at class time, what's the opportunity? So anyway, we have these notes all the time.
We're getting the gong, which tells us it's time for the next person.
Yes.
So if Frank's here, you can pop him in. Andrew, I'll let you guys go through capital gains, which is a service that Andrew and Frank run together. So you guys can wear your cool glasses and talk about this, and then I'll be back for Delta Strike with Mark. Hi, Frank. How you doing?
I'm all right, Hannah. How are you doing?
I'm great. I'm glad to see you.
You as well. How was your Thanksgiving?
Fabulous. It actually felt, this doesn't happen a lot with holidays, but it felt a lot longer than 4 days, I thought.
Mine felt shorter.
Oh, well, I hope your next one feels longer. I'll let you guys get into it. Tell us what you're doing in cap gains, anything you guys are watching, and I'll be back for Delta Strike in 30 minutes. Enjoy.
Thank you, Hannah. Hey,
Well,
G.
welcome, Frank.
How you doing, sir?
Well, they've already heard about me.
Well, you're the exciting part. So,
Well, I'm not. I am not the
downer.
exciting part, because in every service, we're supposed to tell people what our indicator is.
Okay.
And I have the only service where the indicator is actually a human. and that's you. So why don't you just fill people in like 2 minutes on your experience, and then why, and then how we set up, and then how we'll set up, and then how we set up trades and cap gains.
Yeah, no, I mean, always sucks to talk about yourself, but here we go. No, I'm a former DC guy. So I worked on Capitol Hill for a couple of senators back in the day. And then I was a DC lawyer. And because of that, just built an incredible Rolodex, spent my entire life, I grew up down there, spent my life down there. So I was always immersed in the DC scene. And then I came a little later in life, about midway career, came to Wall Street, and I've actually now scarily been up here for the last 27 years, which is a little horrifying. It's been that long. There's my son's about to turn 31. That's the most horrifying thing in my life. It's good he's turning 31, but that I have a 31-year-old. So been up here for that long, and it's kind of interesting. People say, all right, that's great. Wall Street moves money. But there's an old adage in DC. There's a lot of adages on Wall Street. Everyone's got their little Wall Street adages. Buy low, sell high. What's the DC one? DC is New York thinks it's the center of the universe. DC knows it is. And the reason they say that is because as much money as New York touches with its fingers moving around the world, moving around the U.S., no one moves more money than the U.S. government, whether directly or indirectly. That's just a fact. We are the biggest movers of money in the world, at least for now. And I do say that because there's a lot of, we got some folks nipping at our heels, China and others, but we still direct a lot of assets. And so I took that, let's explore my knowledge in DC, a lot of contacts that I have with, politicos, with CEOs, and my own world. After really doing that for a long time, I got into the startup game, particularly in the anything touching national security and critical infrastructure. So I've got a lot of background in that. I know a lot of folks in that world. And so we looked at capital gains and said, can we create a product where we try and anticipate where money's going to move out of DC, what sectors it's going to impact, what stocks might benefit from that, and then build some great trades around it. And I was never a trader, Andrew. I was a stock guy. I liked looking at stocks. I liked looking at sectors. That's what I'm good at. I never built the trades. And so I'd buy something, hold it, and it would go up, it would go down. And at some point I'd sell and I go, hey, I made a little money. And then, I was introduced to you and Mark Sebastian and other folks that are really professional traders. And I really saw how we could take these ideas, but actually turn them into really good money-making ideas by building strong trades around them. And that's where capital gains came from.
Well, as an indicator, Frank has done well. I think our track record is, I don't even know. It's pretty good. Like 80% win rate or something like that over time. So the idea is Frank he comes up with ideas. Where is money going? And he finds the names that could be interesting with that.
And I'd say, Andrew, because look, a lot of people can look at where money's going, right? You see a bill come out, but it's the timing of it. It's, what is rumor versus what is actually happening. And, so much of, believe it or not, and, I think, everyone's going to, poo-poo this statement. There's a lot of theater in DC. And so you got to end up cutting through the noise about what is real, what is not, what's actually going to happen from what's being said, what's not. And then how do you make a trade? Do you make a long-term trade based on what's actually going to happen? Or do you make a short-term trade based on the rumor of what might happen? And the key there, knowing it is just a rumor, it's going to be a short-term trade, and you better get the heck out before that trade turns on you.
Right.
And so that's kind of how we divide up the world. We have long-term and then these short-term, what I call rumor trades.
It has worked out well. Another thing that Frank does is he identifies stocks in areas that are relatively early stage. So for instance, like, with the new administration last year when Trump came in, or when he comes across stuff when he puts on his drone CEO hat. I don't know if you're a CEO, CTO, chief, I don't know, whatever you are, drone principal.
Everything not an engineer.
Everything that's not an engineer. So he's coming across these names. So like a name like SMR, that was $3 or $4 that went to $50. A name like KTOS, that was my stock pick of the year for this year. It was $22, traded over 100. I actually sold most of it when it went up there, but anyway, part of this is, and I keep the portfolio of all the stocks I'm still holding that Frank recommends in capital gains. So here, I'll just show you. Let me see here.
Sometimes we get in a little too early, Andrew. One name that we've been dabbling around now is AREC, for instance. Yeah, and I like it a lot. And it's hovering. It's in the high twos, I believe, right now. But when we first looked at it, I think it was 30 cents. Yeah. And the problem was we could buy it long. We just couldn't put any trades around it. There any options activity around it at that point.
So we do this kind of anyway. So our rundown here is everything in orange is a stock that I still own. So ARAC we still own, and that's a name, by the way. I think again, if you want a stock pick, that could be something nice. That definitely could be one, but names that we have had on here: Perpetua, THM, PPTA, BBAI, KTOS. These are all things I still have holdings in. US Air, LHX. So anyway, all airship holdings, all of these little stocks, when we go through the types of trades that we put on, but I still hold them all. And when I sell some, I just, I tell the room and in class, I'm like, I sold half of it. I sold 80% of it. I sold whatever. Because what happens with these stocks, as Frank said, all of a sudden the market discovers the stocks. Okay. They discover the stocks. And, really for us, that's a good time to exit. So like right now, if we're looking at a subject, right? So a subject we have is nuclear energy.
Yep.
Okay. And check out our track record here. This has been the best product we have run, maybe because my indicator is so good. Also, VIX going to zone 1 has nothing to do with this particular product. But this was a stock that Frank had us in at like $3 last year. And it raised to like 50, 55. And what we're waiting for now, and this is why it's not while we have Frank, but one of his great uses is like, okay, when is the administration going to start talking up the nuclear power game? And we know it's inevitable. Like they've got to do something, and we just want to hear when the wheels start to turn, right? And when it does, I think it will be a great opportunity. SMR is a crazy stock. Okay, Frank had us in this in 2024. You can see it's very volatile. Went from $4 to $55. It's now right now, but you know why it's down here? Because you're not hearing anything, right? You're not hearing anything. You're not hearing anything about nuclear power right now.
No, but you're going to have to, right? I mean,
right.
You can't go. You can't build out AI. Let's just take AI, right? That's the hot topic. And is there an AI bubble? I think everyone believes we're in this massive AI bubble. I disagree. For a lot of reasons. I think yes, there's some run up in certain stocks, but I mean, my gosh, the application of AI is we're not even in. We're barely in the first inning, right? So, there's so much happening with that still, but to build out the infrastructure to support AI, however, that growth's going to happen. Whether or not AI stocks make money is, that's a different question. But that growth is going to happen, and to support that from an infrastructure standpoint, you need to build out servers, you need to build out data warehouses, and you need to power all that. And in the end, the only way that you're going to do that efficiently is with nuclear power.
Right.
It just has to happen. I mean, do solar panels? I don't even know if they make money yet. As much as we do, right? They're still, they're 4 times more expensive per kilowatt hour. They're, same thing with windmills. And those suckers are constantly breaking. So, and they're political landmines. Everyone subtly behind the scenes agrees on nuclear, even if people are not nuclear friendly. I think everybody realizes you have to have it, and it's going to have growth. And yes, they might put a lot of, reg around it, but it's going to grow. And the way it's going to grow is with small modular reactors. SMR happens to, good choice of name and ticker symbol, but
right.
You look at SMR, Nano, and some others. I think the small modular reactors are where it's at.
And another stock that we have that we could talk about, is FLR owns 30% of Fluor. Yep. Now, this is a construction company.
Yep.
Again, this is a long-term play.
But what do they build? They build nuclear reactors.
I know, but they're going to be the ones that build nuclear reactors, and they own a big nuclear reactor. So this is a current long we have.
Hey, Andrew, can we pop back for a second to KTOS?
Yeah.
How's that doing?
Well, this stock has done pretty well this year. Let's see. It started the year at $25, and it traded over 110. And now this was actually one of the first companies of a drone company that actually sells stuff to the government.
And the reason I'm asking is, what is one of the big headline, privately held still? So it's not a publicly traded company, but when people think of high tech drones, guy doing cool stuff, what privately held name comes to mind?
I know it's a drone name. I just can't think of it.
Anduril.
Yeah, Anduril.
Anduril.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you that Anduril is getting a lot, and when I say a lot, I mean a lot of bad press inside the government and inside the military who it's serving. They have been rushing so much to market. They're trying to be the everything to everyone company inside the military, and they've been rushing to market, and a lot of their tech has been underperforming, if not failing. And so that is really starting to raise some eyebrows. And when their big hit item is a competitive unmanned wingman drone to the KTOS product, that could be good for KTOS.
Okay. Well, it sounds like a trade tomorrow. So this is how we would go through a trade, by the way. We could take a look. Let's take a look. So right now, Frank's like, okay, they're getting some bad press.
All rumors, by the way.
Okay.
Just rumors. Yeah. All rumors.
And what I do is like, okay, well, we're trying to find, let's say, a long trade in KTOS. And what I'll do is I'll look here. Now, one of the things in capital gains that we do is we try to achieve what we call zero theta, which means that like we usually put on trades in pairs, like for two sectors that Frank has looked at. It could be energy, nuclear power. It could be solar. If there's some opportunity in solar, if the government's getting back in, EVs. So just depending on what's going on. So the start is you have to start somewhere. And the theme is that KTOS could benefit from bad news for Anduril. So now what we want to do is we just want to find the best long trade we can based on where the option prices are, because earnings have already come out. So I don't really have to worry about an earnings surprise right now. But we can look at a type of trade that we'd want to put on and see what it looks like. So awesome. We have, I would say, option prices. Can you guys see the red line there? They're not super cheap. When they're super cheap, I like to make things simple. Buy some calls when things are really cheap. When they're a little more expensive, I want to roll into the zero theta area, maybe like a calendar spread. And I'll just take a look. We'll see how it prices. Now in here, I like to buy some duration, meaning I want a little more time for things to work out. Oh, G-Man like KTOS at 5 and Blue Dog at 15. So Blue Dog, this is the first time I've actually heard you talk about KTOS at 15 instead of Portillo's. So here, January. So I would set up a calendar here. I would set up a calendar trade probably around $80. And let's see what we have here. Let's look at the prices. So $285. And again, this is a thing we look at in capital gains. We don't want huge dollar trades. When we buy stocks, the stocks are generally $2, $3, $4, $5 before the news kind of springs on them. A similar one was like USAR. Frank, didn't you work on that as did some legal work for them pre-IPO or something like that many moons ago.
Actually, did back in 2019, did a little investment banking work for it.
Okay. So, and USI, I think you got a holding still in that thing.
Yeah,
so we all want USIR to go up.
It's painful to watch at the moment, but
Yeah. Well, it was good at $55. It was a good $55. I think you're also kind of stuck. You got to hold the shares, and he's kind of locked up in it for a little while. So anyway, with KTOS, this is the thing. We want a long trade. The stock is moving around a little bit, but what I would look for here is just like I think a calendar would work well. A December calendar trade. So that would mean selling in December and buying a January in here. And that's going to cost us around, it looks like around $2.75. Oh, wow. Only 10 seats left. Hey, we're only through 1150. So now, so I would set up a call calendar in here, and I'll take a look, but I'll send it out to my capital gains people, but all you capital gains people. So I just set up a call calendar here. I buy the January 1680 calls and then sell the December 1980 calls. And I think that's going to come in around, let's see, 460 and 220, around $2.40. And here, and this is how it would set up here. So I got like a little cap gains thing here. So this is kind of like the day would go. Today is December 1st. And I'll make this a little bigger. All right. And then we have, so I set up this this literally is how it's been going. Frank has ideas. He has sectors. And he's like, okay, Andrew, I don't know if this is a trade, but, which I love it when he starts with that. I don't know if this is a trade,
but I'd like it to be.
I'd like it to be. I'd like it to be. So now we go into the options and we see if any kind of short-term pricing looks good. Remember, I do all these trades, all my rip zone trades. I do every single one because that's what I do. That's what I do for a living. Cap gains, all the trades. I bought all the stocks. My cap gains returns are ridiculous buying the stocks. Maybe I'll just put them all for a return thing one of these days, but it's insane. Weekly profit cycles, Pro, Flash 7, Flash 10. I do all the trades that I put out. So here we start. Okay, we've got a date. Today is December 01. Now we would go into more detail during class. We only have a few minutes, but the first thing is Frank has an idea. Then we look at the options. Is there really a short-term trade with that idea that could, I think, work well? So this is a calendar trade, which basically means we can sit around and do nothing for 3 weeks and the trade can still make money. If we get a little pop on the news in the meantime, we'll do even better. And that, to me, that's the trade idea. Now we make the trade, option trade, around the idea. So this is what we would do. So I would sell to open one KTOS, December 19, 80 call. And I would buy to open one. You can do this. It's called a calendar spread. We have like 4 different types of trades. Let me see here. I forgot the term. In January already. Getting old. And where is my?
I love doing that.
I know. I lost my. Oh, there it is. Sorry, getting old. All right. The January cycle is the 16th. It's an early cycle. Calls. And, if you have Thinkorswim, you could actually, every platform will have a way to do your trade. It would be called a call calendar or a time spread or a horizontal spread for around $2.40. Okay. So now there are other reasons why I do the calendar. But in general, if you can't do a calendar, I'd come up with an alternative trade. But we do a lot of calendars in here because there's zero theta. We just closed 2 profitably in weekly prop and not in here in capital gains. So this is how I would set the trade up. I'd put the alert out, talk about targets, what we expect. If things go wrong, what do we do? We can do usually one adjustment on a trade. And then we move along. And right now, I see today we just closed some short puts in LAC, and like in the little stocks, I'll sell some puts in there. We're long Fluor. I want to be long USAR again, so that's another topic for tomorrow. Because another great thing about Washington, D.C. is we keep all of these stocks on the radar. And then Frank comes back and says, you know what? They're starting to care about this sector again, right? Because Washington is like everything else. They're like, we loved it. Now we hate it. Okay. Now we want to start loving it again. So the fact that we keep all of these names on our radar screen and then get ready to jump into the name. And when Frank this is like, again, things he hears, what he's looking at, what he observes, and just, kind of in your normal Frank course of business. And there are times he might be gone for a week, gone for 8 days. He's at a conference. He's at a war conference. He blows stuff up. He watches his drones fly around. Anyway, but he will also send me.
Can I just say for the record, blowing stuff up is a lot of fun.
Ideas that look good. So we don't get him as often as we like, but we get him a lot, and I get his ideas on a daily or weekly basis. So,
and I think, Andrew, we're part of this $1,000 offer, right?
We are.
Yeah.
We are part of this $1,000 offline, and this has been my best service this year. In no small thanks to Frank. My other, Rip Zone, not as good. But this one has just made money hand over fist, and the stocks have been pretty tremendous. So it is really a great service, and we can afford to be patient, right? We can afford to be patient.
We certainly can, because that was my whole, until I met you, that's what I had to do.
Exactly. Like, should I buy this now? Should I buy it later? This is mostly options, like I said, though, but we also, I have all the stocks that I own in there. And if I'm buying the stock too, I'll tell you, like right now, one of my biggest longs is FLR. That is all from this service. FLR owns part of SMR, and it eventually will be a big, beneficiary of all this build out. Yes, so it's just like, and that, and I've gotten a lot of great longs in here. Longs are not buying stocks. It's not volatility. You want stocks that are going to keep going up. So this is certainly a great, if you want stock ideas that you can take for the longer ride, you want to learn how to trade options, right? Pretty simple ones, just mostly spreads, calendar spreads, vertical spreads, buying calls and puts. That's all it is. And if you want to learn how to
Andrew keeps it dumb for me, is what he does. I said, you keep it simple for me.
Yes, we keep it we keep it simple for Frank, so he can enter the trades on his phone. Um, and even if you don't like the option trade, you could always just buy the stocks if that's what you feel like. So, but that is our service. Yeah, it's the track record is really ridiculous, to be quite honest. It might be one of the better track records at Option Pit over the long term. So, but I have my secret indicator weapon, and I'm going to keep using him as long as you want to come and keep doing this with me, Frank.
Oh, man, I'm in, you know me, I'm a buy and hold guy. I'm in for the long term. So,
Yep. So anyway, I know it's almost 12 o'clock. I want to get buzzed out.
we're getting the music.
I know we're getting the music, but anyway, again, this is available for $1,000.
Hey guys,
And
Hannah's back.
I was just gonna say, I feel like in Cap Gains, the two of you have so much fun.
We
well,
get to blow stuff
because
up.
it is fun.
You got, yeah, whether it's blowing stuff up or Frank like giving us an inside look at whatever secret round table you're sitting at, or Andrew putting together these trades for the only over 1,000% winner, I think, at Option Pit in the last 18 months. They literally made 5,400% on one of the options trades. How could you not have fun? I mean,
Is that good? I don't,
you should know enough, Frank, to know that that's good.
no, I was proud of that one. That was a good one. Thank you, AG. That was.
Well, thank you guys. I'll excuse you out. Mark and I are going to get started on Delta Strike here. Andrew will be back a little bit later, but this is the last time you guys will see Frank. So say goodbye to Frank. Frank, thanks for joining.
Thank you.
Hopefully, we'll get Frank back. It won't be just last time we see him today.
Yeah, not ever.
No, I got a good idea for you tomorrow, Andrew. So
Good.
Go. All right.
I like this one today.
All right. I like it too. All right. Take care, everybody.
Bye bye.
Thanks, guys.
Bye bye, everybody.
Before Mark and I get started on Delta Strike, I wanted to address something. So we have sold so far 20 of the 1Ks. We are down to 5 left. Ye of little faith in the chat who think that we are going to screw those of you who want to watch the rest of today, I'm going to add 20 seats back. So this will take us back to 25 1K seats. I know.
Just giving my money away, Hannah.
Well,
Just giving my money away. I see
some
how
of
it
these
is.
People in the chat, happy camper, have no faith in me. No faith in me. You guys know we're always fair. I'm not going to screw you over. I'm going to add back the 20 seats. We are at a refresh 25 for the rest of the day, so you guys can see. You can see the schedule on your screen. So we're going to do Delta Strike right now, Mark and I. My goal for Delta Strike is for you guys to walk away with a big money flow trade. That's my goal. So we have 30 minutes. Mark's going to show us the big money flow he's seeing, explain what that is, show you the track record. We're hopefully going to have a free trade for you by the end of that session. Then we got Trade Zone. That's going to be Mark and Leisha. Option Shopper. That'll be Leisha and me. And then Weekly Profit Cycles. I will jump back on to talk with Andrew about some SPY VIX trading he does. Hans Turbo Income, and then Trade to Close at the end of the day. So stick around. If you have to pop out and pop back in, that's okay. We have a lot of content for you guys today. So Mark, let's talk about big money flow.
Absolutely.
What the heck is that?
So, this is how I've traded my entire career. Delta Strike is literally built around how I would trade on the floor. So back in the day, and this brings us back in the day, Hannah was just, an elementary school student. She's learning all of her times tables. Probably she's probably in third grade here. So she's learning her times tables, her long division, all kinds of fun stuff. I was on the floor, and in our pit, we had a lot of electronic. We were on what's called a hybrid system. So we had a lot of electronic flow that we were always watching, but the big trades were done in person. Goldman Sachs, Schwab, or JP Morgan, Citigroup. These firms would walk into your pit and they would say, hey guys, what's the market on I need to buy 10,000 Best Buy calls. What's the price on the 65s? And we would give them a price. And then if they said, we'll take them, we would sell what we had sold. And then we would go and buy even more the other way. So imagine this, right? I just sold Goldman Sachs 200 of the 65 calls. And then I immediately go and buy the 62 and a halves or the 65s the next month out. I buy 300, 400, 500 of them.
So you would just piggyback their trade.
I would piggyback their trade. And that was because big money, they could do things that I couldn't, right? I was busy making markets, trying to scalp 10 lots and 15 lots. That was really where my bread and butter was. So
when you say
traders,
big money, who specifically are you talking about? Like
when I say big money, we're talking about large Wall Street firms that have huge research departments and traders that have been at this for looking at this stuff for days before they jump in and make a decision. And then they're buying 5,000, 10,000, 25,000, 50,000. I've seen 100,000 options on a single trade.
Right.
And the thing that's important to remember is these guys were normally stock traders and not option traders. So I was in a position where I could kind of make some money selling them something that was expensive and then finding something inexpensive to buy against it.
Okay. Yeah. So there's a way that Mark can actually watch this big money flow. So he's going to pull that up right now and we'll show you guys and explain this in just a minute. By the way, Mark is not drinking diet soda all day. That's what it looks like. Or it looks like he's drinking red Kool-Aid all day. It's not.
It's Gatorade.
It's basically like his electrolytes. But I always laugh when it's 9 a.m. and Mark is slugging down that drink and it looks like he's just crushing a Coke to start the day. It's hilarious.
Yeah,
okay,
I got to get my electrolytes in. They're very important.
Cheers. Health is wealth. So Mark's going to pull this up so we can look at big money flow because you're not in the pit anymore. So you don't have a guy from Goldman Sachs walking up to you and saying, I want 30,000 shares of Tesla. So there's a way he can actually see those. And we're going to zoom in as best we can so that you guys can look at this. But before we look at this really quick, before we get ahead of ourselves, are there any questions so far? The goal is to give you guys a trade at the end of this. So if you have a question, ask it. And hopefully it's not a question about what's inside Mark's cup because I literally just told you. If you have a question, pop it in the chat. We'll try to answer it. Big money flow. The way I like to think about this, Mark, when we've explained it to people in the past, following big money flow and making a trade that they're making, either the same one or a similar one, is basically like learning to shoot free throws right after LeBron or something. It's like I could go out there myself and try to watch a bunch of videos and understand how to do it and do all the stuff, or I can just follow the person who already knows what the heck they're doing. It's similar to that. We're not trying to recreate the wheel. We're not trying to come up with our own thing. We are following a trade that is already the most likely to win. Would you say that's fair?
Yeah. I mean, imagine you're getting stock advice from your neighbor, but instead of your neighbor being Hannah, it's no offense, Hannah. It's, the direct, the head of trading at Goldman Sachs.
Right.
Very different.
Exactly who you want to hear from.
Exactly.
Which we can see in their big money flow.
Yeah. And so, when Goldman wants to do something, they're not going to buy one or two. They're going to buy 10,000. They need to in order to make a difference. And that's one of the ways we're really able to see who it is. And then when I'm really interested, I can reach out to some of my broker friends on the floor and find out who executed a trade. And I will do that. Now, normally, today's going to be a little different, but normally this trade is going to come out at the top of the show. So you would receive the trade idea at, in between
or
12
noon.
and 12:05. Yeah.
At noon. Okay.
but this is something new that we've been doing, but it is it's something people demanded. So our normal flow is I'm going to issue the trade. I'm going to walk through exactly why I like the trade, what I saw on it, and then I'll go through my watch list and then dig into my portfolio and then walk through other big money flow. One, to see what am I interested for the next day. And two, you never know. You may, in between the time I looked and something else, some other time, a what we would call a berry on the floor, which is a trade that can't miss, might pop into my scanner, and I may want to say, hey, this is too good to pass up. We got to jump in on this right now. So every now and again, we'll get a bonus trade. My goal is to be in and out of these trades in, less than a week. And I'm typically looking for 50 to 100% to start taking profits.
Okay. Let's so let's pull up the trade,
Sure.
money flow we're seeing and go through that. One of the stocks that was on your watch list for today that I'm curious if seeing is on here is Freeport-McMoRan. I've never heard of this before. The ticker symbol is FCX.
Oh, what do you know? I'm looking at it right now. FCX.
Well, you said last week you saw some big call activity, I think, on this
absolutely. I put everybody here in Delta Strike into a call in FCX.
Okay.
Which is Freeport-McMoRan. They're heavily involved in the copper industry. But we bought the December 12th 43 calls for 95 cents.
Was that similar to what Big Money was buying?
They were buying slightly different.
Okay.
They bought the 45 calls, but one of the things that, as I said at the top of the show, these are stock people, not option people.
Okay.
So they have a tendency to go to even strikes, and they care less about price because they want to get the whole trade done.
Okay.
But if you look at our 43 calls, I bought them for 95 cents. They're currently priced at, 130 at 135. They're pricing about, call it $1.35. So we're up a little over 40% on these already.
Right now. Okay.
Right now.
Great.
We get
if you guys are just joining us, I just want to give people a little context. If you're just joining us, what you guys are seeing right now is Delta Strike. We're talking about big money flow, which are basically huge orders of puts and calls that are placed by big banks, hedge funds, anyone with a lot of capital at their disposal to deploy. And Mark actually follows those by looking at what you're seeing right now. He uses this inside of a platform called Cboe Live Vol, which if you want this, give us a phone call. We actually have some cheap access or cheaper access for you guys.
Yeah, less expensive. It's still
for you guys to get a subscription to this. So if you want this on your own screen, call us. But what Mark's talking about is a stock. The ticker is FCX. That last Wednesday before Thanksgiving, he saw a bunch of call buyers. How much did you see, Mark? You don't need to pull it up, but just ballpark it for me.
They bought about, I want to say 12,000 calls.
Okay. And that is irregular, I'm assuming, for a stock of FCX's size.
Yeah. I mean, anytime you see a block of 5,000, 10,000, that is
big money.
That is almost certainly not, me sitting at my home computer trading.
Right. It's somebody who knows something, etc. So one of the things Mark was just telling us, which this is really important for you guys watching here today, because you might think, okay, well, I'll just follow big money flow and I'll buy the same options. One thing that Mark does is a lot of times he changes the options trade that he sees big money flow making. And there's a couple of reasons why he does that. But the biggest one for you guys here today is that there's a trade that's a little different from big money that Mark thinks is more advantageous. It might be better because it's less expensive. It might be better because the expiration date changes a little bit and Mark thinks the stock is going to move by that time. The proof is in the pudding, and we have a track record that we'll pull up and show you guys in just a second so you can actually see Delta Strike's performance. It's one of the better services here at OptionPit over the last year. A lot of people trade and love this. If you're a member of Delta Strike, please say something in the chat. This is an ungated chat, so these are people's real opinions. But let's get back to FCX and let's look. Are you seeing big money flow on it today? Is this a position you might want to add to? Or do you want to look at some of the other big orders coming in?
Yeah, I mean, I've got 2 orders that I do specifically want to look at from
Okay.
today. But FCX, you've got some activity today, but nothing that and you're saying, Mark, this trader bought 1,000 of the January 45 calls. Isn't that big money? That's not big enough. It's a lot of money. 1,000 calls is a lot of money. But that is not big enough. That
Okay.
is probably one of the smaller firms, maybe somebody that is working on that is running a swing trade. You just never know. It's not really, when you compare that, the open interest on that strike is 35,000. For all we know, this was a trader that was long the stock that was already had sold them as like a covered call.
Okay.
And is just covering because they don't want to lose the stock.
So what Mark's doing now, hold on. What Mark's doing
Yeah.
now is important. Okay. Mark loves to nerd out and get super into this. But for those of you that are new, let me just explain this. He basically, so when you look at these orders and you might see the P, see that P next to it and you're like, oh, that's a put. Or you might see a C right next to it and you're like, oh, that's a call. A lot of times what big money flow will do is it's a formula of all these trades together. So it may look like, okay, they just bet, 15,000 shares that FCX is going to go down. But that trade actually might go with another trade. So they're actually saying it will go up. There's a formula of the big money flow that you don't need to understand here today. You don't really need to understand ever if you don't want to. But
Right.
Mark looks at that and decodes specifically what big money flow is betting on, which is so important. Without doing that, you might lean on the wrong side of the trade. So that's a big part of Delta Strike. And Mark is also live every day with Delta Strike, and he walks through this with you live. So this is the only place you can get access to Mark every single day is in Delta Strike. It's in the 1K for 1 year deal. So you guys can join this. But Mark, let's look at the 2 specific big money flow that we wanted to show today.
Sure. Let's start. This first trade is in Rocket Companies, formerly Rocket Mortgage.
Okay, so this is ticker RKT.
Here's the ticker right here.
What are you seeing? You've got 2 line items here. I see the quantity for each is 20,000. And it looks like they're both calls because I see a C after each order.
So what's important is right here. These trades were done at the exact same time.
Why is that important?
That means this trade was executed as a spread. So this is what we would call a call spread.
Why is that
means they are buying one call and selling another to reduce the cost of the overall trade.
Does it still mean that they think RKT is going to go up?
Yes, it can. This is why it's so important that you kind of analyze things. It can. And in this case, it absolutely does.
Okay.
So the important, the long leg of the trade is this guy.
What do you mean long leg of the trade?
So the part they're buying in this call spread is the March 21 calls.
Okay.
Now RKT at the time, $19.41, and they're buying the March 21 calls. They paid $2.10. That is 10% of the cost of the stock at the strike price. That's got some teeth to it on a $19 stock.
What does that mean? Is that expensive or cheap?
That means it's expensive. The implied value, that the cost of the option relative to the price of the underlying is expensive.
So what does that tell us about this order? If they're willing to buy an expensive trade, what does that mean?
It means they want it. but that's part of the reason why they likely decided to spread.
Okay, because it
They are
was
getting to sell. So this is the buy. Put a little plus sign here. And then here is the sell. Minus sign there. They are selling. When I say they, I mean the big money flow here.
right.
They are selling the March 25 calls. And they're collecting $1.03 on that. So if you
How many people here looked at the C on that top order and thought that it was call buying, not call selling? Because I did. Did anyone else do that? When I saw the C, I thought that they were buying that. And if you don't do this every day in Delta Strike with Mark, you probably looked at that and thought that it was a call. But this is part of what's so important and what he'll break down that's so interesting with Delta Strike is walking through what this actually means. So we know that this big money flow, they think that RKT is going to go higher. They did a spread, make the trade cheaper, right? Yes.
Absolutely.
Is there anything else we need to know about this order?
Yes. How much did they do? And that's going to be right here. And then what was open interest? So these are two very important things for you to understand.
Okay.
Open interest is how many people already have traded these options. So as it stands right now, if you look at the March 25s, traders own about 13,000 calls.
Okay.
If you look at
anyone, this is just the total number of people that own that strike.
the total number of options owned. And then on the 21s, the total number of options owned is about 4,330. And this is as of Friday night. So this is something we're looking at from the day before. It's reported the following morning. The quantity of 20,000, and this is big. One, it's a big order. That tells me, hey, there's some conviction here. 20,000 RKT calls. That is a lot.
Yeah, it's more than and more than everyone else who's bought this put together.
Yeah. And that's exactly right. And it's bigger than the open interest. If it's bigger than the open interest, then we know they are establishing a new position. And that is big. You don't, because if I look at it, if I see 50,000 calls being bought for, let's say, 15 cents. Ooh, that gets you excited, right, Hannah?
Sure. Sounds cheap. Sounds like a lot.
Right. But what if there are, let's say, 55,000 calls open at that price?
I mean,
at that strike.
It still sounds like a lot, but what I'm hearing you say is that if the quantity that the big money is buying is bigger than the open interest and significantly bigger, it means that we here today as Delta Strike members are more interested in this trade than if the quantity being bought, let's say for this example, instead of 20,000 was 5,000.
Correct. We want it to be more than that.
Care as much as this.
Yeah. Because if the trade is smaller than that open interest, especially on an option that's like 15 cents, those calls could have been sold against stock, as many of you do, right? How many of you love covered? How many of you use covered calls as a part of your income strategies on the stocks you own? Type in a 1 if you use covered calls.
Nothing gets me more excited than a covered call. I'll tell you right now.
Yeah. So when I sell a covered call, these firms close them. And so that 15-cent option, that huge 50,000 lot order of 15 cents is probably Goldman closing down their call sale because they were, they made the income they wanted. That's not the kind of trade that I want to jump on board with.
Okay.
That's not bullish.
That is not this trade. That is not this.
That's not this trade at all.
All right. We have 6 minutes. Let's keep moving, Mark.
Yeah. Sorry.
So these people, that's all right. I just want to get people here to a trade.
No, I get it.
I think this is really interesting.
So
for RKT, people are buying the 25 and 21 calls. So if we're going to enter this position, What's the next step?
All right. Let me clear this off.
Also,
So
those of you in the chat asking questions about, what's a covered call? I wish we had a class for this. If you guys can give us a phone call, we actually have something called Option Pit University that walks through classes of what all these things mean, how to do them, why they're important. So if you give us a phone call, they can get you into that. Just call and ask about Option Pit University. Go ahead, Mark. RKT.
yeah, and absolutely, it's okay not to be super familiar with options. We're in the business of getting you there. Hannah, my whole team believe that options are so life-changing for retail traders because of all of the flexibility and things they can do to help you create income, put on trades that can make you money, without having to shell out thousands and thousands of dollars to get into a name. I can express a bullish position in, as you saw on Meta for this morning during our ticker highlight show, for $150 instead of the $650 that stock costs, right? I spent $150 to control 100 shares of Meta.
Okay, hold on. Focus.
And one share is $650.
RKT trade, Mark. What are you
Yeah.
doing? RKT.
Sorry. I'm just
RKT.
making a point as to why we like options so much and why you want to get them in your life.
Here's why you like options. You can use less money to make more. RKT.
Exactly. There you go. So RKT, what we know is they bought 20,000 of the 21 calls and they sold 20,000 of the 25 calls. They paid $2.10 and got a net credit of $1.03 on selling the 25. So in total, they paid $1.07 to own the 21, to own RKT between $21 and $25.
Got it.
So they want RKT to go to $25.
Does everyone get that? Put a 1 in the chat if you get that. Put a 1 in the chat if you get that. So once we know this,
I'm going to show you what it
we're
looks
looking
like.
to set up our own trade. And usually what Mark's
Yes.
looking to do is get a better price. So he's going to show
Exactly.
you 107 to bet that RKT by March 25th or whatever it was is going to go above 21. That's what they bet.
And I'll
we
show
want
you
to
what
take
this
a
trade
similar
looks
bet,
like.
but for cheaper if we can. So that's what he's setting up. Put a 1 if that makes sense. It's important. 1, 1, 1. Big caps being funny. Put a 3. Big cap, what would I do without you? It would be so boring here.
So if you look at RKT and you've never seen a call spread before, this is what it looks like.
Okay, so hold on. This is we're gonna run a little late. So Davey, just
That's
tell whoever's next. We're gonna be 5 to 10
It's
minutes.
me and
late.
Leisha.
Okay, so we'll just go a little late here because I want people to follow through on this. Also, before Mark shows you this, if you are brand new to Option Pit, if you're brand new to freaking options, don't worry about it. Like everyone who is here talking in the chat right now was new one time. Everyone at one point in their life, even Mark Sebastian himself, had to trade their first option. So stick around. We'll get you there. Don't worry if you don't know all this stuff right now. It's okay. What Mark's going to show us now is there's kind of a physical way to represent a trade. Don't get too confused by this. Well, Mark will only highlight the most important parts. But basically, he's going to show you the trade that you set up, what the cost looks like, and then when you start making money on the trade. That's what he's going to show us. So just break down that chart a little bit and show people what they're looking at here, Mark.
All right. So here we have the chart. So I am buying the 21 call, which means above 21, my calls make money, right? Above 21, a call makes money when a stock goes up. So above 21, my calls make money. Now I sold the 25 calls, that's up here. And if I sell a call, then if I'm above that strike, that means I'm losing money. So what this does is actually sets a range. So between 21 and 25, This trader, that is where this trader is making money. Above 25, they stop making money. Below 21, they can only lose what they paid for the trade.
Okay, so we know right now that big money is betting that this stock is going to stay between 21 and 25 by March 2026. That's what it looks like. So what do we do? What is our trade?
So this is where it's really important. So now I'm going to go in and I'm going to look at a couple of things. They have earnings coming up at their next earnings that's FCX. Let me get RKT back up. So their earnings are going to be at the end of February. That would be why they're trading March. But I don't necessarily need to wait that long. A lot of times, these trades move well before they're established,
Yeah,
or
so
well before they expire.
Mark's average hold time for a Delta Strike position is usually like they're swing trades, so it might be a week, right?
Yeah. So I'm actually looking at where can I find a trade similar to this one that is going to cost me an arm and a leg, that is a single option, right? I don't want to have you guys trading all kinds of spreads. I don't want to make this difficult. I want this to be something that just about any person can trade with just, generally less than $200. And so I'm going to be looking at January instead of March.
Okay.
And what I like about bringing this in is I'm able to significantly reduce that cost.
Okay, so they paid 107. What would something like this cost us?
So here's the beauty. So they paid 107 for March. And if the stock goes above $25, they don't make any more money.
Right.
I can pay $1.07 for the January 16th. So these expire in about 2.5 months. And I can pay 107 just to own the $21.20 call. So now I don't have a limit on my upside. I have almost the exact same position, almost the exact same, plenty of time for the trade to work. I would never take a trade through earnings anyway. So that's not really coming into my decision. And I'm able to run this trade higher. Right.
So it's on your criteria. Create a better trade, avoid some pitfalls, keep the price cheap. It's check, 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 check. So do you want to alert this trade? Are we going to do this trade?
Sure. Let's have it. Let's have at it.
I'll have you type it out in the chat so everyone can follow. By the way, in Delta Strike, Mark is just trading straight puts and calls. Nothing fancy. These are just straight put and call trades. So you don't need any more than level 1 options. We keep it simple for you guys. And like Mark's saying, you don't limit that upside. So if this goes to 45, you don't stop making money when it hits a certain number. You can make money all the way up.
And you can see our open positions here. We track our portfolio, little rough patch here, but the win rate has been about 65, 70%. With some really big wins in there, into the, SNV back in July was 335%. We get some really nice wins, triple digits, high double digits pretty regularly. I do control losses.
For most people, we advise that you start with Delta Strike. If you are looking to get into trading options for the first time, this is directional. You get a lot of live exposure to Mark. Mark is live every single day. As he types this alert up, I'll just walk you guys a little bit through Delta Strike. So he is live every single day from 12 to 12:30. You get a watch list every single day. You walk through big money flow together. So he'll show you, here's some of the big orders I'm seeing. Here's what I think is important. Here's ones I want to ignore. Basically exactly what we did so far today. And then he sends out an alert exactly like he's doing right now. So he'll give you the ticker symbol, exactly what to buy. He even a lot of times puts in a target here. So you see his entry price is $1.10. His target is $2.25. Usually we're looking for 100%, about 100% on these moves. So that's doubling your money on every trade. That's what his goal is. Usually, like Mark was saying, these are about a 7-day trade. So these are swing trades. Delta Strike is a part of our $1,000 for a year membership. So you can literally trade this every day with Mark for the next year for $1,000. Looks like we have, I think, 24, maybe 23 seats left at the 1K. So give us a phone call, you guys, or at the bottom of this screen, if you look below, you're actually going to see a list of where you could just order the product directly. And right next to Delta Strike, you'll see that order form. So I'll post it in the chat for you guys right there too. You
Yes,
can order
and you'll
Delta
see,
Strike there.
and you'll see in the you'll see in the alert that it will actually start with alert, and then I'll usually put something punny in, and then here's the order. It gives you the buy, and I just press publish. Now I wait, and this is important, folks. And if in the Delta Strike room, which is right here, the trade just shows up in your feed right here if you miss it. And again, you can also check in the portfolio to see all the open trades and what to jump in. I also put out a daily watch list. Starts with me generating an AI picture that you're going to like. I give you a full market analysis, kind of a rehash of what we discussed the previous week. We discuss some Campbell soup, and then I close with a daily dad joke. Today's was, why did Santa go to the liquor store? He was looking for holiday spirits.
Typical. If you guys have any questions about the long-term track record for Delta Strike, give us a phone call. They can walk you through it and show this to you. I'm going to hop off in just a second so Alicia can come on. Mark, can you pop the trade that you just did in the public chat room here so everyone can see that? We had a trade in RKT. Mark bought some January calls. He'll post it in here for you guys. This is
Absolutely.
a free trade. There's probably not a trade every day in Delta Strike.
2 to 3 a week.
2 to 3 a
2
week.
to 3 a week.
Looking at. Yep. So Mark will post it, guys.
Yeah, and when we get an easy win, I'll usually take the money a little early. Or if I'm starting to have 7, 8 trades instead of 5, I'll close a winner here just to reduce the portfolio because I don't want too many dollars allocated all at once. And then I try to get a good mix of puts and calls. We happen to be in a lot of calls because most of these trades were generated at the bottom of the market when things were bottoming toward the end of the week of the 14th, and that's why. I do my best to kind of actively manage things for you guys so that 1, I make money, and 2, you make money, which is always my goal.
Davey, you can make Mark and I full screen. Let's bring Leisha on. I'll let you guys talk through Trade Zone. We only left you with 20 minutes, so just hit the high points on Trade Zone. And then I'll hop back on and go through Option Shopper with Leisha. Keep sticking around. We're gonna be you guys are at the open house. This goes all day. So I'll let you guys go through this and then I'll be back in a little.
Sounds great. Richard, the $1,000 covers every day of Delta Strike for a year. And you can take advantage of it. So the trade is directional and not a spread. That is correct. All right. So speaking of directional, let's bring in our expert on directional trading, our chief technical analyst, Leisha. Are you there? She is.
Hi.
All right. Now, let me tell you about Trade Zone. Now, Trade Zone is almost entirely spread trading, but I'm going to tell you why it's important. I want you to look at, and this is run by me and Leisha collaboratively. So I want you to think about the 8 biggest stocks in the world. What are the 8 biggest stocks in the world, guys? And you should know which ones these are. You don't have to list them out, right? But it's the Mag 7, right? And think about how much those cost. Think about it, right? Amazon. If I want 100 shares of Amazon, they're $235 a piece. Apple, $280 a pop. Broadcom, yes, the grade 8 we call them here. Broadcom, $392 a pop. Google, $317 a share. Microsoft, $488 a share. $643 a share. NVIDIA, this is the inexpensive one at $180 a share. And Tesla, $430 a share. How many? Type in a 1 if you are regularly just buying 100 shares of these. Don't give me, well, I own 100 shares from when NVIDIA was $15. Anybody here planning on buying 100 shares of one of these? Right? You buy 100 shares of Tesla, you're putting out $43,000. If Tesla goes up $1, you make $100. But how many of you would want to be able to control these stocks? Right? How many of you would want to be involved strategically with these names? So what we do here in TradeZone is we use Alicia's pitchforks. This is not like 0DTE that you saw earlier. We're using Alicia's daily forks primarily. And we're finding spots where we want to buy and spots where we want to short. And we're using a spread called a butterfly. You don't have to know what that is now. Don't worry. But we're using a spread called a butterfly. And it allows us to take control of lots of stock using the leverage and options for very little dollars. So let me show you what I mean by that. Race, Ferrari. We control 100 shares for $500. If you want to control 100 shares of Race, you're shelling out $39,000. Meta, just talked about it. We control 100 shares for $4.30. The stock is $650, $65,000. Gold, United Healthcare, Reddit. These are all stocks that cost a lot of money that we think it's important that traders trade, but most cannot afford to do without the use of the TradeZone system, our TradeZone approach. So when we meet for TradeZone, Alicia and I will have shared a watch list. That watch list will have 4, 5, 6 names. We may look at 1 or 2 more in the process. And these will all be over $100, typically over $200. And the trades will all be under $1,000 with rare exception. So and they're going to be longer dated. These trades are going to last 3 weeks, maybe a couple of, maybe as much as 2 or 3 months. But we're able to participate in the upside or the downside of these options of the stock using our option spreading approach. And you can see how we've done. Every now and again, we'll get a clunker, but we get some huge wins. And we're actually looking really good on what we own right now. This trade is Reddit is profitable. United Healthcare is profitable. GLD is profitable. Meta is profitable. Race is the only one we're currently down a little bit on. And that's what's so great about what we do here at TradeZone. And so, and we're putting out a weekly watch list that you can follow. We meet every Wednesday at 12:30 Eastern time to remove trades, add trades, answer questions, you name it. And it's, that's what makes it so great. So using an example, we can look at, let's look at, let's see, which one do we want to look at just to kind of walk people through? Reddit. Reddit's a good one. So Reddit, I'm going to have to uncheck this guy that I own already. So if you look in Reddit, the trade that we've set up, this butterfly is a 230, 280, 320. I'm going to show you what that P&L, how this trade pays out. And you guys will be able to see the power in what we're doing here. Now, this kind of happened just on flat calls.
The butterfly is just such a great spread vehicle. As it lowers your costs, it's very forgiving. We can ride out if it goes against us a little bit. We also like to take a longer term view on it to allow us the time to get that big move we're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
It's very unique compared to our other services in that way.
Yeah, this is almost like if investing and trading had a baby. That's what TradeZone is.
Yeah,
because these do have a longer view.
Yeah, longer view, but still not a lot of money.
Yeah, still not a lot of money. Longer view, and still using trading principles like charting, putting together the best trade, taking money when you get it. So Reddit is only $224. We own this spread for $7. If between now and January, this stock continues to go up, at $280, this trade is up triple digits. It's already, with us just trading 224 on a one lot, it's up $300. So this $7 trade is up nearly 50%, and we're not even 230.
Right.
We get to 280, the spread is going to do triple digits. And it's not one where I have to trade every day. It's one where I'm interested in using options to invest in some of the well-known names in a trading approach where I really only have to look at my stuff once a day.
Yeah, exactly. You're not,
and then meet with me and Leisha once a week. And then pay attention to when I put out exits and entries.
when we hit our price targets.
Absolutely.
It's a fun one for sure. It's fun, but it feels like calm and easygoing. And yeah, we're making money.
And it really is easy. And butterflies sound scary, but they're actually incredibly simple to set up. And if you're new to trading, this is actually another one where it's actually, I think, a good approach for someone that wants to just enhance their income, enhance their wealth, but doesn't want to sit in front of a computer. They want to golf. They want to relax. So typically the way we start off is I go through our open trades, something I've already done. And then Leisha and I will go through the watch list that we've put out, and we'll see if there's an opportunity for us to put on a trade. We definitely have some movers and shakers today. And earlier in the day, if you watch Ticker Highlight Show, Leisha was pointing out, Google may be getting a little overdone. Now, here's the problem. You want to shorting a $300 stock is really a problem. And even just buying a put option in Google, if I want to bet that Google's going to go down, the 315 puts for January that are still $3 out of the money, they're going to put me out $1,250.
Yeah.
And Google can move around a lot by using butterflies, zone trades, as we sometimes call them, where we're long some puts, short some puts. I'm able to create a trade where if I'm wrong, I don't lose a lot. But if I'm right, I'm able to make a lot. So typically I would say, all right, Google's one I'm looking at, Leisha. And then she would pull up we'd swap to Leisha's screen, and she'd pull up her daily chart on Google.
Actually, if you want a new trade idea, Tesla looks like it's ready. Once it pops over that 50-day, Tesla's going to take off.
Ooh, that will be on our watch list for Wednesday for sure.
Yes.
Folks. And the other piece is that because these are so forgiving, we can sometimes get a little front run some of those, not front run, but be a little more aggressive going after some of Leisha's targets. And it works to our benefit because Leisha's right way more often than she's not. So there's Tesla. That's an interesting one. Leisha, what do you think? Look at I know we've already looked at the daily on Google. What are you seeing on? There's Amazon. I love Amazon. What are you seeing in Google here? This is one we were kind of eyeing this morning for a potential taking money off the table.
Right. Google's kind of in a little questionable area here with it's hugging the median line. If it were trading below it, this would be my price target here. 309.5, 309.40. If it opens and trades lower tomorrow, I would hop in because it's still, $8 move. But watch that it doesn't try to rally from here. So you can see just those little lows right there, those spinning tops. That's providing support, and that's what it's clinging to right now. See, just the last 3 days, those lows held, and that's exactly where it's trading. That's a significant level. Buyers and sellers are battling it out here. That's why we have a doji, and one side has to take over. We may not see it till tomorrow. It could go sideways a little longer, but it needs to move away from this area for me to hop in long or short, I'd say.
All right.
We need more evidence here.
Yes. And so this is where we would say, okay, well, this is on the watch list. We're going to be keeping a very close eye on this. Now, a recent one that we closed, a recent winner we closed was Microsoft. If you'd like to, and this was one where the whole market was already on the lows and we're like, we're really going to short here. And we could not have been more right. Microsoft went right to our target. And with Microsoft, we entered on 11.19. Believe it or not, when the market was, starting to find a floor, and we still made a bunch of money on this trade, even with the market going up. So you can see here's our trade from the what the chart looked on the 19th. We bought the December 484.60, 445 bear zone trade, which is another word for a put butterfly. And we were out on the 25th, which was right there.
Held that convergence of the 200-day with the pitchfork support. I love that. I love when that happens. Look at how it honored the pitchfork up here. Now we're coming up on the median line, needs to make a decision there. So, but yeah, that was a great trade.
So it was great. It went all the way to Alicia's support. It bounced off it. We took our money. We sold our spread at $5.30. That is a 51.43% gain and this one was quick. It was 6 days. Some of them take longer. UPS, which was a huge winner for us. We went long in UPS on October 8th. And closed it on the 28th and ended up returning 239%. So that one took 20 days, but some of these will take a week. Most of them are going to take 20 to 30 days to fully get through the zone to where we want. But UPS was another excellent trade.
The beauty is with the fly, you can see we took a little bit of heat, it kind of wallowed and then took a little bit of heat, but we knew we had support down here. And sure enough, we were able to survive. It honored that support and we were able to hang on to that gap up here.
Absolutely. This is the one strategy that I do. Because it's so forgiving, because it's so inexpensive, I will sometimes take through earnings. About the only one. And it pays us off. This one ended up being just a massive win for us. So you wanted to look at Tesla real. We've got 3 minutes before Hannah pops on.
How about, okay, it's not a trade for today. We need Tesla to break out over the 50-day, but maybe you can walk through how you'd put the fly together for that. And our price target are these previous highs, 469.
And so if I'm putting together this trade in Tesla, let's say we wanted to go long Tesla. We are big Elon Musk corporate blazers, let's say. The stock is trading 430. And again, even with the options, if I go to January, a 430 call is going to cost me over $3,000. So I am going to start building. The first piece is Leisha, what is your target?
469, 470.
So I'm going to look at when I'm building, I want my center strike times 2 to be worth more than my lower strike. So in this case, I'm looking at the 435, 470. And then naturally, we would look at the 505, but I'm actually going to kick it in a little bit. I'm going to put on the 500. So this is called a broken wing zone trade or a broken wing butterfly. So if you look at the trade that we've set up, we are looking for Alicia's target. And the longer this takes to fill, the better. I want this. I want to be at 470. Oh, around December 30th. Because, my $6 trade will have made me over $400. And if it takes a little longer, I don't care.
Yeah.
Right?
Now
If we
don't put the
care
trade on
till-
yet. We need to clear the 50-day here.
We're not going to put this trade on. But if you're looking for, if this trade gets to 470 on around January 11th, I'm looking at having put in $600 to make $1,000. And that's the way a lot of these trades line up. They're designed to be a slow burn. And that is Trade Zone. We meet every Wednesday at 1 o'clock. You get 1 to 2 trades a week. They're slower trades that don't take as much work. You get access to me and Alicia working as a collaborative team. And it is perfect if you love trading these expensive tech stocks, but wish you could leverage yourself more. That is really what Trade Zone is about. If you'd like to join us, we're down to 20 seats. So you can click the link, call my team, 888-872-3301, and check out Trade Zone. And so it is now noon. We've gotten through Trade Zone. I've gotten us back on track. So
Awesome.
I will, if Hannah is back, I will
Thanks,
we'll bring
everyone.
in our own Hannah J. Oh, hey, Boz.
Hi. Surprise.
Hey,
What's
Boz.
up? Oh, hi.
Why was I expecting?
I don't
Do I have
know.
the schedule wrong here?
I'm not sure what's happening. I'm here
All
for
right.
game plan. Oh,
Okay.
I got the money signs.
All right.
Hi guys. Mark, are you hanging with me or what's going on?
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Alicia is going to be back with Option Shopper at 12:30. Boz you're getting a special surprise because Game Plan, which is one of our, if not the best day trading service that I've ever seen in my life,
Yeah.
is not one of the products that you can buy for $1,000. We're sorry, but you are going to get a free live session of Game Plan.
Oh, cool.
So the way Game Plan works is I typically show up in about 10 minutes from now. Vaz runs through what happened with the game plan today, what the entire market looks like, how she's setting things up, and how she views markets for the day. Then I pop in and we look and see if we can find a weekly game plan, which would be a trade that we open on Friday and try to be out on Monday. It can be in just about anything. It could be in crypto. It could be in, one of the indexes or ETFs. And that is where we are. So we'll consider this kind of an extra free bonus. I am going to, Vaz, I'm going to let you take the floor. If you want to kind of walk through people through how game plan works, why everybody loves it so much.
Mm-hmm.
And we will, we'll be back with option. I will be back in about, basically when Vaz gives me the high sign.
Sounds good, mate.
We'll start building our weekly game plan. So you may end up with another awesome free trade here at Open House, and even in a bonus program that you can't even get for $1,000 because we want to make sure you're getting so much value. And folks, if you decide that you're interested in game plan and you're, buying other stuff, give my team a call, and they can help you out as best as they can with Game Plan, which is our sister company, Trade to Close's product. So Trade to Close and Game Plan and Fuse Trader and the upcoming thing I'm working on are all under a sister company called Trade to Close LLC. That is a partnership between Vaz and Option Pit, and is also really fun. So
Yeah.
Vaz, take it away.
All right, awesome. Thank you, Mark. What an introduction. Hey guys, welcome to the game show. The gap is just getting bigger. I usually do not have this, but anyway, all right, guys. So we are going to take a look at the market today, take a look at recent game plans we had. We did have a game plan today, but it didn't activate. And that's what's really cool about this this strategy. Who is calling me? Go away. That's what's really cool about this strategy. We have setups every day, and when they trigger, we take the trade. And when they do not trigger, we don't take the trade. And today was one of those days that we did not take the trade yet. Game plans are valid, as you guys know, from when the market opens 9:30 to 3 o'clock, and then 3 o'clock we need to focus on different strategies because the close is totally different. So making sure that the game, okay, making sure that the gamers are here. Hello, gamers. I see we are going into a different area. Hi. Sorry about that. Hi, Bruce. So, hey, what's up? All right, so let's look at the charts, and let me just get everything continued here, and then let's like assess this market, because there are there's quite the activity that's happening here. I know every trader basically says, "Oh my God, this is like a pivotal week for the market," but we're gonna go over how I like to look at it, and it's basically detecting specific setups. Specific setups, and knowing when to trade those setups. And that is basically the essence of game plan. Remember that viral AI meme about the bunnies on the trampoline? Well, I will tell you that the cat is jumping on the trampoline that I've never seen before. Okay, anyway, see, not all great things need to be fake. Okay, so let's look at today's game plan, and let's also look at, excuse me, guys, I'm coming off a little cold. And then let's also look at the week. I'm sharing my screen. Hold your horse. Okay. Okay, so we got the window. Awesome. Okay, so I am a day trader. And so you're going to be looking at the 5-minute chart with me today if you are a gamer or non-gamer. And I'm also going to look at just the day chart as well. So today's game plan did not trigger. We were looking at something, I believe it was something below here. I'll have to pull up the files. But basically, we were trying to detect a popular zone and possibly play this gap fill. So traders are protecting this gap fill right now. We are seeing that, which does happen. So our game plan, it did not enter, it did not trigger, and we didn't play the gap fill as well. Which, let's see what that was to, like 674. like down to here, something like that. And I had an interesting note about today's game plan. When you are part of game plan, we only trade game plan strategies. There's tons of strategies out there, but when it comes to game plan, I'm not all willy-nilly. I stick to game plan. I see someone in the chat that constantly says, okay, we got a, and I always know this is coming. Okay, so we traded, let's say, a put zone. We shorted the market, but then it just completely reversed. We made our money and we didn't have an upside trade. But I see people in chat saying, well, why wasn't there an upside trade? It clearly broke VWAP and then it hit the call wall or whatever the case is. Yes, but that's not a game plan strategy. We only trade game plan strategies. Feel free to trade those, but I'm not trading it in game plan. Am I trading it in something else? Maybe. But game plan's portfolio is so awesome because we don't get all crazy. We stick to the rules and we trade with mechanics. So I'm never going to change that. I did put a little zest, though, to today's game plan, and I specified that in the email, that while playing a gap fill is not a game plan, it did look delicious to trade. And if we were activated in our put zone, which we never did, I wanted you guys to specifically hold it as a home run hold. So I kind of snuck in having game plan, then doing like just a little extra salsa on top, but not our problem because never triggered anyway. But does everyone understand that? Like, I don't want to see this in chat again. I don't want to see why isn't there a trade today, or why didn't we go long, or why? You know what the answer is going to be always? Because it's not a game plan strategy. We trade on something that's going to happen at a 90% of the time. Asian trader. But you guys get it? That's why. I know you're kidding. So, one thing about this, today the market does look a little easier to trade. Last week was definitely a little tougher because you're trying to find out if this was a dead cat bounce or if we're going to gap down, because obviously this Thursday the 20th was very cautious. And so traders were a little confused. You had different forces. You had like this huge bearish engulfing candle. You had a little bit of fear in the market. The Fed is not agreeing. The data is not agreeing what the Fed wants to do, or whatever the case is. And then you had the Thanksgiving week, which typically goes up. One thing everyone needs to be cognizant about, and this is very important, and this is how you look, you can call yourself whatever you want to call yourself. I think everyone in here wants to be a successful, skilled trader. So if you want to be a successful, skilled trader, here's the takeaway. Number one, do not trade on greed. And number two, do not trade on FOMO. It's quite simple. So just trust the strategy, trust the game plan. We've made money to one side. It's okay if we don't make it to the other, even if the upside or downside looked even as a bigger gain. Guess what? What if it didn't happen? The game plan zones are here to make us machines, not emotional. We clock in, we clock out. It's our 9 to 5. But really, it's more like a 9:30 to 12. Okay? So the game plan strategy, as I just discussed, is we basically identify a zone and we trade that zone. So we'll see some potential to go to the upside that day or potential to go to the downside that day. And we have a trade based on if it gets into either of those areas. Thank you, Howard. Yeah, Yeah, it's a very simple strategy. We just keep it simple up in here. I do not have a call zone today. And to be honest, even if I told you we had some wonky zones, there were a few out there, but I knew this would have happened and that's why I didn't issue them. Every one that would have been taken was a huge, like big bullish candle and then a rejection. And so it would have wiped us out of our options. So that's not fun and that's not like smart to take. So Blue Dog, that's why I just kept it. Kind of just wanted, I would have more fun to the downside today. But looking at the market this week, let's look at data real quick. The market right now needs a gap. It needs a gap up above all-time highs, and then we cruise on into the Santa rally. Happy December 1st, everyone. Or we gap down. We need a big gap to determine the next direction in the market. This needs to be a pre-market gap, obviously, and it needs to be something that the market is either like surprised about in a good way or surprised about in a bad way. The market moves on surprises. Uncertainty is not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, give me 1 second, and let's look at before Mark jumps on and gives his analysis. We're going to look at some data. We are getting some delayed reports. Ooh, all right, Friday. PCE. Okay, that's going to be the big mover. So hit the snooze button, guys. If you are swing traders this week, you can just day trade with game plan or trade to close, because the most fun you're going to have is on Friday. Friday is going to be the determinator of if we got to gap up. Now, if we gap up, we got to gap up. We have to be trading basically around here and probably gap up to like 699 in order to snooze this. And we need to end green on that day. You don't want to gap up and then give away all those gains. That's not fun. That means that the momentum is still out. So gap up to like 699. That's going to be the bullish train. And bearish, you just have to gap back below these moving averages here on my chart. I have the 40, the 50, and the 21. We got to move down below here. You're going to hear everyone and their mother talking about MACD crossing. That makes no difference, especially with a huge catalyst coming. So I would ignore that too. All right. I'm going to bring Mark on. Hi, Mark.
Hey,
Hi.
how you doing?
How you doing?
I'm good. All right. So, I'll tell you what I'm looking at right now. Folks,
Let me
this is
guess.
gonna be a little bit more
IWM.
just market talk. I'm of course I'm looking at IWM, but I continue to be really wary of Bitcoin.
Jinx, you owe me a soda.
I do. Hey, Jameson.
Sorry. Oh my God. Okay.
Thank you.
This is
It's one thing to see your cat. It's another thing for your cat to moon me live on air.
He's also scratching your face right now. Anyway, okay. Yes.
So
I'm an evil overlord, and here is my sidekick.
So
yeah, Bitcoin.
yeah, I mean,
let's talk.
Bitcoin looks awful.
It looks terrible. I'm surprised the market's actually up today based on what Bitcoin's doing.
Yeah, and there is some real underlying issues with Bitcoin, and it is these trusts that are out there. Like, as bad as Bitcoin is, take a look at MSTR. This chart is a train wreck.
Oh my gosh, it is.
The wealth destruction that has happened since the beginning of October here, really since July. But let's just take a look at what's happened since October. This was $375 on the second day of October and is now sitting at about 160. That is down 60%.
Yeah, mate.
And I'm not sure where the floor is here. When I look at Bitcoin and I look at MSTR, I'm looking at potentially below 70,000 for a low here.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I think they're putting the screws on Sailor.
Ooh.
And I do think money is flowing out of crypto and is going into regular markets.
Oh, that's
that is
interesting.
Another thing that we're seeing.
Ah.
And that's partially because of the change in rates. Now, we haven't talked too much about that
Mm-hmm.
today. But if you look at like this CME FedWatch tool, about a week ago, the odds of a rate cut were, you know, a little over a week ago, the odds of a rate cut, call it 10 days ago, had fallen to 30%. They're back up to almost 90%. And this change in rates is what has reflated the AI trade. It's reflated the Russell 2000. And, you know, if you think rates don't matter, take a look at the Russell 2000. This thing bottomed on the 20th at $228 and closed at 248 on the following Friday. That is over a 5-day trading session rallying $20 on a $228 stock. Folks, that's like 8% in 5 days on an index.
What metric are you looking at, Mark? You're looking at if they're going to what?
I'm looking at the odds of a rate cut in December.
Okay, hold on. And what is it right now?
87.4%. And a reminder, like I said, 10 days ago, that level was 30%. So if you're wondering where this rally came from, it's rates.
It's that. Rate is gonna rate. Rate is gonna rate.
And it's not just that, it's that we've seen this, you know, when Powell met with everybody on the 29th of October, kind of poured cold water on rate cuts as a whole. Now we're seeing potential second, third, fourth rate cuts reflate back into the interest rate complex. And we've seen market expectations of long-term rates by the end of the year really come off. You know, if you add everything up, traders are betting that we're going to be somewhere between 250 and 300 basis points by the end of next year, which would be another like 4 rate cuts. That number was down to like 2 10 days ago.
So, Mark, I started the show, or we started this dialogue about the market needs a big gap.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say PCE comes in this Friday with numbers that support an even more reason for a rate cut. That will give us that blue sky breakout.
We will rip all the way till about noon on the 10th. The 10th is when we have that Fed meeting. And folks, I like the market higher through the 10th. If expectations for a rate cut are going to be near 90%, that is going to be very supportive of being bullish the overall market, be it SPX, Qs, Dow. I mean, you look at today, and today's a classic example of how strong this market is. We opened down, you know, below 6,800. You know, on the lows, we were down 50.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're basically threatening on flat. VIX is, I'm not going to get too deep into it, but weekend adjusted VIX is now down. So we're seeing option prices come in, markets recover, and a lot of support of bullishness because of how rates have been and continue to behave. So if you put something to me and said, Mark, what's going to happen this week? I would say we're going to be higher on Friday than where we are right now, and potentially testing new highs in the SPX. We're not that far off a new all-time high. We touched an all-time high on the 29th, the same day as the Fed. 100% not a coincidence. And then our selling completely coincided with the absolute decimation of December rates and the overall expectations in rates for the market in terms of how many cuts are going to happen. The complex reflated that there was going to be fewer rate cuts, bonds were not going to be as bid, and we saw the market sell off because of that. And over that period of time, we dropped from a high of 69.20 to a low on the 21st of 65.20, 400 points between the 29th and the 21st, high to low. That's a nice move. It's like 6%. It's why it is why November, not October, why November was the first down month we had seen since April. April and March were the only two down months that we'd had this year until November. And November almost got back to unchanged because that rate flip happened toward the end of the month with the New York Fed Governor Williams saying, I think we're going to be supportive of cuts.
So, looking at a trade, I mean, I guess if we were to do a weekly game plan, you're obviously leaning bullish. We're waiting for some sort of breakout with like a pre-market data, which would be Friday. What would you do? Like, would you get into a weekly? Would you trade it based on, like, would you position it to take profit on that blue sky breakout, or would you take money beforehand? Like, do you think we're going to ramp up to that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, I think we would be out of a trade by Thursday, but we could even look at something. I don't want to get too deep. But I would look at something like a strangle. We've moved last week. If you look at the S&P 500, this is XSP. If you look at the S&P 500 from the close on the 21st, we closed 660. And by the following Friday, we were at 684. We moved $25. The market, and there are a multitude of reasons, will sell me the entire week's movement for less than $7. And that is kind of what I would be looking at if I was going to put on a game plan trade right now. We're trading 683. I would be buying the 682 put, and I'd be buying the 684 call. The entire cost of that spread is about $6.25.
Not a bad way to play.
Yeah. But I'm with you. I think it's worth just kind of seeing how the rest of the day progresses, and then looking at, looking at a potential trade toward the end of the day. I don't really want to confuse everybody here by walking through a strangle with 1 minute left in the day. But what I want to reiterate is that this is a nice piece of game plan. The big part of game plan is that daily access to Voz's game plans. At 9:30 in the morning Eastern time, you will know the levels that you want to buy calls and the levels you want to buy puts, or if this is a day to just sit on your hands. And then you'll be, when you enter one of her zones, you get long. If it's a call zone, you buy a put. If it's a put zone, you carry the put through the zone and you're out. You carry the call through the zone and you're out. 20, 30, 40%, 5 minutes. Go to Summer Moon Coffee House, buy yourself a cup of coffee and relax.
Let's show that real quick, Mark. I just want to walk you guys real quick before we go. Plug the portfolio. As you guys know, game plan, it's not part of the deal, but for our gamers that are watching that just want to look at our portfolio, we have some tremendous wins here. In November, guys, congratulations. We had our highest hit of 300%. We've had a lot of common, our normal, 34%, 24%, 48%, 60%, 91% right before Thanksgiving. I also want to plug, if you liked me and Mark today, we do have a service trade to close. And then that is from 3 to 4 p.m. And if you like the game plan style, kind of trading those zones for the day, we just launched Fuse Trader, which will give you an email on what to do from 3 to 4 p.m. because that's when everything changes. So give the team a call if you have any questions. It was nice meeting you. It's first time meet and greet.
I would assume so. There's 500 people here.
Okay. What's up?
Yes. Trade to close is super fun. We have a great time. You're going to get to see it later. And we do our Fuse trade in Trade to Close live. So you get Voz walking you through the trade as I enter it. So you will definitely want to check that out. Trade to Close starts in approximately 90 minutes.
It
and
does.
With that, I am going to bid Voz adieu for 90 minutes.
Later.
And let's bring back Leisha J. Leslie and, of course, Hannah J. Selner.
Voz. Hi, Voz. Bye, Voz.
Bye. I'm out. Kick me out of here.
All right. And just a great day as a whole. Option Shopper is your access to low dollar, quick swing trades that are
Mark,
really
get out of
fun.
here. This is me.
And those are with Leisha and Hannah. I will hand you guys off. Have a good one, everybody.
Thank you.
Hey, Leisha, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you, Hannah? I didn't know it was a green day.
Yeah, girl. In the green room, it's always green day. What a throwback. Did you to Green Day is also a band. Did you know this?
Yes, it is.
They're a Colorado-based band. Oh yeah, you have your kids probably maybe at one point listened to Green Day.
Oh, I know a few of their songs, Hannah. Don't write me off.
Oh, you're hip as heck. I'm not writing you off at all. I think you probably know more hip stuff than me, to be quite honest.
Oh, that's funny. Hey, I put together a little presentation. I'm not sure if you want to walk through it.
I do. Let's talk about Auction Shopper.
Yeah. Just walking through my process is all I want to show you.
Let's do it.
As most of you probably know, if not, I like to use the charts to find a good trade idea. We start with the charts, identify a pattern using pitchforks, candlesticks, other kind of technical analysis, bull flags, bear flags, those kinds of things. With those tools, I am able to identify a price target, whether it's higher or lower. So I know what I'm looking for. I know where my goal is, right? Where the stock is going to go to. Also, I choose a stop loss. Discipline is very important. That's how you stay in business, is to take that loss. And yeah, sometimes they come a few in a row, whatever, but you have to stay disciplined. The stop loss is very important. And all of this is what I call my trade plan. And I know all these things before I even enter the purchase of the option. We buy options here in Option Shopper. We don't sell them, we buy them. Then we go shopping for the cheapest option on the board. We can hit upon that a little bit today, and then show you how we exit when we hit our price target. Here's just a walking through. Here's a chart. The stocks hit a support level, not only across the horizontally, but the bottom of my pitchfork. I knew that was support. I'm looking for what's the stock going to do when it hits this level. And sure enough, in this case, it bounced and it created a change in trend candle there, bullish engulfing. And this is where, okay, now I need a confirmation. It's a hop on. It's a good trade. It could possibly be a good trade idea. From there, how high do I think the stock is going to go? What's my price target? Well, we have our previous highs. We have the top of the channel. We have our median line here. There are several ways. I will teach you all those ways. When you know your price target, then you know what you're allowed to pay for the option. It helps you determine if your option is a good value or if it's overpriced.
Yeah.
How much is that option going to move once my stock hits my price target? It helps you evaluate your risk reward.
I've always thought, Leisha, when you walk through this, it's the most logical way to do it.
Yeah.
So the candlesticks tell a story of how a stock has arrived at where it is. And if you pay attention and know what to look for, it tells you usually where it's going to go next using the candles and the pitchforks. And honestly, you more than any of the other traders here, even looking at technical analysis, whenever you do this, and by the way, this is something you guys would learn inside of Option Shopper. Leisha would teach you all about this process and how you can use it yourself. But it always made so much sense to me that before I enter a trade, of course, I need to identify a price target, because it's going to tell me exactly which option I should be buying and exactly how far out I should be looking. Like it logically constructs the trade for you if you let it.
Yes, you're right. You're exactly right. And you can see on the pitchfork, how far out before it hits this price level here.
Yeah.
I generally trade sooner. I'm usually within a 3-week time frame, mostly 2 weeks. I like that quick move. I'm playing the momentum, looking for that quick move that
Right.
I'm seeing. So with the charts also, that it helps me choose where my stop loss is. In this case, it would be a close below all that support, right? And you'll hear me say a million times, the close is always more important than intraday action, because the close creates that candle. And
Let's just stop there for 1 sec, because I think that's such a golden nugget that you just gave away. What time frame candlestick are you talking about for this rule?
it works for in 0DT, it works on the 5-minute. But for trading opportunity, looking to get into a trade for Option Shopper, we're always looking at the daily.
Okay, so you're using the daily candle and you're saying once you've established what that stop loss is, it looks like for this one for Ethereum, it's what's that number say? It's kind of small, 4,000
Yeah.
something, whatever that is.
34. This is an older chart, but yeah.
Okay,
it's a good
so
example.
once you have that number, if at the end of the day, the daily candle has closed below that,
Right.
that's your stop loss that says you want to get out.
Exactly. Your idea failed. It did not come to fruition. It wasn't going. And you have the convergence of the bottom of the pitchfork, the 21-day moving average, that red line, and this support going across.
Right.
Very, very strong support there. So if it begins to trade below there and closes below there, this is not going to rally. It's going to continue that downtrend.
What would you say would be a good, so this is an example of something where it would have an extremely clear stop loss because you have a couple factors you look at aligning all at once. So it's
Right.
like, okay, yeah, this would be such an obvious stop loss. But for people who are trading and maybe aren't as familiar with candlesticks, pitchforks as you are, can you just I'm going to go off script for a second, but
Sure.
can you give them some good rules for if I'm entering a trade? What's a good process for me to figure out what a stop loss should be? Should I be looking at, a daily candle and I'm going back a couple weeks and seeing if I have a place where, okay, when the stock hits this point, it's dropping through the floor there? Or what's a good way for somebody who's new to try to set that on their own?
There are two ways. You can use the chart itself and try and find where highs and lows line up, right? Highs and lows line up help you produce that horizontal trend line, especially when you see it visited and bounce off of it or trade away from it
Right.
each time it touches it. That tells you have a good trend line. There's another way too, though. Once you determine what the most you're willing to lose, my rule of thumb is 30%. Now, sometimes it gets away from me and it's a little more, but my rule of thumb is I don't want to lose more than 30%. So you can take 30% of your option price if it begins to trade below there.
Okay, right. So if I pay $1 or $100 for an option, if I get down to 70 cents or $70, that would be my stop loss. I'm looking to be out.
Correct.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So once you've determined you have a very educated, good idea, several pieces of evidence that you have a reason for a stock to go higher or lower, you know where you're going to stop, you know where your price target is, and you know where your stop loss is. You have your trade plan ready. Now you can go shopping for your cheapest option. Implied volatility is just a term for price of options.
Okay.
Basically, are they expensive compared to usual? Are they cheaper compared to usual? Volatility has a mean reversion, so it usually, it has a medium point where it usually goes to. So if it's higher than that or lower than that, we're looking for cheaper options.
Right.
We also want to look at how that compares to the historic, where the stock has traded. And easily you can get that on your Thinkorswim. The pink line is the stock volatility. The blue line is the option volatility, mainly the price of the options. So we get a quick glance easily on Thinkorswim right here. In this example, our implied vol, our price of our options are pretty low here. This is a full year of it. And you can see the middle, right, where that it always comes back to. It trades above, comes back down, trades below, comes back up. Right now, they're cheap. Options in this stock were on the low end. And they're below the
How do you
price.
know? How do you know right now that options are cheap? What tells me from this chart that options are cheap?
I thought I just explained that.
Well, I'm making you say it again because it wasn't clear. We gotta go slow. So I'm waiting for you to say something that has blue line and pink line in it. Do I
Yes.
want the blue line to be below the pink line?
That is correct.
Great.
That's
Okay. So
correct.
I want to see implied volatility is lower than historical volatility.
Yes.
Okay.
What is what you want to see. But you also, and it may not always be the case, and you feel a very strong conviction that this stock's really moving up. If I have to pay a little bit more, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
But you also see historically it's been as high as up here, right?
Right.
And this is historically low. So you know you're in the low section.
Right. Okay. Because I can see, back in April to buy these options, you'd have to pay up
Yes.
to whatever that price was. And I can see that where the blue line is now is way lower than it was back in April.
Exactly.
And you can see this. I'm sure it looks a little different in every brokerage, but is this something you can turn on to see
Oh.
for any stock if I want to search Tesla and see our
Yes.
options cheap right now. I can look at that myself.
And Thinkorswim, it's just under your studies. You add it under your studies and you put it below. I put it below my chart. Very simple. And it's just, it's a guideline. It's a guideline. Nothing's hard and fast. It's a guideline. Helps you determine am I paying a lot or am I paying?
Yeah. Which is something, you should want to know at all times. If you're looking to buy something at a discount, this is how you tell.
Exactly. Another way that I look at it, I compare each expiration. In this case, we have the D5s. I like the at the money. The at the money has a 50 delta, which you'll learn all about delta. You'll learn all about gamma. I will teach you how to figure out risk reward. Where will that option price be trading when we hit our price target? That's our option price target. I'll teach you how to calculate that. I like the at the money for several reasons you'll learn. And I just compare it. So Fridays, in this case, they're trading an implied vol of 70.5. The measurement of the option price. Go out a week and DS12, they're a little higher at 73. And then DS19, the same option, are even higher, 74.70. So you decide where on the pitchfork or on the chart, do I need extra time? Is it worth paying the extra money for the extra time? You can kind of evaluate here too. It's like 30 cents more for an extra week. Is it worth that? Several ways for you to determine which is the best option to purchase on the board. What's the cheapest?
And by the way, like an option shopper, Alicia's going to do this for you anyway. So
Yes.
she is already doing all of this legwork. But to be honest, if you're looking to understand more about how do I actually pick the best options contract, I want to be able to apply this on my own to certain stocks I'm looking at. Like you're going to get all of that in Option Shopper. Alicia will literally give you her step-by-step. She's already just showed you some of it. Like there's a couple ways to determine if an option is actually cheap. Here they are. And she'll show you how to do this. And she does this live too. So you can either, Alicia will just give you the fish in Option Shopper, but she'll also teach you how to fish for them yourself. Do you fish, Alicia, at all?
I like fishing, actually. Yes, I do like to fish.
Me too. I like
It's
my
fun.
my dad is a big fishing guy. So when I was growing up, he got all of us into it. And
Yeah,
it's definitely fun.
it's just fun to be out on the water. Yeah, I think it's great.
Yeah.
It's exciting when you do catch one. And
Totally.
usually a beer's involved. So
Yeah, right? Who can complain then? That's so true. I love this slide that you put exiting the trade as the hardest part because I think that's so relatable. There's
It's
so
true.
many times, man, that you're in a trade and you're like, should I let this keep going? Should I take it? There's so many practical logistical questions about getting out of a trade that make it hard.
Hannah, it's the exact point where the fear and greed just come in, right? The fear and greed, oh, I know this is going higher. I can let it ride a little further.
Right.
Oh, it's going to turn around. I don't need to take my loss. It's going to turn around. You talk yourself into.
Totally.
That's why the trade plan is so important.
Yep.
And you have those numbers, you have those price levels already in your trade plan before you even put the trade on. It helps you stay disciplined and it helps you keep the emotion out of it, which honestly, I think all of us will agree is the very hardest part.
100%. Do you have anything? So it sounds like the biggest preparation you make to exit the trade well is having a good trade plan at the beginning,
Right.
where you have already identified, okay, on this particular trade, because of what the candlesticks and the pitchfork is telling me, my target is this. And then it just becomes you holding yourself to that target. Would you say that's fair? Yeah. Okay.
And to be even more strict upon yourself, you can put those stop loss orders and good to cancel orders in. We can show you how to do that.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that you're abiding by it. So let me just show you real quick one of our latest trades. Gold futures were in a consolidation here and they moved away to the upside. We hopped into GLD trade. They cleared the most recent highs. They cleared resistance. RSI was curling bullish, MACD curling bullish. Here's my reasoning to get in. Gold futures broke out of the up to the upside out of the consolidation bank box range they were trading in. So
Okay.
then I choose my price target on GLD, which was the previous high. My price target on the futures, 42.17, 388 on GLD.
Okay.
My stop loss was a close below that support level there, 41.10 on the futures. This one had a little extra step because we're trading futures in GLD. Same idea though.
Yeah.
And we looked at our historic and implied vol. It was a little bit on the high side.
Yeah.
Had been higher recently though,
Yep.
and kind
Oh,
of like
relatively
around the median, right?
Right.
Right back to that median area. So they're a little high. In this case, when we have higher option prices in Option Shopper, we trade call verticals pretty often. It lowers our price. And all you're really doing is buying the at the money option and selling a further out of the money option.
Really?
Usually you line up that sell option with your price target.
Right. One way I like to think about some scary no option phrases like call verticals or calendars or things that freak people out.
Yeah.
All of these really are just a recipe of puts and calls.
Yes.
It's just a recipe of puts and calls that Leisha can show you and teach you. It's actually not difficult. You just have to know which ones go together and when you're using them. And that's something that they learn. But usually the reason why you take that extra step is to give yourself an additional advantage.
Yes.
So you don't do the extra work just to do the extra work. You do it for a reason. It's either making the trade cheaper. It's either making your upside higher. It's lowering your risk. There's a reason. And that's one of the great pieces about trading with pro traders like you have here at OptionPit is they understand which tool to pull out of the toolkit to use depending on what the scenario is presenting you. So for this one, you chose to do a call vertical for a specific reason, and you tell people exactly what to do and how to do it. And it long term, I think it makes our win rates much higher, and it can make your target upside on individual trades even higher. So if anyone's watching this and it's like, oh God, a call vertical, don't worry about it. It's just a recipe of calls and puts. That's all they ever are.
Yes. And you can enter it as a package. You don't have to leg it. If you want to have fun and you think you're good, you can leg it, but you can enter it as a package on your trading
Brokerage.
platform.
Right.
So of course, exiting the gold futures traded our way, actually broke through that resistance there. So in 2 days, we'd gotten the rally we were looking for on the futures. So we bought them on the 25th, sold them a couple days later. I went in at 323, sold at 448 for almost 39% gain.
And would you say this is pretty typical structure for an option shopper trade? About that price, about this many days, that's kind of normal?
Generally, yes. We got the move. 30, yes. In 2 days, I'm going to take the money. And the way that these futures looked, it was Thanksgiving time and everything else too. So let's take the money.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Here it was in the final 2 days, almost 39%. So just to sum it up, what the whole process is, and then I have a couple of trade ideas, and which I think is the most fun. I think our option shoppers have the most fun is when they bring in chart requests.
Yeah.
And we just, take a look at a chart that you have any question on where we think it may be going. I think that's kind of the most fun. I know I enjoy it. So we identify a chart pattern. Is the stock moving higher or lower? We wait for a confirmation. We're ready to hop in. We choose that direction. We know where our price target is by looking at the chart. We determine where our stop loss is going to be. We go to the option chain, find the cheapest option. If we need to, or if it's more beneficial, maybe we spread it off into a call vertical or put vertical. Very simple. And then we have our exit plan. The stock moves in our direction. We try to ride it to the price target. Sometimes it happens where, you see it heading that way and then it kind of maybe loses steam on the daily. We'll take our money. We're always, my initial is to make 100% on my option. When I'm shopping for options, I want to make 100% on that. If I'm buying options for $1, I want to sell them at $2.
Yep.
That's initially where I enter. Sometimes I got to get out at $1.80. But my rule of thumb is I want to make double on these when I'm entering them. So I give myself that much leeway. I'm not getting in just to make the 30 cents.
Right. Like make it worth your time. Yeah, that makes
Yes.
a lot of sense.
Yes, exactly.
I did put just in the chat for you guys a link to, and then Leisha will go over her trade idea, but I popped in the chat the link directly to the option shopper order form. We do have it. Looks like, what are we at here? I think 14 seats total for the rest of the day. 1 year for 1K. Option shoppers included in that. I posted it in the chat for you. Leisha, can we actually, before we look at this, can you just pull up the track record for Option Shopper really quick so we can look at some of your recent trades, positions, et cetera, so everyone can see that? You already got a shout out, a couple shout outs in the chat, but
thank you.
Casey said that they saw you or heard you talking about GLD back around 370. They scooped some of it up and they say, thanks so much. Obviously it looks better now.
That's great. Awesome. We did have a stinker in ARC turned around very quickly on me, and we did have a stink. We don't have a trade on today. We after we exited, gold was our last trade. I did not add one with the holiday and everything, but
we do have a question in the chat, Leisha, about how many trades per week do you normally put on for Option Shopper? What do you like?
I like to have 2 or 3, but I have to tell you, with these giant moves, I've been a little more conservative the last few days. Like, this is easy. This kind of action in the regular market, this is easy. This not so easy, right? This was a 200-point reversal. If you're wrong, you're way wrong.
Right.
Right. So when we have these giant big candles, I'm trading a little less, but generally I like 2 to 3 trades because you got to be right. We are up against resistance here on the pitchfork and futures.
Yeah, look at it slowing down a little bit there, huh?
Yeah.
It is crazy, man. Going back and looking at, whenever for CRT, we're going through or putting together some charts for you, Leisha, whenever I use the pitchforks, and for anyone here who maybe hasn't seen this, but whenever I lay the pitchfork over a trade, it's actually crazy.
Isn't it crazy?
How much the stock follows that pitchfork. It's nuts.
I know.
I'll put the pitchfork off and I'll be like, okay, I see where it should go. And then I'll put it on and it just goes exactly where you thought. It really does feel like you're reading the tea leaves on these trades. It's pretty nuts. I mean, you can just look at some of these examples you're pulling up. Like, I don't know, it goes to the midline and then it comes right back. And then it goes to the midline and then it'll drop right to the bottom of the pitchfork. And I think intuitively, especially if you're a visual person, this is like second to none when it comes to trying to trade. Using something like this, it just makes sense.
Well, even think about it if you're a long-term trader, investor.
Yes.
And you have this and you're like, okay, I'm still good here. As long as this honors this, and look at how perfectly that lines up with that 50-day moving average.
Totally.
Totally, you have a great pitchfork here in Apple, and those of you here, you can have it. Take your screenshot there. That support of that entire pitchfork completely just mimicking the 50-day moving average there. Right. So you want to be a long-term holder of Apple. You're safe. Or even, you hit your median line, sell it and buy it back when it comes. You know what I mean?
Right. 100%.
It's a great.
This would be a perfect buy and sell indicator just for stocks. And Griswold was asking in the chat, so we'll learn how to do the pitchforks. Yes, and 100%. If you join Option Shopper today, again, it is included the 1K for 1 year. Leisha has a full library of videos. You can go in and just watch those off the bat. And Leisha, obviously, when she's live each week, she'll teach you this. So you are going to, over the next year, that's 52 live sessions with Leisha where she will walk you through exactly how to do this. I think you had an idea maybe that you wanted to show people today. You want to pull that up?
I do.
You have something that looks good?
Speaking of Apple, Apple's breaking out over these previous highs of resistance.
Yep.
And you can see how it consolidated, kind of paused here. And look at how it's breaking out today. I think Apple wants to, back into this channel, it has an 80% chance of trading back to the median line, which we've seen. It often goes to the median line. And I honestly, I think Apple's 290, 291 in Apple. So I have my price target. And I'm only going out a week or, this is actually Friday, 291, 292 on Friday in Apple. My stop loss will be the close below my support. And when I go to shop for options, here's my price of my options, the movement of the stock. They're down here on the low level, right?
Wow, yeah, look at that.
They're on the lower end. They've been
Right.
really high. That was the craziness in April.
Yeah.
But you can see they're on the low end. Options aren't too overly priced. Then I just compare. I like at the money. So 281, I'd be looking at the 282, slightly out of the money. And Fridays are a 2090 implied vol. Next week's are a 2060, little cheaper. And the 19th, the big expiration, 2120. So then if we'll get into skew. You'll learn how to decide if you're going to spread it off or not. I'll teach you how to figure that out. But yeah.
Well, you heard it here first. Next Apple target from Alicia, 290, 291. You like the, what'd you say, 282 option?
Yeah.
Here,
Yeah.
Alicia?
Yeah.
We're getting buzzed off here. Guys, 1K for 1 year of Option Shopper. The link is in the chat. You can trade live with Leisha every week. I saw a question. Leisha is live once a week for Option Shopper. So she'll meet with you, show you what she's trading next, and talk about the opportunities. If you're a technical trader, this is the place to be. Option Shopper.
I am, even though I was going to give you Uber, watch Uber over the 200 day and take it to the 50 day. That's another good idea.
Leisha is full of good tips. We're going to have to drag her kicking and screaming out of here. She's the best at giving free tips. We love it. Leisha, thanks so much. Option Shopper is a great service. Again, guys, the link's in the chat. You can click it. When are you live each week for Option Shopper normally, Leisha? What day of the week?
Tuesdays at 1 p.m. Eastern.
All right. Well, if you guys get in there today, you can trade pitchforks starting tomorrow with Leisha. So hop in.
Well, I won't be here tomorrow, but Thursday we're having our makeup day Thursday at 1. We always have a makeup day if we can't do it on Tuesday.
Thursday then. Thank you, Leisha.
Thanks so much, Hannah. Thank you, everyone. Hey, Andrew.
How are you doing?
Andrew, I missed you.
You
Welcome
missed
back.
me.
Well, yeah. Did you see I have some glasses that match yours so we can twin?
Oh, you have some clear ones?
Yeah.
So does my wife. And now that you have those, now my work wife and my wife have the same glasses. If Sebastian gets them, then we're all done.
It's all happening. It's all happening at once. Andrew, we are here to talk about a strategy called weekly profit cycles, which is about exactly what it sounds like. It's a weekly profit cycle. You want to tell us a little bit about where the heck this strategy came from, why you even started trading it in the first place, and then we'll talk about maybe what you're seeing today.
Well, the key to this strategy is there's two things that I stumbled on by, I'm not going to say by chance, but you observe it first and then you go back and see if it's true. The first is the S&P 500 moves 2% generally in 1 month and it has done so 95 out of the last 98 months or 95 out of the last 100 months. Essentially, it moves that much 95% of the time, like give or take a percentage point or two.
Okay.
Okay. So first off, you're like, wow, if the market moves 2%, I just got to figure out a way to find a trade
Right.
that I put on every week that I hold for basically a month. I should be able, if the market moves 2%, I should be able to make money.
Right. There are not many things in the market that happen 95% of the time. That's really high.
That is correct. And in 2025, we were 100% of it.
Okay.
Wasn't just, it just,
Well,
it's like 1% a day, I feel like.
I know. I was just going to say, it feels like you move 2% in, 3 days, one
Right.
day. Like we
Right.
really turned up the volume here. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
And the second part of the strategy is that VIX and SPY move in opposite directions. They're what we call trading opposites.
Okay.
And I guess we just got a weekly profit size. I don't know. We got kind of a blank screen there or something.
Yeah, it's okay. We're back. So
Okay, we're back.
if volatility, and we talked about this a little bit earlier with Rip Zone, if you guys were here for that, but if we're going to be down in zone 1, so if the VIX is 8, the SPY is usually going higher. And then if the SPY takes a dip, we're going to see the VIX go higher. So
Correct.
a magnet that kind of repels each other. They kind of switch.
Right.
So once we know that, and we know that we're getting 2% move in SPY every 30 days, it's happened 100% of the time this year,
Mm-hmm.
you can formulate a trade that basically should never lose. Almost.
Right. And we've been running this for 3 years. And it has performed well historically. There's been a little less correlation this year than I would like.
What do you mean?
Well, VIX and SPY weren't usually, the numbers are close to 80% of the time, meaning when SPY goes up, VIX will go down 80% of the time. That's roughly how it works. And this year we had a lot of SPY going up, VIX going up.
Let's look at it on your chart a little bit. You want to pull this up? We can take a peek because
Sure.
We've had some weird, there's been a lot of anomalies in 2025, but one of them is that the VIX has not dropped as much traditionally as we normally see. So the SPY can be at or near all-time highs, and the VIX is kind of doing more of a plateau than a dip.
Correct. So basically what happens is if you could see this here, let's do SPY first, just so you can take a look. And of course, it's my 2 volatility strategies I've traded for the longest time. We're talking one about 3.5, 4 years, and the other one about 10. Okay. This is the first year we have not seen what I would call a happy and fun drop in VIX when the market rallies. And that generally historically has produced, a good chunk of my gains.
Sure.
So if this year was not a great year for this strategy, or it kind of just breaks even, next year will be a tremendous year for the strategy. But when you see stocks historically, and when I mean historically, I mean for the last, since we've had measured volatility in the S&P 500, you see stocks at the highs, and VIX should be very close to the lows. Right. So here's our SPY kind of sitting up here. We're within, 6-7 points of all-time highs, something like that.
Yeah,
pretty close. But our VIX, while it is lower, it's not like down here lower. Okay. Now, from a strategy point of view, because I usually buy VIX puts that are in the money, I buy them for $1, $1.50, $1.25. And you say, well, Andrew, that's only a couple of dollars. But with those contracts, it makes a big difference closing. It means the difference between paying $1.25 and accepting $1.50, which is basically what you had to do this year, or picking up $3 or $4 per contract which makes the strategy very profitable. So what you do is, so anyway, that is the, that's the condition we have currently. It is what it is. It has been challenging for sure. And we spent a good amount of time with the market going up and VIX really not going down a whole lot, considering
Right.
basically how healthy stocks were.
Let me ask you this. So for everyone here today, there are some events over the next couple of weeks that are obviously going to affect SPY and obviously going to affect VIX.
Yep.
And by the way, if you trade weekly profit cycles with Andrew, those are the only two things you trade.
Yep.
And every Wednesday, Andrew puts on a new trade in the SPY and the VIX pretty much every Wednesday.
Yep.
And when he sets up those trades, he is setting them up over a 30-day window. And he's basically saying over the next 30 days, and one of these trades is like going to win and one of them is maybe going to lose. But we're okay with that because of the way you set up the trades. There's a sort of arbitrage situation that happens between them and you come out on top. That's sort of to make a more complicated thing simple. That's about what's happening there. So one of the things that Andrew's saying, just to kind of sum this up, over the last year, it's been a little more difficult to trade this because the VIX doesn't go quite as low as it should.
When SPY goes high.
When SPY goes high, exactly. So over the rest of the year, Andrew, and this is just for anyone here, this will help you with your own trading no matter what it is. Do you think that trend is going to go away? Meaning, do you think that the VIX will actually drop below, go where it should go when the SPY is this high? And what condition, like what might make that happen?
I think that, can it change? I'll see it change when just VIX prints 13. That's the first thing. So for everybody in here, if you just want something to take away from today, if volatility can actually print in zone 1, meaning be in the lowest quartile, that means traders are accepting lower vol. So that means people are selling it. Yep. We need to see that first.
What are some things that might make that happen?
One is the interest rates, the decision on the 10th, where interest rates are lower.
Right.
And instead of giving some flim-flammery for the next, year, they're like, okay, here is our rate path. Okay. And they just lay it out. Historically, that's kind of what the Fed has done. Two, you'll see something around interest rates, budget, things like that, which takes some of the guesswork out of the budget. So that could be another thing. So I think, and those are the two things that ultimately have been driving volatility up. And interest rate uncertainty and kind of this huge budget exploding deficit thing, uncertainty. The third one, I guess, would be the market moving somewhat away from NVIDIA as the leader. Not that NVIDIA has to crash, but there are other players in the AI space that are real. Like Google started to just now, but not exactly. But so the tide is kind of rolling away. So what you're doing is, there's less of these long-term themes that are getting everybody excited about the market rallying, and they all want to get in to try to catch these huge moves up, right? So the government, the government and the Fed produces these big moves. Oh, we're going to cut rates. Markets rip higher. In the old days, right, or any market up 0.5% or 3%, that used to be a lot. Now you have like in 3 days you're up 2%. Like, whoa, that's a lot. Right. So remember, I started this strategy with 2% a month is a pretty good move. Like that is happening, around 95% of the time. Yeah. And this year it's more like 2% a day sometimes.
Right.
So while that does provide one part of the trade to close, if we're constantly rallying on the 2%, it makes it harder because buying SPY puts and buying VIX puts, it just makes it a lot. It makes it a lot harder when.
This is actually a good segue, Andrew. So I want to highlight one piece of the strategy that's important. Davey, you can make both of us full screen for a second, and then we'll go back to Andrew's chart. But so we've talked a lot about a 2% move in 30 days and what that can mean for setting up these trades. But there's something else that's important, and it's one of the reasons why I think a lot of people love weekly profit cycles. It's called an overall portfolio hedge.
Right.
What that means is that you always have a trade on that can pay you if the market pops up much higher, or more likely if the market drops a lot, which in the last year we have seen happen several times. Think back to April, we saw a 12% overall market correction in a single day. So we're talking about 2%. This blew that out of the water and dropped 12%. Can you talk a little bit about the portfolio hedge? Maybe we can look at the S&P over the last year and some of these bigger drops and talk about kind of how this strategy works at those moments. Because I think what a lot of people experience that is the opposite of this strategy is we have a big market-wide red day, and I'm looking at all my long-term positions and thinking, shoot, what am I going to do?
Fun.
Yeah, it's no fun. Everything's red. But what happens on days like that, if I go into the Weekly Profit Cycles chat room, everyone's celebrating because those big moves are big paydays. Can you just pull that up? Let's talk about that a little bit. That portfolio hedge is a huge piece of why people love this strategy.
Right. And you have to it's big, and it's just a lot of I would call sometimes it's like the cop in the donut shop thing where you're a police officer, you're like, okay, I'm going to go get coffee. And then literally 2 seconds later, there's a shootout that you have to be ready. Right. You never know, okay, I'm going to have a coffee. And all of a sudden, mayhem. Okay.
No. Yeah.
So you can't, it's very hard. Although we do have a lot of services here at Option Pit, the closer to the end of the day ones, around trade to close and Mark Zero DTE, where everybody's kind of watching all day, right? They're watching. All of a sudden, everything kind of goes over the waterfall, and then everybody kind of pops in, right? So we do have those daily services. The idea for weekly profit cycles is we just put a trade on and not care where the market goes at the beginning. Right. So when you have these big drawdowns, you're just all we're doing in our chat room mostly is, do we close them now? Do we take the money now? Do we close them now?
Wait for more.
Right. Should we wait for more? This year, I would say I wish I did not wait for more for my VIX puts and just took them when they were all green. But as far as, anytime we had really any kind of drawdown, we're looking to close our SPY put spreads.
Yep.
So, and, we had a lot of good SPY put spread closes. We had some good VIX call closes, but ultimately, when you trade and you buy options on a 30-day or in window, you're in the game to close that trade. Trade to close, always be closing. We also have CTS, close that stuff. So you want to dial in on closing the positions that are paying. That's the idea. And what we call the two-way trade. Okay, the market's going one way. We ride that as far as we think we can until we make enough money, and then we try to make money on the other side when it moves. Right. So, it's usually one side of the trail make 50, 60%, and the other side might lose 100%, but together they make a little money. But you don't have to really be concerned about direction. That's the point of the strategy. You don't have to be concerned about direction when you put the trade on, which mostly every trade you put on would be, I have to care about what direction we're going.
It focuses on, in the scheme of life and trading, there are things you can control and predict, and things you cannot. And weekly profit cycles focuses on the things that we know are most likely to happen and the things we can predict. So,
Right.
on any day, can anyone call if the market's going up and down? Yeah, who knows? We decided we don't want to be in that game. Let's
Right.
just be in the game that we can win either way. It basically changes the rules so that every Wednesday you kind of cast out this net no matter what. And when you pull it up, there's going to be fish in it. Like that's the structure. Because the mistake a lot of people make, I think, is you can't anticipate when. Can you pull up a chart of the SPY?
Yep, I can.
Let's go back to April, and let's look at the day that we dropped 12%.
All right.
There was no way to predict that
Right here.
day was going to happen.
Right.
There was no way to predict that. People love to go back after the fact and be like, I knew that it was going to. There's no way to know that's going to happen. And the crazy part is, corrections like that happen. They happen multiple times a year. And maybe it's not 12% in a day. Maybe it's 5. Maybe it's 6. Maybe it's 12% over 2 weeks. Whatever it is, as long as it happens in less than 30 days, which it's basically a certainty it's going to happen a few times a year, you can pay yourself through this strategy. And you don't have to know right before. You're just ready all the time.
Right. And it will give you a strategy that's meant to be scalable, meaning you do 5 lots and 10 lots, 3 lots, 2 lots, because you're always having a long and short side on.
Right.
And that is the point of the strategy. And also you get really good at learning how volatility affects markets. So you see, because we're talking about it 3 times a week, you see volatility going up and you're like, well, maybe I don't want to be so long when volatility is going up right now, right? Because you're in the market for VIX. You are watching what's going on, and you have just a better sense of what's going on. So that's it's a good way to kind of learn, right? The best thing is learning and seeing how things are going.
Talk to us a little bit, Andrew, about what people get with weekly profit cycles. So I think you're live 3 times a week. You do a new member session on Mondays,
right?
New trades on Wednesdays, and then you got a Friday session too. Can you walk people through that for your set?
Yeah. So Monday is basically it's a new new trader session where we talk about spreads, individual options, just like a basic part of the strategy. Number 2, Wednesday is all about the trade we put on, right? All about the trade we put on. And number 3 is going over our positions portfolio and actually trading the strategy. So it gives you kind of a full grounding on what's going on. And that's the point basically of the whole week. And then all the trade openings and closes are put out via alert. And that's and that's it. So, and there's also a lot going on in the chat room with, ways to kind of juice the trade, meaning trying to make more money on it one way or the other. And, people asking questions in the chat room. So you have questions about, what's this VIX put? What's this, that, so if you have questions, some of the older members in there besides me will also help answer it for you. So, that's kind of how it sets up. So, and then we have 3 basic trades. Oh, they're saying my sound is cutting out. But we have 3 basic trades, and you just learn how to trade those 3 trades.
If you guys have some weird sound stuff under us, there's a low latency button. You can turn that on. It should make it a little bit clearer for you, or just reload the page.
Yeah, it's right there.
Yeah. So this is Andrew, this is the last time that you'll be in here today in the open house. For you guys who are here, if you have any questions for Andrew, whether they are for weekly profit cycles or Rip Zone or Flash, the way he trades option fingerprints, pop them in the chat and I'll direct some of these to him, so that you guys can get squared away and hopefully claim one of these 12 seats that are left for the 1K for 1 year. If you have any questions, pop them in. And I will pass them over to Andrew. Someone is asking to see an example of the trades. Can you just talk about that a little bit, Andrew?
Yeah, the example that
Formula
goes
you
out.
use here?
Yep, that goes out is like this. Here we go. So here's an example of a trade. It looks like this. All right, just so you guys can see. Basically, we have the where SPY and VIX was as reference, what the volatility condition was at the time. We have our 3 trade ups. So we're long VIX, long SPY, short VIX, short SPY. And we're long SPY via like a strangle and short VIX, what I call a volatility neutral trade. Then part 2 here is the actual trade. So for Wednesday, we bought a call spread to the end of the month in SPY, a put spread to the end of the month. And then we bought one only VIX put, because right now VIX is sort of, like I said earlier, it doesn't go down a lot. So it's a lot harder to buy a lot of VIX puts and make money. So I've been depending more on the SPY to generate some bucks. And then I set out the closing win and triggers, like SPY gets to here at a 50% target. And then I alert you as basically SPY moves. I'm like, hey, close the call spreads now. You're up 50%. You should close them. Take your money. Some people do, some people don't. You know, it's just always one of those things where, all right, we're up money, but I didn't take it. And they get a little grumpy. Generally, I will put out a close when we have a, change in direction, basically. So, I'm watching these pretty much all day long. Yeah. So it gives you a trigger here when, okay, this is at SPY 685. I'm up some money, right? So you can expect where, a close.
One of the things that's really nice about this, and you guys can see this on your screen right now, Andrew gives you specific targets for each piece of the trade and exactly when you hit 25%, 50%, 80%. So if you're doing this on your own, you know exactly what you're looking for SPY to go to close the trade, or exactly what you're looking for VIX to go to close the trade. So weekly profit cycles, again, just to kind of sum up here for you, these are SPY VIX pair trades. They happen every Wednesday. Andrew's targets here are usually to make between the recipe of trades. It's a little bit lower profit per trade. You're probably looking for around 10-ish%. And it's higher conviction. So you're looking to have a higher win rate and a little bit less profit per trade. It's more reliable in that way. So usually when you're looking at trading strategies, you kind of have 2 buckets. Ones that will have a lower win rate, but higher percentage profit per trade, and ones that have a higher win rate and lower percentage profit per trade. Weekly profit cycles is in that second bucket here. Now, Andrew, you do have some other strategies that fall into that first kind of bucket. One of them we talk about sometimes is Flash, which is where you trade option fingerprints. That if you are interested in joining Flash 7, which is where Andrew, it's longer term trades. And basically Andrew's going to be looking for anywhere from 100 to 200% or higher return on those trades. And he usually releases 5 to 8 of them, probably 4 times a year. The way that he does that is he's looking at specific stocks that have option interest going out like a year. So think about if you saw what Mark did earlier with big money flow, Andrew's kind of looking at the same thing, but on a longer time frame. And he uses that to tell him what the next great stocks are going to be. He does that, and we call them option fingerprints. He does that in Flash 7. So if you have questions about that, and maybe you want to do Flash 7, give us a phone call. That's another great strategy that has, it's a little less frequent than what you're seeing right now with weekly profit cycles, and it's going to have a higher upside.
It's
Yeah,
also
HPH says WPC is a base hit service, not a home run service. That's
right.
true. That's
And
true.
and that's a key thing for the service is just taking money. Performance would be much better this year just taking some money and not waiting for zone one. I was looking for zone one on a couple of trades for weekly profit cycles. So other than that, the Flash series, though, has a really good track record. I think our win rate is like 68% overall since we started. And we're looking for basically long-term options. So we'll probably come up with a new Flash deal relatively soon. I will say, though, this is a stock that has not gone anywhere in a while, but it's also a bounce service. So basically, I'm looking for stocks that have fallen apart and are looking to bounce back again. Like everybody forgets NVIDIA, one of the great stocks of this, of this decade. It spent 6 years doing nothing between 2012 and 2018. So some stocks basically, when they're out of favor and then they turn their business around and become in favor. And that's the whole idea of the Flash service.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. So we have 12 seats at the 1K for 1 year. There's 2 ways to claim that, you guys. You can call us 888-872-3301. There's also a link below us. Let's get that link posted in the chat if you want to join Weekly Profit Cycles. That's your way to do that. And then if you have a question about any other service, I see some questions in the chat like, what's a home run service? Give us a phone call. They can tell you what a home run service is. You're probably going to be looking at like 0 DTE or some of these higher pace, higher upside. Flash is definitely going to be more home runs if you're looking to trade specifically with Andrew. So give us a phone call. They'll get you set up. I think Hans is coming on next to do Turbo Income. And then Mark and I are going to wrap us up with some trade to close at the end of the day. So thank you guys for sticking around. Andrew, thanks so much for participating in the open house.
Oh, you're quite welcome. It was my pleasure.
Well, we love you. We appreciate you. If you are a paid member of Andrews, you will see him tomorrow. If not, you should call us and become a paid member of Andrews so you can see him tomorrow. That's that. Thanks for being here, Andrew. Is Hans here? Can we pop him into the room?
I am.
Hey, Hans.
Hey,
How you doing?
Hannah, how are you? Oh,
We're really zoomed in right on your
very close,
right on your mouth.
It's getting worse.
There we go. Perfect.
There we go. You guys don't need a close look at me today. I'm not feeling my best.
I'm sorry. Sorry about your voice. It's tough. We appreciate you being here for a little time.
All good. All good. I'm happy to be here. I'm excited to talk to some folks who haven't been here before. And I'm sure they've gotten a wonderful earful of value today, and I'm going to try to add some to that.
Well, you add value, you do. For those of you who have not met Hans, he is the resident income trader here at Option Pit. Income usually is almost a dirty word that people are like, well, it's just low upside, it's whatever. The way that you trade income, though, Hans, is not that. You have something specifically that's very exciting called turbo trades, where a lot of times you're hitting triple-digit winners. So if you're someone that thinks, oh, I know what income is, and you're halfway out the door, come back in, sit down, because there's more coming in the way that Hans trades income. That's really exciting. Across the board, just to get you guys amped up, across the board, Hans has a 90% win rate with all of his strategies. And that's what we're going to talk about a little bit. So Hans, where do you want to start? You kind of have a couple different buckets of trades. You want to talk about each of those, or what do you think?
Well, that's it. And so I'm a different income animal, Hannah. So, my background, 15 years, pro options market maker. So as you've been noticing around here today, we are all professionals. We all do this. We all put our money on the line because we just can't help it. We love this stuff. And we want to show you the ways that we make money. and everybody wins, right? So 15 years doing that, and then another decade actually running a whole bunch of income funds. So right there's that dirty word again, those income funds that quite frankly, I don't think most of them really do income justice. And the reason behind that is really they don't care. They're raising assets, and their primary purpose is to make fees off of everybody's assets. Now they can't completely, what the bed, because they have to deliver, roughly market performance, which they never ever do. But they're much more focused on gathering your money. So turbo income is really about putting you in the driver's seat, because I guarantee it in those funds, and I ran them for 10 years, and I fought and I screamed and I kicked, and they do not want to do things in a way that improves performance. It's insane to hear that. So that's my background. And so I want to show you guys a little bit about how we actually do this behind the curtain, when your performance is what matters and not somebody's fees and country club membership. So I'm going to walk you through how I do these income trades, and I'm going to, show you how we do it all.
Let's do it. I'm hooked.
All right. So basically, I want you guys to think of income as not so boring, right? Income is thought of as, okay, we're going to grab a little bit. And I don't blame you for thinking that, because it typically is, right? The core idea of income is that we are extracting some value out of the market. And I don't want to lose everybody in the weeds here, but we're sort of grabbing something, that edge out of income trades. It's called volatility risk premium a lot of the time. And a lot of the time options are expensive. And that's why income trading sort of per se can really work over time when done properly, when done with risk management, when done with my ripcord, when done in a way that is a 91% win rate, but actually makes money. Because you can hear a 91% win rate, and you may have seen that before and gone, oh, but you didn't actually make any money. And believe you me, that actually is possible. You can have 9 out of 10 winning trades and still not really make any money. So we're not interested in that. And so income becomes the foundation for everything we do, because it's that consistent, as we manage it properly, that consistent foundation that allows you to do the other fun stuff. And every now and then, Hannah, you've heard this a couple times, it is what kicks in is something called strategic greed. And what that means is greed, like, Gecko said in that movie many years ago. I'm gonna lose some of you there, but he said greed is good, greed works. Well, greed doesn't work when you're just flailing about in the wind and listening to what the latest guy on CNBC said, what your neighbor just bragged about making so much money on. That is not the way it works. It is thoughtful, it is structured greed, and I use the greed for fun, but it's really about strategic aggressiveness, right? Aggression. And that's what we do. We want to grab upside, because anybody who knows me knows that I hate to give up upside. And that just, it hurts me. It injures me. It injures my soul to give up too much upside. And I've had some people reach out to me this year and go, boy, my income trades have been great, but I feel like I left a whole lot of money on the table. I don't know if you've heard that, Hannah, but that is like, it is the bane of the income trader right now. And turbo income is the answer to that.
Well, let's show people. Davey, can you share my screen? I pulled up Hans' track record, and I want to walk through this a little bit with everyone. There are really 3 types of trades here that Hans uses. The first is going to be a turbo trade. So this is what I was talking about earlier when I said that you are able to capture more upside than a traditional income strategy. So what you guys can see here is this is the trade type column. See how they all say turbo here. And in this column, you can see the returns. So yes, some of them are more income base hits, 10% on GS, but you're also going to see some really high upside trades. Here's one on USAR, 242%. Here's one on Apple, 122%. Here's another one, 115%. Now, the biggest thing I want you to take away from looking at this, well, there's a couple things, but one of the biggest is how few losses there are. So you can spot the losses quickly. They're just the white ones. So you can see how few losses there are when it comes to turbo trades. We'll talk about the other 2 types in just a second. And then you can see some of these larger upside opportunities. NVIDIA, 255%. So when Hans says that sometimes when people are trading income, they complain about leaving profits on the table, that is not the case with this. Hans uses something called the market temperature indicator, which is a proprietary indicator that you have, Hans, that you guys would get as a member of Turbo Income. And it literally tells you via a red, yellow, and green light system when you want to be strategically greedy. So when it's 100% green and we get those green indicators for a few days, Hans has rules that he follows for this. It tells us we want to go full throttle. Let's pour some gas on the fire. And that's how you're able to hit some of these larger winners like this. So far on the year, this is going back a year. Lots of questions about track record. We'll show you the sauce. These are a little bit longer hold times. So you'll see the average hold time on a turbo trade is 50 days. The average price is around $4. So that's $400 a trade. Here you can see the capital required. So Hans does use some income specific formula trades like a call spread or a put spread. So that's about what you're looking at as a cost per trade. And he's averaging 41, almost 42% return on average. So if you put $1,000 in every turbo trade so far this year, which is basically the measure we use here at Option Pit to put together track records, you would have made $18,000 on just the turbos. And that's one type of trade, which is much more than most people see when they're trading income, to be honest.
Those base hits sound boring, Hannah, but I'll tell you what, if the Blue Jays just got a base hit in that 12th or 13th inning, they would have tied it up. And sometimes a base hit is all you need. And that's as exciting as it needs to get sometimes for me. But when the opportunity really presents itself and my MTI starts to tell you, look, Hans, you better step on the gas here because it's clear sailing ahead of us. And that's when we really step in and turn it up. So that's really exciting. It's a good mix of all of those things together, which I think is why the reviews are so great in Turbo Income. It really gives you that nice all-round strategy.
The second trade type that you use are just mostly income trades. Now, Hans, can you just talk a little bit about what this opportunity is and honestly, why even you have the three trade types, how they kind of complement each other?
Well, that's it. It's that what I've developed this over so many years now, and the sort of pieces have come together and the details on each for each of them. But really, it has become sort of a Swiss Army knife of how do I look at income? And so, income, upside, like sometimes we sort of use that a little bit, loosely, but income comes in different fashions to me. If I'm giving up upside, I'm giving up income when it is very thoughtfully presented and structurally very sound. So the Swiss Army knife of strategies is really just going to give you something that makes sense for the kind of trader that you are as well. Some people are going to go a little bit more income-y. Some people are going to go a little bit more leapy. Some people are going to go a little bit more turbo, which you can almost think of as a little bit in between. So there's really something for every kind of situation out there. And the great thing about it, Hannah, is that you don't you don't really have to sit on your hands much, because when it's yellow, there tend to be more income opportunities. When it's green, markets are getting excited and we're going for it. So it really kind of evolves with the market. Sometimes you got to sit on your hands. How do we not have any losses in April when the market was crashing? Well, yeah. I'll tell you what, my hands were warm. I was sitting on them, but I jumped in there very strategically.
Right. So I'm going to hide these because I want to show that really quick. One of the questions that we got recently when we talked about your strategy was, okay, income sounds great. I love it. I'm on board. These returns look amazing. Let's look at how you did in an extremely down market, which we had in April. So I'm going to actually just sort this so you guys can see. So if you look, we launched this strategy with Hans actually right at the beginning of April, which for people who aren't pro traders could have been a nightmare. We could have started this with red all over the board. But even in April, when we saw like a 12% correction in a single day and a really volatile market, You only over the course of that month had one loss, and these were all wins. So Hans, when you talk about using a certain type of trade at a certain time, you guys can see right here, here's April, and Hans was deploying leaps and income trades as the tool in his toolkit he wanted to use because of the market situation he was given. And it's actually kind of ironic, Hans, that the one time you pulled out the turbo trade was when we had the loss. But it makes it really clear that, you have done all the thinking and constructing of this to make it so that whatever the market is giving us, we want to be able to take that and use that edge to turn it into wins, which you could see during this point was using the leaps and income trades.
Well, and you know what? We started the service, and my feel is that my instinct is, oh, I better come out guns a-blazing. Let's rock and roll, baby. But I have just done this for too long, and I know that there are times when you just need to observe, because one of the things we look for, the key word you're going to hear me talk about, one of the key words is stability. And when I don't see stability, put it this way, the game of excitement involves tons of trades. You want a service where you're just going to get more trades than can choke a horse? Absolutely, there are services like that. If you want trades to make money, that's the trade that I like. I like the trade that makes money consistently over time. So sometimes you just have to wait. You have to look for stability, and you have to wait for those 5-star trades. In difficult markets, like we had a couple of weeks ago, you got to wait for the 5-star trades.
You can see from the timing of this track record too that you are able to turn the throttle up when the opportunity is there. So coming out of April, the market starts to rip. You see some specific, these are turbos in SPY that you're trading, getting 128%, 255%. I mean, you can see, guys, when you look at this, look at how, he turns up the pace of the trades. In June, look, you have so many more because the market's moving in that direction. And you'll see we transition from being leap and income based to almost not exclusively turbos, but almost exclusively turbos, because you're seeing the opportunity and you're pouring the gas on the right type of trade. What would you say, Hans, right now? So looking at our current market condition, what do you find yourself pulling out of your toolkit the most often right now? Is it turbos, incomes, or leaps?
It's turbos, Hannah. It's turbos because it's selectively some income as well, and certain names that are giving me the right indicator. It's just not as. There will come a time, I believe, in the next couple of months where we're gonna ratchet up the leaps trades again a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's turbos.
If you guys
Turbos
have
give you that.
questions, go ahead.
Sorry.
Nope.
I was just going to say, last thing is turbos give you that nice ability. So first of all, turbo is a very pro trade, right? Pros do this trade all the time because it's one thing that pays for another. And often there's sort of pricing advantages to that, which we can learn in the course and when you join. But it gives you this ability to create exposure, but also a little bit of a cushion, right? So one of the things is I'm getting too old to have to worry about every tick in the market. And I'm not interested. And so I like something that gives me the ability to be right, but also maybe sometimes to be wrong for a little bit before I'm right. And that, to me, that is all about confidence. Something that gives you confidence, and confidence is huge out there, guys.
If you guys have questions for Hans, pop them in the chat. I'm going to ask, I can direct them to him. Let's see. We have a couple here, Hans. I'm going to feed to you right off the bat. Johnny P is asking about how many trades per week you can expect with turbo income.
Could be 3, 4, sometimes 8. As I said, it's not about the number; it's about the quality.
Right. If it gets turned up, it looks like June was probably June or July were like your most active months. There were 20 trades in June. July, we had 19. So that's probably like the hottest pace that you're seeing so far. This also, somebody just asked, were the last trades only in October? No, I just haven't. We did this for an event for Hans that was about a month ago. I haven't fully updated this. So you probably have closes, Hans, that are within the last couple of days.
Oh yeah, we got some beauties on Google, especially I think 3 or 4 closes on that.
Yeah. So this is just a little older track record. We didn't actually stop trading at all. The recommended account size, Happy Camper, we've talked about this a lot with income because a lot of people think that you need like $100,000 to trade income. Hans has said that you can do this with as little as a couple thousand. You can also select certain types of trades depending on how much capital you have available. So let's say, for example, I'm just going to undo this to show you guys some more things. So the cheapest trade that Hans is going to make in this strategy is going to be these turbos. So if you wanted to join Turbo Income and just take the turbo trades, you could do that. If you have a little more capital and you want to do some of the more high certainty pieces like the leaps, Hans has not lost on a leaps trade, but it does take a little bit more capital. You could do that. Would you say in Turbo Income you have a range, Hans? Like some people that have smaller accounts and are maybe focusing on turbos, and then people with larger that are maybe focusing more on leaps?
I'd say so, yeah. We have some really, really big account members who are just doing everything in size. But the nice thing about it is that you can size up, right? So I have trades that cost $600, $800 in capital, $600 in capital sometimes. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Great.
So they and then for a trader with a larger account, they just sort of kick up the size of the number of contracts. But that is basically and so some of the leaps can get into the 3,000, 3,500, and you can pick and choose. You can pick and choose what really makes sense for you.
How often are you live with Turbo Income, and what do you normally do during those live sessions, Hans?
We are live once a week, every Monday at 1 p.m. Eastern, and we go over positions. We talk about the market. I can't help it because this is what we trade, right? We're trading the market, we're trading stories, we're trading narratives, and so we want to get a feel for what I mentioned earlier, which is stability. So we meet once a week for usually up to about an hour, probably longer if I can't stop talking.
Yeah, as true for every option pit service. Also, if for some reason you can't make it on a Monday, everything's recorded. You can always go review it after the fact. Anne asks, are Hans's trades called Turbo Income or are there others? If you want to trade live with Hans, Turbo Income is the name of the service. That's the one you want to join, Turbo Income. We'll post a link for you guys in the chat right now. It is included in our 1K for 1 year offer. Normally this goes for $19.99 a year. So you're getting 50% off doing this with Hans. So Turbo Income, this is going to be the best price that you'll get for this, to be totally honest. So we will make sure, JD, if you guys can post that in the chat so that everyone can see it. 1K, 1 year, Turbo Income. Hans, you also, so let's talk a little bit about the MTI. That is a proprietary indicator that you have created, which stands for Market Temperature Indicator. And that is something that people get when they join Turbo Income. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so that's the indicator where really that secret sauce kind of plays out for us. And so we've got our red, our yellow, our green. It's really quite simple for anybody in elementary school can probably figure out. It's red is a little bit more cautious. We want to be careful. We want to wait for stability to return. Yellow is very income-y, right? It's a little bit more okay. We're getting some interesting values. I have a spreadsheet that I use in the program, and it sort of looks for those option pricing levels that make a little bit of sense and combine that with other things in those names that we're watching. And it pulls all of that down via my various filters to give us a number of trades that really make the most sense, right? I don't want to trade options on MSTX when it is, even though it has high option prices. That's one of the mistakes a lot of income traders make. They go, oh my goodness, look at all this wonderful fancy option pricing in this 3-time levered product. Well, that's not really the right way to go about things. So remember, it's not just about making money, it's about keeping as much of it as you can. And so the MTI really gives me, let me ask you guys a question out there. So for everybody in the chat, tell me, what is the hardest thing for you guys? Is it finding a trade? Is it staying in a trade? Is it knowing when to get out of a trade? Which one of those is the most difficult for you? Let's get some answers here.
Yeah, what's the hardest thing? Totally.
These are all very important questions, and frankly, Pete, we don't talk about some of them enough. I mean, just we in general as traders.
Yeah, I mean, most people that seek out a trading service want two things. First of all, to make money, 100%. They're here to make money, and second of all, whether you know this or not, you're here to have some fun. Those are usually the two things that people want, and everyone has problems when they trade. The most overwhelming answer I'm seeing so far, so everyone's putting in their answers, is finding a trade.
Yeah, finding
I'm
a
seeing
trade.
a lot of people say finding a trade, exiting a trade.
I love this one from G-Man. Selling for a quick win, but holding the loser for 5 times the gain. I sold, right? We've all done that before. I've done that. I'm not going to lie to you. I've done that. I do that a heck of a lot less these days because I've done this too long, and I don't like the feeling that gives me. It's like what was it Lynch said? It's like watering your weeds and trimming your flowers. That's what you're selling your winners, and then you let those losers go because it's too painful to get rid of them. Well, we have something called the ripcord strategy, and it tells you when there's certain metrics that hit, depending on how many days left, 2 days in a row. That's it. You got to get out of this thing. It's time. It's time to vacate. And then there's exiting with a profit. So, there are rules for that as well. And when you have a framework, it's discipline, right? That's going to lead to better outcomes overall. It doesn't mean you don't have the occasional losing trade. We're not that good, but when you have a framework and a set of guardrails, that's what makes sense. So again, the MTI green is telling you a story, right? When do I get into a trade? We're saying here, well, green is telling you a story. When do I want to really kind of play a sort of, choppy market kind of sitting around? Yellow is telling us a story. And then red, I mean, take any number of charts right now. Looking at MSTR today, it's been cut in by 2/3.
Yeah.
And I looked at that and I said, that has been red for $300. Red for $300, sitting below the 9-day moving average.
Can you pull that up? Can you pull that up and show us? Let's look at it.
Yeah.
I want to show everyone quickly what the MTI is and what it actually looks like. So, Davey, let's just pop that up. If you can show that when Hans gets this on the screen, we can look at the MTI, because honestly, everything that people saying that they have trouble with, finding a trade, staying in a trade, getting out of a trade, the MTI answers all of these. If it's green, I know I want to buy it. As long as it stays green, I want to stay in the trade. The second it turns to yellow or red, I know I want to be out. A lot of those practical questions about trading, the MTI just answers them. Davey, can we pop this up? So we can show the MTI. Hans, is there any way to zoom in just a little bit or something so people can kind of see what's on the bottom here? Because I want them to be able to see the MTI. Yeah, or just make it bigger maybe.
Yeah, so here's your MTI. Basically, this thing's been falling out of bed for the better part of a month and a half.
Actually, let's do this. Do you have it on your trading view?
I do, actually.
Let's pull that up because it's just easier to see.
Yeah, that would be easier to see, right?
So what Hans is going to show you is you'll see a stock price at the top. So he might pull up MSTR, for example. And then at the bottom there, you're going to see the same yellow, red, green light system that tells you exactly when you want to buy, get out, etc. So we'll just pull this up on a little bit easier chart so you guys can see this, because I really think for literally every question you guys posted or everything you posted that's hard for you becomes easier if you use this tool.
And that's really the thing, Hannah, is really it is about guardrails, because we all are human. We succumb to the emotion in markets. And here, let me grab this so we can see here. I don't know why it's giving me
there you go. That's okay. Just make it a little bigger. Perfect.
Yeah, it's giving me a little bit of a funky thing here. So this is something falling out of bed. I don't have my 9-day on here for some reason, but it's basically not telling you a good story. And I see everybody talking about, let's catch a falling knife. Let's catch a falling knife. Well, what kills your account more than anything? It's catching falling knives, because today's lows are tomorrow's highs, and so on and so on.
I think if you're trying to look up Tesla,
And this is what makes
the
life
wrong
difficult for us.
Try that again. I think you did TLSA.
Oh my goodness. I looked up
You're trying to-
Tatiana Life Sciences.
That's all right. There you go. You're sick. We forgive you.
So we,
Right,
so
so-
you can see here, for example, this is where you kind of get some nice, movement in here, and it's just kind of sitting around. You got a lot of yellows, you got some reds where it's telling you, you know, don't get involved. You know what one of the big things is? I talked about this with Mark a couple of weeks ago. I said, one of the big things is we have limited resources. I can't look at 10,000 things at once. And when I get stuck in a position that is costing me money or costing me mental bandwidth, that's keeping me away from opportunities, right? So the more we can stay away from situations that are frankly a waste of our time and money, the more we can focus on things that are starting to set up nicely. Look at this. It starts to break out. We get this beautiful bunch of greens in here. It's telling you stay in, stay in, stay in. And then once it stops, it tells you, look, it's time to exit. When do I get in? Here. When do I get out? Here.
Can you
When
zoom
do
in
I?
on that? Zoom in on that a little bit. And Davey, move us away because we're covering the price. We're covering the price. I can't see how much Tesla moved. There we go.
Oh,
So
okay.
if I look at when this went fully green, when it told me to buy Tesla, about what price is that at? Go to the left. Yeah, right here. What
Yeah,
are
like
we looking at there?
280 or so.
280. Okay, so if we go all the way to when it went red, so keep going right. What those 2 days that it went fully red, right? What are we at up there with price?
We're at around 440, 443.
So you using the MTI, you could have grabbed, even if you just bought the stock, heck, just the stock. That's a run from 280 to 440. And then it told you get the heck out of Dodge, and you would have avoided. Let's scroll to the right here so you can see what happened.
Oh, yeah.
Hold the chart over. Yeah.
So then, oh my goodness, look at this. What is
Look
this
you
telling
avoided.
you?
You avoided a drop all the way back to, how low did it go? 240, maybe even less?
Like, look at that. You didn't get a green. You got this little shoot of green here until August of 2025. So this thing told you basically for 8 months, it said, don't waste your time. Don't waste your time. Yeah. And then we start getting a little bit of nice movement in here. There's some decent, and you know what the amazing part of something like this, Hannah, is guess what people are doing? They're starting to short it. They're getting in the way. They're saying, no, this can't last. This can't last.
Right.
The market is telling you a story, and we want to listen to the story. And when you have a tool that is always telling you a story, it's a godsend.
100%. Davey, you can bring Hans and I back up full screen. But so guys, Turbo Income, you get what Hans is showing you. This is the market temperature indicator. It can keep you in good trades. It can protect you from bad trades. You get this included when you join Turbo Income. Again, this is in our 1K for the next year membership to Turbo Income. It's 50% off. So we'll post this link in the chat. Guys, hop in. Turbo Income is, I mean, I love all our services, but Hans really goes above and beyond when it comes to fulfilling people. If you talk to anyone who's in Turbo Income, they'll tell you that. So get into Turbo Income. Hans, thanks for showing up, even though I know you're not feeling great in your voice, but it's too important to talk about the MTI and Turbo Income. So appreciate you being here.
My pleasure. Thanks, Hannah. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in the program. That's
right. See you in Turbo Income. I think we are getting close to our finale here. Davey, does Mark happen to be here? We're going to talk a little bit about trade to close is our next plan. Thank you guys who are still here. My gosh, we've had a packed room all day. I love it.
Me too. It's been great.
It's been awesome. There's over 400 people here and they've been here the whole day. It's the best.
That's amazing.
I know. Mark, what do you want to talk about during trade to close? This is our big finale.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm doing right now. Vaz and I are looking at a fuse trade.
Let's do it.
So
all right, let's look at it.
It is 3 p.m. right now. Vaz and I are going back and forth on Slack.
So if you guys don't know what a fuse trade is, let me give you a little briefing.
At 3 o'clock, and while I load this up, I'll explain this. At 3 o'clock, That's a time when a lot of market participants like to rebalance their portfolio, adjust what they're trying to do. That's when people decide to close shorts, close longs. You can get a lot of market volatility during that period of time. And a fuse trade takes advantage of that market volatility that we'll get at 3 p.m. that tends to happen all the way till 3:30 and on to 3:50. So I'm actually writing the trade as we speak. It is an XSP, which is the mini SPX. And the reason why we do that is because it is cash settled.
I'll explain the reason while Mark types up the trade. So that you guys who are here in the free OptionBit live room, you're not going to get this Fuse trade for free. You have to actually join Fuse Trader. We can post the link. Davey, please post the link so people can join Fuse Trader. This is a monthly subscription. You could get this alert every day at 3:05 p.m. Voz and Mark have really gone through everything to try to make a service for you guys here that is easy, it's timely, it's affordable. Right now, this has a 91% win rate across the trades in the month of November. It had a 91% win rate. It only costs about $50 on average for the trade. So these come out almost every day at 3:05. Right now, they look for it every day. Right now, about 4 out of every 5 days, the trade is alerted. So you just heard that.
It has just been alerted.
That's them actually sending the trade out. So if you want to join Fuse Trader, it's awesome. You can get tomorrow's. Usually, what are you looking for on these trades, Mark?
So the general order that we put out is we want to pay, pay XY, in this case, up to 30 cents for the 681 put. I want to sell 75% of it up 50%. That locks in a win. And then we'll just let the rest run. And what's beautiful about the cash settlement is if we absolutely tank into the close, then I just get the cash at the end of the day. Now, if you're live with us and trade the close, you'll hear me say something like, you can take most of the rest of your profits here. It's one of the advantages of being in trade to close. But if you're at home, it's great. You get the trade, you put it on, you put your exit, you leave.
Right.
Less than 1 minute in and out.
Mark, I think you missed something in the alert. I don't know. I'm seeing some feedback in the chat.
I'll look.
You're missing something in there. I don't know.
Am I missing the strike price?
Probably.
Yes, I am. Dope.
I'd send out a fully fresh alert for everyone, please.
I'm going to do that.
Thank you. I don't see the link for Fuse Trader in the chat. Can we please get that posted? Davey or someone listening, thank you. I'm looking for the link for Fuse Trader. I think Voz is here. If we want to bring Voz on, Mark, I'll let the two of you guys finish out today. But before I go, I just want to recap some stuff. This has been an awesome, amazing day. Thank you guys for being here for so long. We have 7 seats left for our 1K for 1 year. So all of the links to all of the services that you saw today are below. If you want to trade with Mark and Voz, trade to close is going to be your bet. You can see the link for that below. It'll say trade to close, and then there's a link. Grab some of these seats before they are gone. I'm going to let Mark and Voz talk their normal jam that they jam for trade to close. Trade to close is live every day with Mark and Voz, which is awesome. You'll see a little bit of the magic here today between the two of them. I think that's it. I think I covered everything. I hope that you guys had a great day with us. Mark and Voz will stay on for a couple minutes, but I'm going to hop out. 7 seats, 1K, 1 year. All the services they apply to are below. So I hope you guys.
And again, the team that built this amazing filter so that you can kind of figure out what is the right tool for you, what is the right trading service.
Well,
Dave,
honestly, hopefully, Mark, they just saw a full day of previews. So
I would hope so.
At this point, the tool's old hat. I think you should probably know from watching what happened today which one is the one for you. So, also, if you don't know, but you're like, I want to do something, give us a call. Our team's great. They'll talk you through it and get you sorted. I'm going to hop out. You guys can do the close. Thank you guys for being here. I hope you had a great open house with us. Happy Cyber Monday. I'll see you guys soon. Go ahead, Mark and pause.
Thank you, Hannah. Have a great rest of your afternoon. And folks,
Hey.
we are joined by the one and only Olivia Voznenko, Vaz.
Hello, everyone.
You've got her. You actually have a cutout of her behind you. Somewhere in the background, there is a cat walking around.
Yes, we have the works here, Mark.
You've got everything you need.
Yes.
I've just put out the Fuse trade.
Okay, thank you. Yep, looking for the market to go a little lower this this power hour.
Yes, and for those of you keeping score, we are into the 681 puts for about a quarter, and we are looking for those to go to 40 cents. And when we get there, we'll sell most, but we'll let the rest ride into the bell. And we're not going to be right 100% of the time. And if you've never traded a Fuse, this is not the day to start. But what this is an excellent opportunity to kind of see how these things flow and how they trade. And again, the idea behind this trade is we get a big influx of flow. That's when trading firms first see market on things like market on close orders, or major asset allocators are adjusting their positions. There's a lot going on at this hour, and you'll see volume pick up during this last hour.
Mm-hmm.
And again, and so what the Fuse is looking to do is try and take advantage of that directional movement and make a quick profit, typically in 5 to 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes, we carry stuff all the way through to the end of the day, and it pays marvelously. We've missed on one of these during our run, and average return has been about 58%. But with Trade to Close, you don't just get Fuse Trader, you get live analysis with Vaz and I every afternoon. Things like chart analysis, chart requests, ideas, other trade ideas that we see. You get access to all of that. And then at the end of the day, we have what's called a bombshell. And that is not something we can email out because it is way too fast. But if you are live, you can take advantage of these quick moves that happen in the final 10 minutes as market on close orders, final adjustments out of firms, algos start to shut down. You'll get wild moves in the last 10 minutes, the last 5 minutes, the last 2 minutes. And we take advantage of that.
Yes, we do, Marco.
Yes. And in the final 10 minutes, you'll also hear us name the minutes.
Yes, everyone gets a name. I want to clarify something real quick because we're getting some confusion with Trade to Close and Fuse Trader. So Trade to Close is a live show, which is happening right now. If you are part of Trade to Close, you will have access to our show. As Mark is saying, that includes a Fuse trade at the beginning of the show, and then a bombshell, which is at the end of the show. If you are part of Trade to Close, you get all of that. Some of you can't make the show and like to just see emails. So that is why we made almost like a Trade to Close light version where you can just get the Fuse trades if you feel like you're paying that you can't see the show, or you're paying and you can't get the bombshell. This way you can be at your phone, get your Fuse trade, and make it at that. So that is what that is the difference between trade to close and fuse trade.
Yeah, absolutely. So think, fuse trade is a great value at the price that we're offering it at, but for just a little bit more, not only do you get fuse trader, but you get an hour a day of Vaz and myself in the final hour of the day, and you get those bombshells. And then when we see a home run or like a really interesting trade, we may put something like that on as well. Speaking of trades we have on, Vaz.
Yes.
One of our longest held trades is VFC.
Oh my gosh. What happened to man, this trade, how are we doing?
It's up.
Are
it's
we
up
in
nicely.
the money?
It is in the money. VFC is up to $18.10. We are along the $17.50 calls. They're trading about $1.70. So the trade's up, 15 cents. But you look at VFC, this, we'll look at your charts, but that looks like a pretty strong chart to me, Vaz.
It does. Let me pull that up, Mark. Just give me a hot second real quick while I share my screen. Give me 1 second, everybody. By the way, guys, Amin is off today, so we are doing things a little different with the streaming. So sorry for the confusion. We got to give Amin a day off. I mean, the guy.
I don't think he's ever taken one off.
I don't think he's ever taken one off. So that's why we're just doing some different steps today, just this week. Let's take a look at VFC. So this was kind of a, what's the word? It was it wasn't a stressful trade, but it was a annoying trade. Because the stock, we took a bullish direction in the stock and it truly just didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
It popped up on earnings, gave it all back. One of the reasons is it wasn't like a market leader. It's not an Nvidia. It's kind of a stock that had a bullish chart. It was consolidating. There was big money flow in it. We had earnings coming up. And so we took a position to go long. And we didn't get that earnings breakout. My spidey senses was telling me we should get into January calls. There's just something about this stock. The chart looks bullish. Obviously, earnings didn't help it. The market being bearish the past couple months didn't help it. But finally, it's time to shine, Mark. So we're seeing a nice move higher today. It's at $18. We're in this January 17.5 call. So we are in the money, honey. And let's just see where our entry was and where our current position is and whether we should just continue to hold, Marco.
I mean, this thing has been on a tear. It is moving and looks very strong. VF Corp, for those of you not in the know, this is the makers of North Face.
Yes.
So, you have that. They make all those wonderful North Face things that you use on a daily basis for all of your camping needs.
I live in. So I'm gonna say we hold on to it. Let's ask chat.
No, I agree.
Why not? This is the time where we need our North Faces. They make excellent presents. So
yeah, I mean, I was just outside. It's actually cold here in Austin today.
Oh,
so I was actually wearing a jacket when I was out with the dog.
I forgot you have a new family member.
I do. Ivy the puppy.
Yes.
Ivy the puppy.
Ivy the puppy.
Yes. Major difference between Ivy and Jameson. Ivy doesn't walk across my desk and show her butt to all the members.
Isn't that such typical cat behavior though?
It is.
Like I like authentic people, and that was as authentic as a cat as you can get. Oh my gosh. Anyway, well, let me just do a quick fib on this. Okay, Marco. I don't want to, the chart's finally breaking out. I don't want to get over greedy here. Let's just do some analysis. All right, let's do some analysis. Go. According to Dr. Fib, we at least have another run to 19. And in the words of our buddy Kenny Glick, if something goes to 10 and then goes to 15, it's going to 20. So we will have a target to sell this at 20. I'm just going to pull up a quick volume profile. Just give me 1 second, Marco.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks, man.
Hey, that's what I'm here for, is
to
allow you to do what you do, which is that.
I salute you. Hold on. I like using volume profile for especially when a stock is just starting to break out. Let's see how previous price points were, like how traders reacted to previous price points. I mean, this thing got, wow. Talk about North Face. This thing had an avalanche. Wow, that would have been such a cool tweet. Double M top, avalanche. Hold on 1 second, guys. Hang on. Marco. Yeah. Wow, and you have a lot of thin air up here. So yeah, I'd say we hold to 20, and this thing will also rip as well if we get into a Santa Claus rally. So that's always fun too.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, Mark, let's look at our current market right now. Hold on 1 second. I had some previous stuff from.
We are holding the 40 period moving average,
Yes,
a crack below there, and that's where our fuse trade pays. Kind of stuck between VWAP and the 40 period. So we get that crack below the 40 period. This thing's going to flush, and then you might even look to go long. I got to be honest.
Okay. I am with you about honesty.
Well, that's great.
For our closers out here, we have our fuse trade and we have our bombshell. Yeah, it looks like we had that magnet up to VWAP. I have a target of 679 down here. If the analysis is the way I want it to. Let's look at other. I have a slightly bearish on closer. I'm sharing my screen. Yes, I am. Okay, slightly bearish on closer.
Yeah. And folks, debating between, fuse trader, trade to close. Remember, you can get trade to close for $1,000 a year right now for the year. And that includes fuse trades. And a month of fuse trade is more than $100. So do some math here, folks. And the direction to go is pretty easy. The direction to go pretty easy, yeah.
Yeah, that's it, guys. That's an amazing Black Friday deal. I guess it's Cyber Monday, so we're also offering that trade to close for $1,000 for a year. I don't know where this is streaming right now because I'm in La La Land, but
everyone knows where the streaming is.
Okay. If you are part of trade to close, be honest. I know we've helped a lot of traders out there become better traders. I've seen a lot of great testimonials. I think that'd be that also applies if you are in annual, you can get into that for the next year for $1,000. So, it's a great way to take advantage of that. right now, guys, what we're trying to take advantage is finding some resistance on this, the 40 period moving average. Look how much it really does control the market.
Mm-hmm.
One of the reasons I like a fuse trade lower today is just because we have VWAP, which is, I hate trading the close around VWAP. It goes back and forth and back and forth, and it usually cannot go over it into the close, as you know, we've watched. So we're just looking at probabilities here that it will get rejected there. We are having quite a battle. I will say, you know, as Mark is saying, obviously for our fuse trade, we want this to tank, but just seeing how price is reacting right now. Remember, guys, the more that it holds here and doesn't break lower, it will drift up by 350, most likely. So what we need to see is, as 330 is coming, which is going to be our program, you're going to start to see some volume. Not there, Boz. You're going to start to see some volume build here. That is a 330 program beginning to wind up. If this starts to break higher and reapproaches VWAP, most likely this is going to go higher, which obviously isn't the best thing for our fuse trade, but gears up for a nice bombshell. If this continues to gear up and we get that flop, that will be a sell program. So you can see the volume picking up here. The 200 period, the 40 period moving average is kind of acting as a deciding point of where we're going to go from here. So we have a few minutes for that 330. Let me just do some program hunting while we get into that, Marco.
Yeah. And some of the questions are, do we take stop losses on these? No, we do not. And the reason being is, even if the fuse doesn't really get us profitable, we can get a bombshell at the end of the day that can turn this into a huge winner. And you know, with our success rate so high and this last hour being so crazy, and the relatively inexpensive cost of these trades, taking a stop loss, you know, if we pay 30 cents, what's the stop loss on something like that? So that's really why we do not. So I'm sitting here in the fuse trade, watching it kind of slow burn around this 40 period moving average, and you know, waiting for the market to make a decision. Folks, at this point, we have 4 seats left on our special. Reminder, we sold all 25. We added 20 more. So we are powering through those as well. Pretty exciting stuff. And folks that are here, you're going to want to make sure you stick around till the end of the day. The bombshell will be put out. You know, we're going to be kind of prepping the bombshell at 3:45 or, you know, 15:45 if you're looking at my at the charts.
The bombshell prep. We got to get the bomb squad here.
Indeed. Indeed. And
yes, Marco. Oh, are you reading
nothing.
questions? Is that what?
Yeah, no.
What's going on?
You know, Ritwick, feel free to give the team a call about that. I used to do stop losses for this, but I kept missing the big moves. So now I only trade when I'm willing to lose on the trade. That's exactly right. As you should with every trade, right? Don't put more than you can afford to lose. And that goes for any service that you're looking at. Have an appropriate amount of risks assigned to each trade that you're going to do. 2%, 3%, 5%, whatever you want to do. Just let, you know, allocate what you can afford to lose on a daily basis. And, you know, when I say allocate, this won't happen, but, well, I can't say it won't. This is highly unlikely to happen. But if we lost Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you should still be in a position to trade Monday's trade. That being said, I've yet to see us lose 2 days in a row, let alone a week. So I'm feeling pretty good. We are seeing some continued softness here. Feels like we're going to get a little bit now. The next time where you can see a interesting move in the market is 3 o'clock. Then you'll get one at 3:30. Then 3:50, 3:55, 3:58, and 3:59, and then the bell. So what I would encourage you to do is again, hang out with us, click the link, and join us, and you can get all the amazing entertainment that comes with Trade to Close on top of the incredible trades.
Yes, Marco. It's exciting. I love this. I love these strategies because, again, we are seasoned traders and we like to take a look at the market and make a trade on whether it's going to go up or down. That's kind of Mark and I's like sweet spot with specific periods of time in the day. And it's fun to bring that to the retail community to make it easy to follow. So that's why we really like the new edition of the emails. So like everyone can join. So it's not just a bunch of screaming around here. And we do have that 3:30 program hitting right now. This is going to take a few minutes to unwind. Let's see how it reacts to VWAP. And if we can get a breakout, we will reassess our fuse trade and get into get the bomb squad on, get into see how we're going to get into the close. And, right now that's just still working out. I would say the 3:30 program, it needs about a couple minutes to really determine if this is going to be a buy or sell program. Looking at today though, even though we were on the way up, we had a lot of selling. I'm not sure these are normal. I'm not quite sure what hit at 2 o'clock, if that was some sort of Fed speak, because that was a pretty nasty rollover, Mark. Do you know if there was any news that hit or what exactly caused that?
That was a pretty nasty rollover.
Just looking right now.
I didn't see anything.
Because this was
normal. But it's entirely possible there was.
This is normal program selling, normal program selling, normal program selling, and this looks like a flash sell. So I'm curious. Let's see what happened there. La la la.
I'm looking right now.
Economic data. Yay.
I'll tell you, this market, it's been really stuck in a range for the last 25 minutes. Looks like it's trying to break, but I trust this market about as much as Ole Miss grads trust Lane Kiffin.
What's that lore?
Oh my gosh. All right, here we are. We just got an actual break here. We're watching the level right now.
Okay.
Be ready for a breakdown. First target, if we sell off, is going to be 68.13. Next would be 68.0. The low of the recent low, 68.12. Low of the day, 68.07 looks like my target here if we do get some selling.
Yeah, very, like you said, very range bound in the past hour after that. And I guess no one in chat's really, I guess we don't really understand what happened at 2 o'clock. Let me just see what hit. That was not normal. All the other selling during the day, which was a very ranging day, Mark. I mean, I wouldn't call this choppy. It was just, as you know, we also run game plan in the day. and we had some wonky zones. We had some on the upside, but I was like, man, I just don't see that the risk is worth it. And man, am
Mhm.
I glad to call that, because every possible entry, it got sold immediately and then went up and then sold immediately.
Yeah.
It's just so crazy, man.
All right. We are down to one package left.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, great.
These things are flying off the shelves. So
That's a pretty good deal, man.
I don't know, Vaz.
Yes, Mark.
We saw this last one. Do we open up a couple more or no? Or do we just say that's it? Your SOL.
I know. Open up a couple more. I don't
Alright.
care. That's fine. I mean,
Well,
if you guys are willing to join and you want a deal, let's go for it. I mean,
leave a message. I know my team is busy on the phones. Tell you what, we'll open up 10 more. All right? 10 more.
okay. I'll take it.
All right? 10 more. All right? All right. Of course, Hannah's like, on the devil on my left hand, who's actually the angel for you guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, Hannah's so cool.
She's the devil for my money and the angel for our customers.
Yeah, I like her system too. How she rates the services.
Indeed. So we've got 10 more open that we've just opened up.
Nice.
So, just because, we've got 25 minutes left here, and I think there's going to be some demand at the end of the day. There's also some people who've left messages. I want to make sure they're taken care of. So you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yes, Mark.
We did have a great Thanksgiving. How was your Thanksgiving, Vaz?
I mean, we were cooking up more than what this market's doing right now. Can this thing move? It is just sitting here. By the way, guys, what's weird is the 330 wasn't even a program.
Yeah, just kind of a little bit of selling and
then. This is suspicious. Something suspicious. My Thanksgiving was great. We did exactly what I expected to do, which was eat delicious food and drink good wine and drink champagne.
Oh, nice.
The question is, let me ask you this.
Okay.
I have a question because I know Mark obviously had a great Thanksgiving. We'll talk about it in a second. Here's the question. And I didn't have this issue, but I've heard the debate. If you usually you have Thanksgiving at a family's house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And there's usually leftovers, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is the point of Thanksgiving to make enough food so everyone gets leftovers taken home? So everyone can take home leftovers?
I mean, you definitely don't want people to be hungry. So I always overmake, and I'm always happy for people to take home leftovers. I want the fridge. I want the, I don't want too many leftovers.
Okay.
So the amount of turkey stuff that I've been making over the last couple of days, I made a buffalo chicken, or there's all these buffalo chicken. That's the thing. Turkey and chicken can be kind of interplaced. There aren't that many turkey recipes out there. So I just Google different chicken dishes, and then I use the turkey for it. Mm-hmm. So I made buffalo turkey pasta for the family yesterday.
That's unique.
Yeah. So I used my turkey stock that I made, and then obviously turkey, onions, green onions, a little garlic, cottage cheese, ranch dressing, blue cheese, and then obviously some Louisiana hot sauce. So,
Ooh.
and that everybody makes turkey tetrazzini. It gets old. So
turkey
I like to
tetrazzini?
look up chicken recipes and I'll make that.
What's
So,
turkey tetrazzini?
oh, it's like a creamy turkey dish. And
I've never
it's
seen
delicious. It's delicious. Usually has like Velveeta in it, and it's with pasta, and it'll have like frozen vegetables in it too.
What about like a turkey pot pie?
That's a good idea. What I would do if I was making a turkey pot pie is I would use the leftover stuffing to make the crust.
That sounds unbelievable. That sounds
So,
very good. What about the turkey sandwich?
I love a good turkey sandwich, but you got to make it with. I like to make like a Thanksgiving sandwich. So, grill up some of my wife's sourdough.
Ooh,
Turkey,
yes.
stuffing, mashed potato, gravy, cranberry. Nice piece of iceberg lettuce, and you're good to go.
That sounds awesome, Mark.
So yes, but yeah, so just take your stuffing, and if it's if you need to add a little bit more liquid to get it really malleable, fit it to the plate, put some turkey. It almost ends up being almost like a turkey shepherd's pie.
Yeah.
So, put the turkey down, mix in some gravy in there, a little layer of sharp cheddar, top with some potatoes, top with the mashed potatoes. For the mashed potatoes, what you're gonna want to do is take a little bit of heavy cream, get the infusion blender in there, and you're good to go.
And this is now a cooking show, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Mark, still flat. We're like just getting
We're just hanging out.
Hanging
We've been
out.
Stuck between the 40-period moving average
and VWAP.
Moving average and VWAP.
Hey, by the way, who is Vaz's man?
If it's not what I would say is whoever is saying Vaz's man, I would like to remind you that there is a 6'4" Ukrainian that would probably like to probably disagree with you.
Not today.
Yeah.
Not with my new smile, Mark. I mean, how ridiculous is this?
I think it looks great. You got kind of a
I have an edge.
Who?
It's kind of an edge. It's cute.
Yeah. Who was the lady from the actress from the 70s that had that little gap there?
I don't know. I think it's really I like it, but it's gonna get so big that we're gonna have to get a veneer. Or not a veneer, like a bonding. Who is Vaz's man? Who are you? Show yourself.
Let's see. I've got to think of this.
Lauren,
well, you obviously have
Lauren Hutton.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, Lauren Hutton, beautiful. She had like the little gap there.
Little gap.
And it looked great. It looked great. People love Lauren Hutton.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's definitely a character. Anyway.
Now let's get a gap lower.
Yes, that would be amazing. Yeah, guys, this is so that's what I was supposed to do. Squirrel, I wanted to see what happened at 2 p.m. I didn't see anything that was scheduled.
No
one was talking.
Wow. We've already gone through another 5 seats. So we're down to the 5 that we initially promised. It's a good thing I went for 10.
Oh, nice. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, and kind of let me congratulate a few of our new members. Now we still
Okay.
have. I don't have. These are from this morning or early afternoon. We've got Curdy M. We've got Maria G. Welcome. Ann P. Welcome. David S. Daniel S. Sybil. Welcome. Or way to go. Alan. Janet S. Vasant A. We've got Rhonda C. Harry. Pramad, Warren, Carrie S, Eric S, Dennis M, Leslie, Dante V, David L, Terry, Peter,
Terry.
yes, AJ, Tim, Paul, Todd, Lawrence, Tom, Hugh, Susan, Rudy, Nagapan, Fernando, just a whole treasure trove of new members, and we're really happy to have you. If you're new, welcome. If you're back, welcome. And if you're adding a new service, welcome.
Welcome.
Yes.
Nice. I see some names I know there. Mark, we have 5 minutes before the bombshell.
Yes.
I guess the smart thing to do is to see how we are reacting to VWAP. I'm just looking at Closer. I actually have nothing on Closer. Closer went neutral.
Okay. Now, for those of you that don't know, Vaz has a secret algo.
Yes.
That is called the Closer.
Yes, the
And
Closer.
it gives her insights into what is going to happen at 3:50. She's got something pretty similar for, the 3 o'clock.
Yes. Very
and
similar.
yes, we're not mentioning its former name. I put that to bed. I guess I could have used a better.
Fun.
I guess I could have used a better term. Put it to bed with what its former name was. So, and it gives Vaz insights into what move could happen.
Insights
in the final few minutes. At 3:50, and she's saying it's neutral, which means we could kind of go up and down. Now, my guess is starting to flip. We're getting a nice sell order into the 3:50. We made a real nice. Now we've got to still break these recent lows. So I'm watching in SPX. I'm watching 68. 16, 68.16. We did a clean break below that. Things will roll over quickly.
Roll over.
Oh my gosh, these things are flying off the shelf. We've got Carissa getting the turbo income. Greg Hall just grabbed trade to close.
Nice, Greg. Welcome.
So we're down to 2. Am I gonna have to reload this in the last 10 minutes?
Is this the final day?
It is the final day.
Let's just do it
at midnight. Or is it midnight? Well, it ends when we're out of seats. So
that's really cool.
Absolutely.
All right, Mark. We got a few minutes before this bombshell. There's a couple decisions. There's a couple things we could do. We can kind of leg into like a call just in case we do take off, and we can kind of offset the fuse trade. That's one option in case we do take off. We can, what else can we do? We can wait until we break VWAP. I think the only thing I would want to do, even without seeing what closer's up to, because I have nothing on closer, totally neutral.
Mm-hmm.
Would be just if there's like a cheapie call, jump into that in case
Yeah.
we take off. Just for this particular time, because the reason is it's been so
Long.
narrow ranged.
Yeah. And folks, it's really important ahead of the bombshell. If you put on a trade, you want to have your closeout before the bombshell hits, because we can see some giant candles
Yeah.
in that last minute, but they can kind of absolutely tank and then run right back up or absolutely explode higher and then fall right back down. So it's very important to have the price that you want to close your 75% at already in the system.
Yes. Agreed.
Yes.
Agreed.
We have 35 seconds. If you look in the lower right hand corner of Vaz's screen, there you can see what the UTC is. It's going to be off by a couple seconds for those of you watching at home because of the we've got about a 1.5 second delay between us and you guys.
1.5 seconds.
Exactly.
That's all right with me.
All right. And I'm very interested to see. All right, here we go. Here is bombshell time.
Okay. Let's see what we have.
Initially a little bit of a bid.
Buying here. Let's just see what. Hold on. We have a. 1 second. Sorry, guys. I cannot.
And a lot of times on these little pops, you'll actually see, especially if they're weak, you can see the whole market kind of roll over as soon as that volume is swallowed up.
Let's see what we got. We have a. Oh, okay. We got a. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Market on close action here. We have 600 million to buy on the NASDAQ, but we have a 1 billion to sell
on the New York. Yeah, that's kind of a nothing burger. Then I don't think that's going to dictate things. I think it kind of dictates. We're going to be pushed around by what algos are. And remember, we're watching 68.16 to see which direction we go.
Okay. Hey, Mark, do you mind? I'm sorry to boss you around. I'm telling you to give more seats away. I'm telling you what to do. Do you mind sharing your screen? I would like to see
absolutely, David. Can you flip to my screen? All right, we are getting a little more pressure here. We're approaching my level. We've crossed it. Now let's see. Next stop is going to be 68.13. And next stop we're looking for is 68.13.
Okay.
Did we sell out?
Well,
it looks like it, huh? All right.
Oh.
Vaz is for the people. We can do. I don't know.
Am I for the people?
You are. All right. We're getting that push. We are getting that push. Remember, offers out. Keep an eye on 68.13 for a turnaround. And we blow through there. We're going to make a run all the way to 68.07. All right, folks. I need you to. I'm going to open up. We're going to do 10 more spots. But when they're done, they're done. All right. Any thoughts on MongoDB? None. Not one I track.
Guys, don't ask me about MongoDB.
That sounds like a professional wrestler for the WWE.
I feel like Garrett Baldwin got really excited about MongoDB one year.
Yeah.
I just remember that.
I am MongoDB. and I will give you, I will
I
give
have-
you the mango squeeze as my finishing move. I don't know. All right, so we did get almost to my level. Let's see if we can break through that. You can actually see how these are called Baldwin bands. So the blue line is volume weighted
for
average
Garrett
price.
Baldwin. Speak of the
there you go.
devil.
The blue line is the 40-period simple moving average.
Mm-hmm.
And then each of these lines represents one standard deviation away from volume weighted average price, and they will represent some resistance. All right, so 10 more seats. Let's keep them coming.
Keep them coming.
Love all the new signups.
Bye market.
If
Bye.
those 6810 puts, they're,
Well, people got in at what, around 20?
yeah, we need like that kind of one more little push here. This
there's
is the
Barrett.
Mark 54
We're
that
hitting
we're
that
on
Baldwin
right
band.
now.
Yeah, we got to break it. This is going to be the deciding moment. Is the
My
mark.
guess, where's closer at it? Has it turned bearish?
It's bearish, yeah. It's bearish.
Again, put that offer out, and as we stated, if you're new, all right, we're breaking my level. As we stated, if you're new, trade this in paper, and if you're experienced, if it goes to worthless, it goes to worthless. We are getting that big push here on the Mark 54.
Mhm.
We're down to 68.12. Here's the VAS 55. This is
Oh.
another major volume influx.
Yep.
And
Bye
it is a
bye.
bear, and we are dropping.
Woo,
Bye market.
roll it out, baby. Roll
Have
it
those
out,
offers
baby.
out on your puts.
Offers out
They are
on
now
foot.
exploding. They're back to a quarter. We get a much more of a push. You're going to be a happy camper. Those 6810 puts are 28 cents.
Roll out of
All
the
right.
position. Roll out.
And ride them lower. My final target
We just
is
hit
going to be
200.
6806. We get to 6806. That's the level where I'm going to probably bail. All right. We got some winner. We got some people that got in. All right.
Vaz's
Sniper
man.
Jim in at 12, out at 40. Sometimes the timing really does make a difference.
Well, yeah.
But we continue to see them trying to press this. If we close on the lows of the day, tomorrow, we'll probably open lower, but I'm expecting it to get bought. Offers out. Again, my target, 6806. And then below there, 6802.
Bro, we just cleared the 200.
I know. We are rolling over. And again,
Offers.
Getting that little push.
Offers out.
Offers
Offers out.
Take
Offers out.
the money that the market is giving you.
So, as this is happening, notice how when we got into our fuse trade and it didn't go the immediate direction, did you sense any panic in me or Mark? No.
Nope.
There is no panic. Right?
And we are continuing that push.
Yes, we are continuing the push. The metrics were just lining up that we were going to go lower. Actually, I was expecting it to go lower a little faster.
Yeah, me too.
And to be honest, this is lining up. It's pretty severe that we're clearing the 200 right there, Marco. That's pretty gnarly. For those of you that did not receive the alert and you're signed up, as Peter's saying, make sure you look into the spam folder. Yes.
Fran Tarkenton, wow.
What?
Oh, nothing. All right. Now, Vaz, we're now at the 58.
Who's a new member?
Who's a new member that just bought Trade to Close? Let us know. You bought Trade to Close today. Let us know. It's not Spiffy. We know it's not him.
It's not Spiffy.
All right. Tony C. All right. Tony C is the first response. All right, Tony C. This is the Tony C 58. Congratulations for the next minute. And this minute alone, you are the most famous man in the world. Everyone loves and adores you. You are a hero to all. It goes you, then the Pope, and then
You are a hero
Taylor
to
Swift
all.
in terms of how many people love you. That's right. You are bigger than Taylor Swift.
Yeah, you
Way
are.
to go, Tony C.
Taylor who?
Congratulations, Tony.
Nice job, guys.
All right. Now we're in the final minute. We have approximately 1 minute. What you'll notice is you will get some kind of, for the first 30 seconds, things will
It goes
kind of
crazy.
shake around, and then you'll get some real determination in the final 30 seconds of the day. That's when traders will really press one way or the other.
Speaking of that, I just
All right, let's see what we got here.
selfish.
And this minute is named after Amin 59. We are getting a little push lower here.
Love means 59.
Let's see if we can get something really ugly in the last minute.
Did you guys enjoy your Fuse trade? Did you enjoy Trade to Close? Let us know in the chat. Congratulations on getting a seat in one of your selected services for $1,000 annual. That is a deal.
Yes, it is.
Obviously, hopefully you chose Trade to Close too.
Now, oh wow, look at that print. 68-12-71 final settle. Now, what I would say here, folks,
Yeah.
normally now, we're not going to do it today, but after the bell rings, SPX and the Qs and IWM trade till 4:15. When we see the close, sometimes after the close, we'll put on a trade called an overnight.
Yeah.
And it's a trade where we're kind of have a pretty good idea of what's going to happen overnight, and we'll set up an overnight trade. We're not going to be doing that tonight, but that is the last piece that you would get from trade to close. Then we close by saying two things. We say always be closing,
Yes.
and we say always be thanking Amin. Amin is not
Always.
here, so we don't have to thank him. But Dave Davy Jones did broadcast this open house all day, managing everything, the full 6.5 hours.
Oh my goodness.
So,
Are you kidding me?
Dave, thank you for the effort.
Oh my God.
Hannah, who hosted and introduced so many different people today, thank you for hosting and helping us get through, being such a great advocate for the people. But mostly thank you guys for joining us for our open house that we did today. It was absolutely really fun getting to interact with you guys. Again, I opened up a few more spots for our $1,000 offer for Cyber Monday. But when these 10 are gone, they are gone. So you want to either click the link and join or call my team 888-872-3301. All right. And there's 6 left. So folks,
X.
for Olivia Vaz and our amazing Trade to Close people, always be closing. I am Mark Sebastian. I am your only option. Thank you for joining us here at Option Pit. We hope you have a great and wonderful rest of your week, and we're glad you're back from Thanksgiving. Have a great day, folks.
Enjoy your turkey sandwiches. And thank you, David. Thank you. That was really nice.
Thank you, everybody.